Hey y'all. All right, it might be a little windy. The audio might suck right in the beginning of this, but I'm all set up inside. I'm just taking the dog's potty before we go back in because I have a feeling this will be a little bit of a longer live. There's a lot to get through just in the first couple weeks. I've got it all laid out. I'll give a brief introduction to what we're doing and we will get going. Hey y'all. Hope you guys are having a great day so far. Let's see who's in here this morning. Hey Benny, hey Music City, hey Lip Locked, Claus, Chatty, Chris. This will be interesting. Teresa, I hope you guys see stuff that you haven't before. Hey Jonathan, Tebow, Cat's Eye, Melissa, Cranky, Slim. I hope you guys, the next few that we do, I hope you guys get something out of it and it's a good reminder of how some of this works. Today won't be as interesting as upcoming for some of you, but it's still pretty interesting in my opinion. Hey Steph, CLK, Marcia, Blank Slate, SS, Erwin, Lisa, Marlowe, Skip, Just Robin, Dexter, are you okay? Dexter coughed and said he's ready. Hey, Angie, Dazed and Amazed, Rose of Sharon, Terry. It's me, Amberly, Akira, Rocky, Hazel Eyes, Jay, Peanut. I still got this cold, but I'm okay. I hope you guys are all feeling better. Everybody that's had this crap. Denise, Michigan Wifey. Yep, got your helmet and your waders. Hey, Bo. Lurker, Mercedes Girl, Donna. Okay, we're going to hop in pretty fast. But just so everybody, most of you guys that are in here already know what we're doing, we are going back to take a look at the timeline. And the reason why we're going back to the timeline is because we are looking at the optics. So how a story, and we're using Sebastian's because it's ongoing. It's what people are so focused and fixated on right now. But you can apply this type of playbook by creators across the board for pretty much any high profile social media story. So you can take and apply this to pretty much anything. We are going to go back and look at the first couple days, weeks of how the story was played out in the media, what the media looked like. That's what our focus is today. Before social media really got to be a part of it. So you will see the optics from legacy type media. Then when it takes a significant twist, when social media gets involved, and the optics that are used, in my opinion, intentionally to help sell a story. Now, unfortunately, when I say sell a story, this is somebody's worst day. This is a tragedy. But to creators, they're disconnected from this. This isn't their world. This isn't their life. This is a story that they are selling you for clicks and views, whether they want to say so or not. it is something that they sensationalize because it's tangible to get people drawn in. Emotional polls is a huge thing you will see. So we're going to take a look at what legacy media is, like NBC, Fox, mainstream media, legacy media, the channels that have always existed, local media, anything outside of social media, basically. They're selling you emotional manipulation. Absolutely. 100%. So we're going to look at, and you're going to see, so the foundation of this story, again, we're going to go through, I have like 5 notebooks. I have 3 devices ready. I have clips pulled up to walk the timeline. And we are going to get into how fast some creators, today we will be talking about a couple of creators because they hopped into this story from jump. Now, some of them have deleted videos that they have done, which is fine. But they were a part of trying to insert a narrative early on in this story. And you can follow it without me even really having to tell you, I hope. But from here, we're going to look at like how news media treated this, what they talked about, what the story they were getting from law enforcement, all of that. We're going to go back and look at all of the foundational pieces from the time he went missing. And then we're going to just move forward, and you're going to watch how the optics intentionally switch. The stories that are released intentionally, unintentionally, leaked through social media creators, how people gravitated to sides, and how divisive it became. If you want to go back to watching when Am and I were talking the other day and follow along with how they build a story and the narratives that they use, feel free. But you can apply all of that to this. And this is what you should be able to over the next week or so through this deep dive. You should be able to kind of piece apart. Okay. So I think we are ready to go. Anybody have any questions before we start? Because I am going to be on another screen 99% of the time. I have the first 2 days pulled up, and then I'm going to have to pause, pull up the next couple days because there's just so much. When I'm done with this, I will put in the description my timeline and the links that I used for this. Most of them are in there. I've got some written notes too, so you won't get all of it, but you will be able to get the links for the news articles and things like that. A blank slate. I would go out and come back in maybe. Try that. I'm going in. It's windy out here. It's cold and windy today. Yeah, get some Tylenol, get a bottle of water. Get all the things because it's a lot. It's definitely a lot. Dexter, come on. Now we just got to get Dexter in and then we'll be ready to go. So on February, this all started, as you guys know, on the morning of February 26th. Let me go back to my notes here. I've got so many notebooks. I need to stop doing that because it's a pain in the ass. To track all of my own notebooks. All right, we're going to walk up the stairs and then we're going to start playing these. So on February 26th is when this truly kicked off. Some of these articles that I'm going to be playing were initially published on February 26th, but then later updated as more information came along or they added things to it. But a lot of these will have the published date and then an updated date. So when you look at them, you might be like, oh, that's not in proper time. Well, it is, but it's just been updated with more information. So you guys ready to go? Let's go. So on February 26th, as you all know, Sebastian goes missing. Seth is alerted at 6:22 a.m. Law enforcement is contacted at 6:33 a.m. Any questions about that? Right off the bat, I'm going to pause because some people have questions on that. I'm hoping that everybody will kind of be able to just piece this out. I really want to make sure that the foundation is set correct because, well, it's a lot. And just so everybody is clear too, according to Seth, the last time he spoke to Sebastian was February 22nd. So let's go and look here. February 25th, we don't learn until later, but that is where the Texas Roadhouse footage comes from. Okay, so this is, why does it always do this?
I teach first grade science, and Generation Genius is a game changer.
It'll have ads on a lot of these, but we'll get through them. This is one that was published February 26th at 9:18 and then updated March 13th. So, and if you skip the ads, sometimes they bump you all the way out. So we play through the ads. It's going to be a little annoying on some of these, but it is what it is. We'll get there. We will get through it. We only got 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5. All right, here we go.
At this time, the decision's been made to scale back on the ground search operations.
It has now been a full week since.
Now, again, this was updated after the fact. Initially, this was posted on February 26th.
15-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared from his home in Sumner County. Still no trace of this child.
Well, the sheriff's office is now scaling back the search effort to focus more on the investigation. Fox 17 News' Kelly Avellino joining us live in the Shackle Island community, where hundreds of trained search crews have scoured miles around Rogers' home. Well, Kelly, bring us up to speed on the efforts to locate this boy who has autism.
Megan and Scott, I can tell you the Sumner County Sheriff Office said definitively today that they have no reason to believe that Sebastian is not alive. But after 1 week and thousands of cumulative hours of searching, the manhunt has scaled down today. You can see much less equipment out behind.
I found it interesting that when they updated this and added this video, that they called it a manhunt. That is one thing I found really interesting. We'll read the article after we watch this.
Us, and I could tell you there is still no sightings of Sebastian caught anywhere on ring cam, on trail cameras, by in-person witnesses, or by canine tracking dogs. And for the first time, the family of Sebastian is speaking out, his biological mother and stepfather.
We are still committed to finding Sebastian and bringing him home safe.
Search teams for Sebastian Rogers now transitioning to more of a standby mode, in place and ready to act on any lead. Investigators saying they're now shifting their efforts in this case.
Let me show you again on the article, just so you guys are aware. This, you can see at the top, it was originally posted on Monday, February 26th at 9:18 a.m., but it was updated March 13th. So this article initially states, more than 2 weeks after a 15-year-old boy or a Tennessee boy at the center of an Amber Alert went missing, authorities in Sumner County still have no leads. Factually speaking, though, on February 26th, Sebastian goes missing and an endangered alert was actually issued. So this is kind of a hard one because it's got some later stuff that's involved in the article and some foundational pieces in it. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is an autistic teenager who was last seen on February 26th on Stafford Court near Beach High School in Hendersonville. He has been without his medication since. That's another part I found interesting going back, that they mentioned right away that he has been without his medication. The TBI shared a post on March 13th saying the agency does not have any updates on the search. So it shows the Amber Alert. So this was, again, initial article that was written. They went in and updated it all. I would love to have seen just the basics that was here, but unfortunately they updated it. So then we're going to go into February 27th. What happens on February 27th? So they change the Amber Alert on they changed the endangered alert to an Amber Alert on February 27th. Seth is in Hendersonville. So after Seth gets the call, a lot of this I'm going to walk through detailed by my notes. So He gets the call at 6:33 a.m. He states that he leaves the jail in Davidson County. He is a jailer at the correctional facility. So he gets the actual call at 6:22. He does not get that though until he gets to his vehicle after he gets off work. So then he gets in his truck as he's leaving work and he hauls ass to Hendersonville. Now Seth lives in Clarksville. So one thing that's kind of a question, and somebody and I were talking about this today, is Seth is reached out to, Chris reaches out to Seth at 6:22 after they realize on February 26th that Sebastian is missing. Seth does not get that until he gets off work. But we've heard so many people say, why didn't they call him right away? Why didn't they tell him to go search his place? Has anybody in the comment section heard him state that he had somebody go search his house to see if Sebastian had maybe went there or made it there? We know that he states that he didn't even try to call Sebastian's phone. He just got in his truck from work and went straight to Hendersonville. And we know that he was at the location in Hendersonville at the home over the next 3 days. He did not spend the night there, but he was driving from Clarksville to Hendersonville every day. I have never heard him. FAFO, can you remember where he stated that he went and searched his house or who he had searched his house? He just recently said he contacted his neighbors, but in the beginning of this, there was no mention of that. That's Kenneth, that is what we know per the timeline, is that until the afternoon of February 26th, early evening hours, when law enforcement wanted to go to his house to search his home, that was the first time that Seth and law enforcement had gone back to his home. An interview, you can't remember which one? Okay. So it's been recently, just recently, there was a statement made that neighbors were contacted. But that is one piece that I cannot find at all anywhere, is did somebody go to Seth's house to search early on? Because a lot of people's, well, he was trying to make it to Seth. He wanted to go to Seth's. Well, why wasn't Seth's place searched right away? Yeah, same, Kenna, same. Okay, so February 27th, it switches from an endangered alert to an amber alert. Seth is once again in Hendersonville. You want to know what also happens on February 27th that I find to be really interesting? This Facebook group, the local Facebook group, is made. Finding Sebastian Rogers, no speculation or theories. This is what they called or referred to as Seth's group in the Terry Lynn interview. So this happens on February 27th, as you can see per the date. The name was changed on April 2nd, but the group was actually created on February 27th, 2024. Isn't that interesting? I find that extremely interesting. And your mods are Karen, who has been a fixture with her son, Jaden, out on every search. Bullshit Bobby, and others. And this I've already shown, so it is, I mean, they're a part of the group. There's sisters and locals. So the group was actually created, the Facebook group was actually created on February 27th. Yep. And Bobby is an admin of that group, and so is Karen. Karen and her son Jaden have been a part of like all of the searches. I find that to be extremely odd. Extremely odd. Not only do I find that odd, but I also find it odd. Okay, let me not jump there yet. Hold on. Let me do this more in order right quick. Before I go there, let me show you this. So this is also the Amber Alert from February 27th. It says the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation has issued an Amber Alert for missing 15-year-old boy who went missing on February 25th. Authorities said Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers went missing from the Hendersonville area on Sunday and was last seen near Stafford Court. TBI initially issued an endangered child alert for Rogers as he has a form of autism, but has since issued an Amber Alert after obtaining additional investigative information. For an Amber Alert to be issued, TBI says the case must fit the following criteria. The person is 17 years of age or younger. The child is in imminent danger of bodily injury or death. There is a description of the child, the abductor, or the vehicle on request from another state. For activation, there is a direct or identified nexus of the state of Tennessee, and that information is conveyed to the TBI at the time of the request. TBI said Rogers was wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. Residents who live near Beach High School along Long Hollow Pike are encouraged to search outbuildings, garages, and cars. Anyone with information is asked to contact 615-451-3838 or 1-800-TBI-FINE. Additional numbers include emergency communication controls at 615-451-4738 or Detective Carter at 615-442-1854. So here is the TBI's information from February 27th. The search continues for Sebastian this afternoon. We do have some additional contact methods for providing info you may have. And then it goes on to an Amber Alert has been issued. They provide his photo, and that all transpires. Then we go on to this one here. Hold on.
Sebastian Rogers is now on day 3. Peyton Kennedy is live at the command post now in Hendersonville with a closer look at what's been going on this morning. Peyton.
Yeah, Nicole, day 3 is underway here.
This is day 3. Wait. Did I get this one out of order? Yes, I did. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I want to go here first. Sorry. Pause. This one's out of order. I've got way too many tabs. You'll have to bear with me. Okay. So we've got endangered alert, move to Amber Alert. News media starting to kind of get involved and start reporting on it, posting updates. Then we have the Facebook group is formed on February 27th, which is the local Facebook group. It is very interesting to me that this was done on February 27th. I'm going to say, like, it's just very intriguing to me that this was made on February 27th. That's always been a part that I have never liked or felt good about. But we have a local that starts covering the case by the name of Terry Lynn. So Terry Lynn starts covering the case. Let me show you the date of this video just so you know. February 27th, 2024. That is when she started covering it. So we're going to take a little look-see at this and see what Terry Lynn said on February 27th. She is the first social media creator on YouTube to do videos like this about Sebastian's case.
Okay. Here's our latest update. I'm going to give you his name. And I'll do a roll call. That way we don't carry to anything. He's 15 years old. His name is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
I'm going to slow her down a little bit, but she is sped up for a reason.
He's only 5'5", 120 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. I'm going to give you pictures.
Do you notice this bothers me. This bothers me. Sorry, there's a lot that bothers me. I'm going to say that a lot through this, but listen to her.
Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He's only 5'5", 120 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. I'm going to give you pictures.
he started posting on community tabs and stuff, the missing flyers and things like that. Trevor Lee and Terry Lynn were both the very first ones to bring it to social media. I'll say that. I think he was posting on his Facebook too, like the missing flyers and stuff. But she's the first one to do a video of this format. Yeah, you'll see where I'm going and why I'm pointing that out.
And they do say that he is autistic. And he may not be able to return safely home without assistance. And that's
Good question. Why is she emotional? Why is she crying and emotional?
why they went ahead and they did the endangerment right here, because of this right here. And he was last seen at his home Monday, and it was at night on Stafford Court here in Hendersonville. And we're not allowed to go out and look for him. They're playing music right now.
We're not allowed to go out and look for him. Okay. Even the public were being asked to not go out and look for him.
They don't want to confuse him. And this is scary. And I'll give the latest also with the news. So let me say hello real quick. And thank you for putting that up there, because that's what I have right now, and that's all I have. But they're not allowing us to go out. We can take water to our local sheriffs and stuff like that. But they're not, there's nothing to do with the parents or anything.
Was it Robin? Tanya, was it Robin? Sorry, I'm trying to catch as many comments. I'm popping back and forth.
Anything like that at all. Let's see, hello, Apple. Let's see, Cranky, my Gypsy. Let's see, Big Bad Wolf. My Snuggle Bunny. My Nano. Let's see. Hope you feel better. My Drunk Kelly, I got you up there.
Fast forwarding.
Because they've been out on horseback.
Hold on.
It may confuse them, and it may. Everybody, yeah, it had my heart torn up, but I was like, I don't know what to do, because they said we cannot be out. It may confuse him, and it may make him go further, because they don't even know how far he may have gone at this point, because they've been out on horseback, because he does like horses, but the music they think may soothe him. Got my sweet Joji, my Nino, my Mona, my Drunk Kelly. Yep, those are the numbers there. Correct. Freeside, hello. The Harmony. Let's see, my Mayor. And I'm going to play this here. Hope you feel better. Where he's at, yes, he's where I graduated at, the Shackle Island area is where he first went missing. And it is wooded, yes. And at this point, he could be anywhere. They did say that there could be some sense. No, he did not go missing today. Not today. They started searching yesterday. So let me do this. I'm going to pull this up here. I'm going to pull this. Yeah, the alert went out. They went ahead and issued the endangered alert. And I'm glad they did.
Again, this is odd to me because this is February 27th. Yes, she's a local, but she is very emotionally charged already. Oh, Shelly, do not worry about that. A lot of people over the last 9 months have seen things and finally parted ways and didn't even know. That happens to a lot of people. So please do not apologize whatsoever. I'm not paying attention to random people in the comment section. I'm just putting it on so people can see that Seth was not in the comments. Well, I can't tell, to be honest, because I'm blocked by Seth, but you'll see who she's responding to, because she interacts and talks to her chat a lot. So a lot of people think she's just sputtering, but she is talking to her chat. That's the reason I have it up, not for anybody to pull out who was in there at one time. No, there's a lot of people that were over there at one time.
And it is about to start storming here. I can imagine my child being out in this. Here's this little picture. I'm going to play the video as well.
Tanya, let's not do that, because she will take that comment and she will I mean, I know you're not trying to armchair diagnose her, but they were looking for comments like that to be like, look at, they're targeting my mental health and shaming my mental health. So let's not do that. Let's not give her that, please. And thank you.
Hold on. And yes, his favorite song is Eye of the Tiger, and that's what they've
Oh,
been
you're
playing to
good.
help calm him. If they,
Tanya, you're good.
hopefully he can hear it.
I refuse to give her any more victimhood status than she already has.
Let's see if we can get this going. Come on, not the weather. We don't want that. Come on.
I'm moving it forward because there's just a lot of blank air here. She's kind of.
Oh my goodness, come on.
Now, we've been following the search for him since yesterday morning in the Shackle Island area. He is autistic with glasses, dirty blonde hair. He was.
Today is what I'll describe as a redundant search.
What are you doing?
Menopause.
She struggles like I do with technology.
138
Earlier, we're saying
that we're following.
Hold on.
A picture of the map in just a moment. We absolutely obliterated covering the area where Sebastian could have walked off to. Obviously, there's a litany of things that could have happened to Sebastian, and none of them we can presume are credible or validate yet. But we're doing everything we can. Every lead that we get, we're following. If someone calls and says, "Hey, I think we saw him by the pond," we're going to the pond and checking. Nothing's off the table at this point.
okay, and I guess the priority has it moved from a 2-perimeter search, right, 2-mile perimeter, to now how wider?
We're at about 5-mile width right now. As we clear the areas, we keep expanding. We do get calls and tips from time to time, and we take some of the teams we have here, respond to that area, and either cooperate or invalidate the tip.
So by February 27th, they've already hit 5 miles and they're expanding.
And we know that you guys earlier were saying that you're not discouraging the public from coming out. Is that still the same message now?
So right now we have enough first responders on the ground here that we can communicate with, that have the same training. They have the apps that we use to track, and there's a litany of reasons that it's important right now. There may come a time when we call on the public to come out and help us search, but right now we have plenty of first responders on scene. The best thing the public can do to help us is keep sharing it on social media. If you see something, say something. Call the Sumner County Emergency Communication Center at 615-451-3838.
So they were asking the public to stay out of the search area. That makes sense. Again, Brianna says, you're blocked by the father of a missing child for saying that child deserves better than the fuck shit he's been getting. Oh, Bree, thank you for the support, but it'll probably be a very good thing that I'm blocked by the time I'm done with this timeline. It's probably best for all of the team to have me blocked so they don't see how much I'm going to obliterate a lot of their stories over the next coming week and show people that these have already been debunked months ago, and all of this has been unnecessary, and this rehash and emotionally manipulating people and shoving new narratives and how they concocted, in my opinion, manufactured emotional manipulation for the public spectators. Yeah, it's probably best that they have me blocked, truthfully. So, and I did, for anybody that's wondering, I used Sebastian's hashtag today in this video because I specifically want this to get out there to new viewers. Yeah, Mallet's going on 9. I want this to get out there so people see that most of this stuff that they are coming out with and concocting now has already been debunked. Hey, Wolfie. So, carry on.
And check your home surveillance video. Just check. If you see something, call us. We'll come out and look. I think that's going to be what breaks the case. Is somebody's home surveillance video seeing something.
Okay. And at what point are people going to be coming out?
They absolutely are. Sumner County is the greatest place on earth. I truly believe that. We have the absolute greatest citizens here, but we also have the best law enforcement relationships in the county. We got people from across the state here, the TI, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Hendersonville's here, Galveston sent people. We have plenty of first responders. So my urge to the public right now would be to check your home videos and stay rested, because when the call comes, we'll put it out on social media, and that's when we'll need you to come.
Okay. And then, did you want to speak as well? Okay, I'm going to get you mic'd up. In the meantime, when you approach this search, is it different looking for a child than an adult?
It's definitely different looking for a child with autism. Yesterday, we consulted with someone in the.
Nurse Jen, I'm sorry this is spinning, but it's starting to storm, and that's why I said I've got to do this. Come on.
first responder world who does emergency management, who also has children who are autistic. And she kind of laid it out for
her video.
sure that he could see what's going on here.
I'm going to fast forward it a little bit because
I don't care how crazy it sounds. Familiar with, we know that
she really struggles with technology. Just
go
like me.
into looking for a child with autism.
some of the things that he likes, what he's familiar with. We know that Sebastian likes cats. We were told that his favorite song was Eye of the Tiger. We tried playing that to just kind of calm him and let him know we're here to help him. I'm sure that he could see what's going on here and be intimidated. But if he sees this newscast, I want him to know, Sebastian, come out. We're here to help you. We just want to get you home safe.
So as you see from what Terry Lynn is even playing on February 27th, that they were trying everything. They were playing his favorite songs. They were encouraging strangers, not, SAR professionals were on the ground working with them, but they were telling the random public, like people like Terry Lynn, to stay out of the search area because they didn't want to make him push further into the woods or whatever was going on. Like they were doing everything, but we've been told law enforcement hasn't done enough. Law enforcement, this is day number 2.
And at this point, have you guys ruled out any indication of foul play?
I won't say that we've ruled out any indication of foul play, but I will say that the family has been nothing but cooperative with us. Nothing but cooperative. There's no indication of foul play at the moment.
Okay. How have those tips
There's no indication of foul play at the moment. And that was day number 2.
been of people coming in and offering up any information? Have you guys had any leads or any information you can share with that?
We've had several tips. One of the tips was they decided off the Newman Trail off Long Haul Pike. We actually, when we got the tip, we sent a team out. We made contact with who they thought was Sebastian, and it was not. Again, that's a great tip. It could have been. So if somebody sees something, call us. Let us know.
And do you guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook.
I'm going to slow this down because this talks about the shoes specifically from law enforcement. Let me back that up just a second here.
They thought was Sebastian, and it was not. Again, that's a great tip. It could have been. So if somebody sees something, call us. Let us know.
And do you guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is supposed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
Law enforcement never stated he was barefoot. He stated that the mom states the shoes have been counted at the house. We've talked about that. People are so stuck on he did not have shoes. He would not go out barefoot. We don't know that he was actually barefoot.
Right. And how's the family?
Socks, other shoes. Like kids are smart people.
Just ask them, checking them.
Oh, I cannot imagine the struggle that the family is going through right now. I'm a dad. Director Wadner's dad. I don't know how they're handling it. I couldn't survive if something happened to my kids.
What are we trying to hide here, Terry Lynn? What are we trying to hide? What are we trying to hide, Terry Lynn? Why are you trying to hide your involvement on February 27th? Why are you trying to hide that? Don't worry. I mean, you're a huge portion of the optics changing in this story and people pushing narratives and misinformation and you getting in contact with other YouTubers. So you're over the next week, you're probably going to get real sick of me talking about you. But why are you hiding that? If you have nothing to hide, we're not picking you apart at all. It's sus that you were that emotional on February 27th when you don't have any connection to this family, correct? Huh. Oh, that's a BJ thing, Kim, all the time. Yeah. Lisa, thank you for being a member. Okay. Well, Terry Lynn was involved on February 27th. I got my point across. I mean, that is what it is. Let's move on to February 28th. I have no problem just cruising right along. So again, just to wrap up February 27th, Terry Lynn gets involved covering it. Seth is in Hendersonville. which he's there for the searches and, you know, with law enforcement and stuff of that nature. I'm not sure exactly which day he was removed from the command post, but Seth himself states in multiple interviews that he was kicked out of the command center. His claim is that it was because he was looking at computers to see what was going on. We don't know what technically happened, if that even happened. But so February 27th, the endangered alert switches to an amber alert. Officially, it's released. News media is starting to get into the coverage and pushing out the amber alert and the information. Law enforcement is stating that they are covering searches very thoroughly. They're asking the public not to get involved in the searches because they have trained professionals and they do not want to push him back into the area further. They're playing his favorite music, trying to lure him out. Again, Seth is in Hendersonville helping with the search. He did not spend the night. That is one thing that people have gotten confused on. He did not stay with Chris and Katie. He went home every night. So on the 26th, when law enforcement and him went back to his home to search his house in the late afternoon, early evening of February 26th, when they went with law enforcement to Clarksville to search his home, he did not return back to Hendersonville until the next day to search for Sebastian. So there's that. And he was there for the first 3 days around the search area. On February 27th, again, the Facebook group was made. Let me go back here and show you guys that in case you guys are curious. So this Facebook group, which is the Facebook group that Terry Lynn and Seth promoted as Seth's Facebook group. It's not Seth's Facebook group, but these are people that were connected somehow, some way to Seth Rogers. And this is the initial Facebook group that they were promoting. This was made, to many people's surprise, on February 27th. This group was made on February 27th. And you can see that right on your screen. And the neighbor Bobby is an admin and has been from Jump, and so is Karen. Do you guys remember when the guy with the signs, repent Chris Proudfoot? How many of you were around for that? When what was his name? Chris, was it Chris No. Oh, it's slipping my mind. It's in my notes. I'm gonna have to dig for that. The guy with the signs they were out there doing that protest saying repent Chris Proudfoot. That guy got into an argument with a younger man his name was Jaden. Jaden is Karen's son. Jaden is the one in like JLR's video alongside Seth and the coworker. It's still up. Girlfriend of Bobby's son. Explore. I don't know. I have no idea. Don't know on that. Yeah, the group is still up. 2 new posts today. They've got almost 11,000 members. This is current time. Like I'm showing you directly from Facebook. This is my search from Facebook that you can go find it. So yes, that was Jaden. Jaden was in the confrontation with the guy that had the reprint Chris Proudfoot signs. And he was also the guy that there was stories and rumors going around about how Seth was inappropriate. Jaden claims that he wasn't, but Jaden was also a part of that Applebee's or it wasn't Applebee's. It was where they all had dinner with Pascal after the vigil. Some of those details, they're so irrelevant that I don't care as much, but that's Jaden. Jaden is Karen's son. And if you remember back, Seth talks about Jaden. There's been many people, like BJ in particular, when they were talking about that incident, and Jaden was saying that that never happened, and Seth wasn't inappropriate with his girlfriend, yada, yada, yada. They said that Jaden was like a son to Seth. Well, his mom, Karen, is one of the main admins. She's also in the videos of all the vigils, all of that. Yeah. Yes, Kim. Yes, he is. Yep, you guys are right. Garden Party, thank you for becoming a member. Lisa, thank you for becoming a member. Kathy, thank you for being a member. And thank you for gifting a membership. Actually, you know what, you guys, that reminds me right quick. Hold on. I pulled this up to do this. I've got memberships to give. Give me 1 second. I keep forgetting to do this. There, I'm giving out my memberships. Thank you guys for being here. Okay, so this was all February 27th. Now we're going to go into February 28th. Terry Lynn, I find that fucking hysterical that Terry Lynn yanked that video. I find that hysterical. Anyways, carrying on. So let's go here. Let's play this one. Why is it doing that? No. No. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Do, Becky. There we go. Make sure you guys can see it. Yep, you can.
Sebastian Rogers is now on day 3. Peyton Kennedy is live at the command post now in Hendersonville with a closer look at what's been going on this morning. Peyton.
Yeah, Nicole, day 3 is underway here. We'll give you a look at the command post activity happening right now this morning. And of course, you can understand emotions are running high as it was pouring down rain here this morning and the temperature has dropped significantly. We want to show you this map as well that details the pathway hundreds of law enforcement members have taken, scouring the area for a sign of Sebastian. They've used helicopters, drones. This morning I saw crews leave on ATVs. Plus there's been horses from Hendersonville Police with more from the Metro PD reportedly on the way. Sebastian is 15 years old, has autism. He's 5'5", 120 pounds. He was reported missing Monday morning, last seen in a black sweatsuit. Now we're seeing a number of community organizations reaching out to help law enforcement agencies, including Live Love Nashville, Sumner County Fire Buffs, and Long Hollow Church, who have been feeding folks here at the command post. We actually just saw a couple trucks come up with some food deliveries as well.
Look at that response, though. I mean, that is something that I don't think people quite grasp. When we talk about a law enforcement response and the amount of people that were there within the first 3 days, it is unreal to see all of the response. Oh, she can go ahead and remove all the videos. I've got what I need because I've already reviewed them, so I'll just pull my own. She can do whatever she needs to. She can, yeah. Terry Lynn is Terry Lynn. She's interesting.
Now, Long Hollow Church held a prayer vigil last night and have offered their campus, which is just down the street from here, as a second command post if needed.
There's some things that we can't do. We're not trained to be on the front lines of that search, but what we can do well is to love those who are. And so that was kind of one of our first steps forward, was just to come alongside first responders. Many of them, they're a part of our community and we care about that. So, one thing we can do is put some warm food in them and just come alongside and be a support.
They've also turned over their surveillance footage to the police department in case anything was caught on those cameras. You are also encouraged to check your home's security cameras, turn that over to police if you see anything. And of course, if you know anything, give the sheriff a call or call the TBI. Live in Hendersonville, Peyton Kennedy.
So they were collecting surveillance cams from even businesses, churches in the area. Patricia, thank you for becoming a member. So this response, again, is incredible, like so thorough. Okay, carrying on into February 28th. Does anybody else remember what might have been interesting that happened on February 28th? Anybody else remember that might not have been covered in the news and we might not have found out about until after the fact? In fact, we might have found out through JLR coverage when he started getting involved. Nope, not just the GoFundMe did. The GoFundMe happened too. But there's another thing that happened on February 28th. Nina filed for an emergency custody hearing. Seth's parents came from Texas that day also. So Seth's parents show up from Texas that day, which that seems normal to me. Nina filed for an emergency custody hearing on February 28th. Many people forgot about that. Yep. And the GoFundMe was created. So day 2, the Facebook group with locals is created. Day 3, which I think from my understanding, the GoFundMe was actually created the night before it was released. Seth's parents come up. That's typical. That's normal for support. Their grandchild is missing. Like that's completely normal to me. But they did arrive on February 28th. But Nina filed for an emergency custody hearing on February 28th. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people have pointed that out too, Marlene. A lot of people have thrown that out. But if you go back to that first article, they mentioned he's been without his medication, which was really intriguing to me because from my understanding now, I could be wrong, and you guys tell me what you think about this, but his medication was never made out to be life-saving medication or life-dependent medication. So going back and finding articles that said, he's been without his medication, I was like, well, that's interesting. Kathy, thank you for being a member. Yeah, that's a blank slate. That's what it looks like, but it was never made into like a big deal. Marlene, that's a good point. Unless they are going off of what Katie saw him go to bed in. Like if that's what she last saw him going to bed in. Withdrawal can cause confusion. Absolutely, Tebow. Yep. Yeah. That call, the release call, are you nuts? Christina's Journey, thank you for the support and the super sticker. I think so too, Pika. I absolutely do. He meets the medical complexity of it, but it was weird because that wasn't like, well, let's just go on. Let's go on. Are you nuts? There was communication with Nina very fast. Seems like, my opinion solely, Robin and Nina and Seth had communication with quite a few people very fast. I'm sure he called and told her like, hey, we have Sebastian is missing, because it was starting to get out on the news. Amber alerts were starting to be issued, and their child, Chris and Nina's minor child, is a step sibling. So, that's kind of important details. Uh-huh. Yeah, she's always stayed in the background, though. Nina has always stayed in the background. It's not till March 29th that she comes out and does. Thank you, Sharon. Okay, let's carry on. I'm going to go on further on February 28th, more articles. Okay, let's go here. Pull this one up. Hold on. We got another ad, but this is February 28th. It was updated. Again, a lot of these are back and forth, but we'll get to where we can skip it in a minute. Okay, hold on. Let me pause that. Make it full screen. Where's my audio? Turn the audio on. Turn it all the way up. Okay, again, this is from February 28th. You guys can see it on your screen. This isn't the first week or so isn't as and when I say exciting, I mean it's very typical in my vision from what you see in most cases. Like, news coverage is very typical. The outpouring of support from the community, very typical. Law enforcement asking for strangers not to get involved because they don't want to contaminate scenes or push a child further in, typical. Seth's parents coming up for support, typical. The things that stand out to me big time in that first week: Terry Lynn's coverage, Nina's emergency custody hearing, the GoFundMe created, the Facebook page created. Those are the things that stand out to me majorly in that first week. Adrian, thank you so much for the super sticker. You guys, thank you. Okay, let's go here. Let's listen to this one.
Sumner County teen Sebastian Rogers, who has autism. He was last seen on Sunday. So there is an Amber Alert that is active for him right now. Our WSMV4's Jordan James is joining us live with the latest developments this morning and what police want you folks to know. Hey, good morning to you, Jordan.
Absolutely. Layla, I agree with you fully. I think that a call to Nina to tell her, hey, Sebastian is missing, would be common. The call, her knowing that Sebastian is missing, absolutely, I think is normal. Like, I mean, what is normal in a missing child's case? I think people are just doing their best and trying to figure out what to do. But I think her knowing or being contacted to notify her is very typical. The kids, her daughter is very close with Sebastian. You know, we were told that. So I think that is very, oh, that's cool, Adrian. Sharon, thank you so much for the support. Yep, we hit 10K. We will be doing our first fundraiser this weekend for charity.
Good morning, Holly. In the last few minutes, rescue crews have started to arrive here at the command site as they gear up for another day of searching for Sebastian. We're talking crews from across the state. They have been focusing specifically on the area around his house in a 5-mile radius. Now, Sumner County Sheriff's Office say that they have been following up on a number of tips, but at this point, none of them have panned out. In an effort to try to reach the 15.
Are you nuts? And that is actually a second hearing. That is not even that's not this hearing. That call was recorded between parties and then intentionally released the date of one of his hearings. It was held on to by YouTube creators and intentionally told to release on a certain date because of that hearing. But we have so much to get to before we even get to that point. Yeah. Why file for an emergency custody situation when, I mean, even if you're following law enforcement, that's what I'm saying. Listen to what law enforcement in the news articles are saying. Let me play this back, or let me finish this.
They have been playing his favorite song, Eye of the Tiger, to try to lure him out wherever he could possibly be. Sebastian is also the focus of a statewide Amber Alert and is currently off his medicine, which they believe could have a negative impact on his health. And at this time, investigators say they have not had any indications of foul play in this particular case and say that his family members have been cooperating.
No indication of foul play. They are still. This is February 28th. So law enforcement is stating that there's no indication of foul play. So, and maybe it's just because if I'm going out on a limb here and I'm going to let everything fly, again, we're going to play all sides here. Maybe she just said, well, fuck, I don't know what happened to this kid. We share a child. And maybe she just panicked and said, I'm going to file for an emergency custody hearing. Like, maybe she just went hyper vigilant, even though law enforcement is, telling the news media that there's no foul play suspected. They don't know what's happened, but maybe if you put everything on there, let's be hypothetical here and not biased. If you have an ex and you have been in a contentious custody situation with for years on end, and one of their other children goes missing, maybe you would file something too. I don't know. That seems early on because panic move. Yeah, we can throw that in there. I mean, I'm not faulting her because I don't know her intent or her motives, or was it, I'm going to use this for my benefit, because there has been audio released, supposedly taken by someone, which I didn't give much to as is either, because it was such an edited portion of a call. But I do remember a call being released. Don't know who it was with, don't know why it was released, but it was released way after the fact that she made a statement like, way to go, Chris, way to screw up our family vacation. But again, parents through an extremely contentious custody battle. Maybe that was just the next move for her. I don't know. I'm also trying to understand why she got herself connected with Terry Lynn, because Terry Lynn was connected to Nina early on. I'm not really understanding that. So ruined their vacation. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Kathy 4. I think there's parts of it that are true. If I'm being honest, I think there's parts of it that are true. The problems I have issue with, and that comes up on March 29th, which we will get to that too, in the timeline of things. But I think none of us know. Like, I'm not here to shame her or say her story's not true. There are things that make me question some of the pieces of it, because if these things happened in a law enforcement parking lot, there should have been videos. Why didn't she sue the law enforcement officers? There's a lot of things that stood out to me about that story. But then again, the bigger piece for me in all of that is what did we learn from Nina coming forward and telling her story that has helped find Sebastian? Generally, that's coming up. The Facebook posts. Hold on. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of questions here. But again, I just find it interesting. So like I said, the first few things that I find interesting, and how did Nina coming out and telling her story tell anything or give us light to anything about Sebastian? That's the problem I have with this. If I'm looking at this from a lens of just and that's what I'm hoping you guys can do. What is beneficial to actually searching and finding Sebastian versus what are the optics to emotionally manipulate you to get you hooked on this side or that side and make you choose a team and make you feel some sort of way about the parents? Do you understand what I'm saying here? Like, none of Nina's coming forward helped with anything. Didn't teach us anything about Sebastian. Didn't teach us anything about the search for Sebastian. Didn't have anything to do or help with anything. Uh-huh. Yep, you guys. Okay. Let's go on. Let's continue to go, because we've got, so this one again, February 28th, another one from February 28th. Now, some of these have duplicate stuff in them, but I want to play all of the ones that were. So this one says, FBI called in to assist with search for missing Sumner County teen. I want to play them all so people can understand what was being presented in the media versus when social media gets involved and starts running narratives.
Breaking news alert.
Breaking tonight, the FBI is now involved in the search for a missing teenager.
And the sudden cold snap is ratcheting up the urgency as crews race to cover more ground. Search crews, 200 people strong, have spent 3 days scouring the area around 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers' home to no avail. With an active Amber Alert now in effect, the clock is ticking. This is My Owens joins us live tonight from Hendersonville. My, what's the latest?
Well, Bob, Haley, tonight the tone has been centered around prayer. Right now, we're outside of the command post for this search, but across Sumner County, there has been an outpouring of support for Sebastian and his family as the days continue to go by and he is still not found. Many people simply are hoping that answers will come soon.
We humble ourselves and we beg that you would rescue Sebastian.
Inside the Northfield Church in Gallatin.
That you would bring him home safely.
It's not a simple prayer.
Father, we are afraid.
But it's one many in Sumner County are saying tonight, hoping 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers will get home safely.
I think initially Monday, some people thought maybe he's doing what Sebastian does, which is hide. I think every kid likes to play hide and seek. But as Monday kind of played out, we realized that something isn't right.
It's been 3 days of searching. After Sebastian went missing late Monday night, now many in Sumner County are simply praying for answers.
To sit with Chris and Katie, to sit with Seth, there's no way to explain what it's like right now.
A family friend in attendance after spending time with Sebastian's parents.
To see them go from the grief that they have to they'll come up with a memory and a smile at the same time.
Wait, I thought no friends talked for them. I thought that was a big narrative, that nobody locally liked them and nobody talked about what they were going through. I thought that was something that everybody was told. Marcy, thank you for becoming a member. I thought that was stated that nobody supported them. Oh, wait, it was. But that didn't start happening until social media started getting involved. But here's a friend speaking to the news. Isn't it ironic?
So their strength is there. There's a lot going on. There's so much you can imagine. Their phones and their computers, everything's going off at once. But in the stillness, they looked at both of them at the same time today and told me, just tell them thanks for us.
For days, crews have been in the area.
So they were thanking the searchers through friends? Oh, that's what we just heard. Oh, interesting. How interesting is that?
Of beach in Shackle Island. Tips coming in, but none panning out. Law enforcement now encouraging the public to stay home.
The reason for that is there are already hundreds of professional people who are looking for Sebastian, and they're looking for footprints, they're looking for scents, and the more people that cover those up, the less likelihood that the professionals can find what they're doing.
So even the vigil that was being held at the church, they were telling people that they didn't want strangers covering up footprints or anything like that. Someone who spoke about all three parents. Hope, isn't that amazing? Isn't it ironic, the things you learn when you go back and look at all of the things that were actually being said?
But one thing they can do is pray.
That he will guard Sebastian, that he will guard Sebastian's family, and that he will give a miracle to our community is what we're asking for.
And Sebastian's family has been waiting at home for his safe return as law enforcement.
Oh, wait, day number 3, they're still at home? They're still at home? I thought in the first day, they sold their house, according to Julie, and took off. Oh, wait, that story wasn't concocted until months later. But initially, according to the media, they were at home doing what law enforcement asked them to. Huh, isn't it way different when you watch what media actually says compared to when social media gets involved? Oh, it's going to be quite the distinction.
Crews have been working throughout the night. We are told they will be right back here at 7 o'clock in the morning. They are asking anyone who sees Sebastian to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I'm told we have that number there on your screen. As I said tonight, just many prayers throughout the county that he is found soon.
Huh. It's a miracle what you learn when you go back. I got another one pulled up. Hold on. Of course, it's got an ad. Give me a second. It's got to play through the ad, of course. But let's go over here. These are all still February 28th. That's what day we are on. It's February 28th for anybody that is following along on dates. Judy, thank you for becoming a member. Now, most of these have been gone over, but I think this far in, people forget a lot about what actually was happening.
You don't want anything to happen to anybody, let alone a child.
The heartache is deep in Sumner County as a classroom chair has sat empty all week long, one that belongs to Sebastian Rogers, a missing 15-year-old with autism. He hasn't been seen in 5 days.
A dive team has now been called in to help with this investigation. News Channel 5's Aaron Cantrell has been following this search all week. Aaron, tell us what's going on.
This is another one that was initially posted on the date and then updated later. So there's that. Just remember, a lot of these were posted and then they were updated later. So the information in the video might be additional details as they learned, but if you go to the articles, their initial posting dates were that. Thank you, Music City Mom.
And on out there today.
Well, Emily and Carrie, there's still an active scene out here, but we do know that the Franklin Police Department, they got a call from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office yesterday asking if they could send out a dive team. And there was a small police presence outside of the Rogers family home today. There were members of that dive team. Also, there was a raft and an ATV, and officers were just looking at the area, just hoping to look for anything that could lead to Sebastian. But community members, they are just hoping and praying that he comes home safely. It's a busy day inside Worsham's General Store.
Kids are buzzing in and out of here. It's gonna be 4:30.
Oh shit, are we at Worsham's? Wait, we're at the general store that everybody says or is about to say in the next coming weeks as we go through things that there was some nefarious activity at Worsham's. But shit, news media went to Worsham's and talked to the public, huh? Do you think they're about to learn that?
37.
Some people call it the foundation of the Shackle Island community.
Teachers are grabbing breakfast and lunch.
But this community hasn't felt stable since Monday, after 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing from his home on Stratford Court.
My entire school is in a constant state of prayer for him.
Patricia Shemansky is Sebastian's former 8th grade teacher at T.W. Hunter Middle School.
He has a great sense of humor. He loves people. He loves animals.
She says Sebastian may have autism, but he's extremely high functioning.
He has a great sense of humor, loves to laugh. He's a jokester. He's extremely smart.
Feeling helpless as they wait around for answers, her school decided to honor Sebastian by wearing his favorite color.
You have to pick a pencil, you pick the green one, you know, you pick a folder, you pick a green one. So he always picked green, so we knew it was his favorite.
This week, multiple agencies have searched thousands of miles for Sebastian.
A lot of the initial coverage on Sebastian was alongside Riley Strain coverage. You are correct. That is correct.
Sebastian using scent-trained dogs, horses, and technology, but still no luck.
Wait, so we know that a dive team was out there, canines, and horses? Oh yeah, we've already seen all this.
Typically autism, children are drawn to water. So if there's a pond or a lake on anyone's property, to look those places.
Andrea Haynes also knows Sebastian likes small spaces.
Sebastian came to my classroom because this is
Generally, you are absolutely correct. They were starting the playbook with Riley Strain. They were trying to get nefarious stories to run with Riley Strain. When Riley was found and it looked like an accident, people were absolutely not willing to let it go even. Some still are running with conspiracies around Riley's unfortunate situation. But they were absolutely priming the pump for nefarious activity in Riley's. And then it just transitioned and rolled right into the next one. crazy.
A small classroom. He always was smiling and always had a great imagination when it came to drawing.
They're hopeful he will return home safely.
All right, thank you.
So folks in the community were speaking out. Friends of the family were speaking out. The community was rallying around in support. This is in the first few days.
Standing firmly together as a community.
I also have such hope in the team that I saw going out there. They are taking this extremely serious, and from what I saw them doing, they're leaving no stone unturned.
We love him, that we're all praying for him and wishing for his safe return.
So in addition to those teachers, we saw several community members out here today wearing this exact color here, green. They're just sending their hopes and prayers that Sebastian returns home safely. Now, authorities, they're asking folks in the area to still check their home surveillance video if you see Sebastian or see anything suspicious. And if you do happen to come across him, of course, call police immediately. I'll send it back to you all.
Yeah. We're hoping for a good update soon, Aaron.
Okay, let's carry forward. These are all just the different news segments that were popping off February 28th. So just a quick reminder for anybody coming in, February 26th, Sebastian goes missing. We know that Sebastian and Katie had dinner at Texas Roadhouse on February 25th. We know that there was footage gathered by law enforcement from the Texas Roadhouse early on, almost immediately from their dinner. We also know that there was dash cam audio of the ride home between Sebastian and Katie. And we will get to that upcoming. But I played a clip of that last night where Sweetie Pilo confirms through her source, which she had sources as in Seth Rogers, Terry Lynn, and some neighborhood people, that law enforcement had that audio interaction between Katie and Sebastian on his trip home from Texas Roadhouse. We also know that it was confirmed early on that there was video footage of Sebastian taking the trash out. We know that on February 22nd, it is claimed that that was the last time Seth spoke to Sebastian. But on February 26th, he goes missing. An endangered alert is issued. Seth is contacted by Chris Proudfoot at 6:22 a.m. He does not get the call right away because he is at work and his phone is in his truck, but law enforcement is contacted at 6:33 a.m. February 27th, the endangered alert is switched to an amber alert. Seth once again comes to Hendersonville to be present. Going back to February 26th, in the late afternoon, early evening hours of February 26th, law enforcement follows Seth back to Clarksville to search his residence and gather anything of need from Seth's residence. Seth stayed home that evening after law enforcement was there present with him. He returns back to Hendersonville on February 27th. On February 27th, the Facebook group for the locals was created. Again, on your screen now, so you can see that I'm not full of shit. This is got admins such as Bobby the Bullshit Neighbor and Karen, who has been a foundational piece and is the mother of Jaden, who has been present and a part of most of these searches and this ongoing story. On February 28th, Seth, his family comes for support from Texas, meaning Robin and her husband. A GoFundMe was created by Seth's sister on February 28th. Nina filed an emergency custody hearing on February 28th. That is where we are at currently. Now, going back to this.
Now, News 2 at 5.
Thank you, Mark, and good evening, everyone. Welcome to News 2 at 5. I'm Bob Mueller.
And I'm Haley Wilgus. 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers has been missing in Sumner County for 3 days now. And we have been following that story very closely. The TBI upgraded his case to an Amber Alert last night, meaning agents think he is in imminent danger. Agencies from all over the state have come out to assist.
This is Caitlin Quisenberry joins us live from the search headquarters.
Oh, and on February 27th, Terry Lynn started covering this story. But I'm going to show you something really funny when we're done with this.
At the Shackle Island Volunteer Fire Department. Caitlin, this is a massive search effort.
Absolutely. So far today, authorities have put out a call for more police mounted patrols as possible, and Hendersonville Police and Wilson County Sheriff's Office have responded to that call, bringing in extra horses and people for that. And also out in the field here today have been drones, helicopters, and all-terrain vehicles. Sebastian Rogers is 15 years old with autism. He was last seen at his home on Stafford Court around midnight Sunday, wearing a black sweatshirt and sweatpants, possibly barefoot. Two of the many concerns officials are
possibly barefoot
facing now is Sebastian has been off of his medication since going missing, and the temperatures are expected to continue to drop below freezing as the night goes on.
So they mention his medications again. This was something interesting to me that I had forgotten about, even though I had seen most of these in the beginning. Law enforcement was concerned about him being off his medication. Now, I'm sure, as we've talked about before, withdrawals from medication, all of that stuff is concerning. But hearing it mentioned like this did kind of go, oh, yeah, they were.
I will say I've spoken to a couple residents out here who really just want to help in the search. Officials say if you do want to help search your property and your home surveillance video for any sighting of Sebastian, you can also donate packaged snacks and beverages to emergency crews working around the clock to locate Sebastian.
To go out in the woods and the trees and that to search, so they just need snacks, things they can put in their backpacks and take. So the need became the water, Gatorade, and snacks. So I decided after a conversation with them, it's always better to get the community away from the command center so they can do their job. But this community is so helpful and want to be involved that they just want to come, and hopefully they can help. But we just decided to open here to kind of give the community a place that they can bring things.
If you are able to bring snacks or drinks, drop them off at the Premier Center on Volunteer Drive. It's open until 6 and will reopen tomorrow morning at 8. If you aren't able to make those hours, he says you can leave the donations under the awning. And as the night continues, there will be a community prayer vigil held at Northfield Church in Gallatin at 6.
We saw a clip of that in the previous news segment.
All are welcome to attend. News 2 will be there bringing you updates as well. And we'll continue to be here at the headquarters as this search progresses. Live in Sumner County, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
Okay, so then we're going to go on to this one. Again, this is all from February 28th into the 29th. Some of these were later in the evening. Oh, it's got an ad, of course. Of course. Oh, well, that's grabbing the ad. I want to show you this. Terry Lynn just went in and deleted everything she's got on Sebastian or privated it. She went in and privated it up till she left her searching for Sebastian day 59. Why are you doing that, Terry Lynn? Why are you doing that? Why are you worried? Why are you worried about us knowing about your coverage? Huh? Isn't that weird? Actually, this first one, none of the parents attended. The first one, none of the parents attended, from my understanding. This was more of a community-wide thing, and the parents didn't attend. So, and if you rewind back, there's a clip where the family friend speaks on behalf of all of them. I find that funny. Terry Lynn, what you got to hide? What you hiding over there? Nothing. You ain't hiding nothing, because it already exists.
Community prayer vigil for the search of Sebastian.
State and county agencies have been out looking for him. WSMV's Sharon Dankwa attended the vigil at Northfield Church, hearing tearful pleas for answers.
Friends, neighbors, and Sebastian's classmates say their hearts break each day he's still out there. So while crews are out searching, they were in here praying for him to be found. Through tears, dozens of people sat pleading for the safety of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Some of Sebastian's friends and people who are his age have joined us.
He's a 15-year-old boy city, county, and state officials have spent more than 3 days looking for. They say he wandered out of his Shackle Island home Sunday night and hasn't been seen since.
What law enforcement has told us is that with a lot of people searching, since they have so many specialty people and law enforcement people, that when the general public gets out there, we can cover up tracks, we can cover up sin.
Thank you, Mike. This is kind of a repeat of some of these articles, but I find it interesting to hear all the different things that are stated in all these articles.
Yes.
So to fight against the feeling of helplessness, Tom Hayden, lead pastor of Northfield Church, helped organize this event.
We believe in the power of prayer. And so we're calling on people in our community to come together and unite in what we can do.
Sumner County Mayor John Isabel.
They ask me, what can I do? And I tell them that the most important thing you can do right now is pray.
And
even the mayor was there. Isn't that the mayor that Terry Lynn claims to know? Oh, it is. She claims that her child is named after him or something. I don't even know, but I find that to be interesting how she always used to say that.
A representative of the mayor of Gallatin and Hendersonville,
how helpless so many of us felt,
also took the stage to pray.
We want to do what the church does best.
So while crews search into yet another day, people say they aren't just checking their cameras and searching their yards, they're emotionally and fearfully praying for answers.
We beg that you would rescue Sebastian.
Friends and neighbors say they won't stop praying until Sebastian is home safe. In Gallatin, Sharon Dankwa, WSMV 4.
Okay, carrying on. Let's go to February 29th. Okay. This is one of the updates provided by law enforcement. Anybody, most of you guys have seen these already. Most of this, I'm not showing anything new here, but I think it's very interesting to go back and look at what was actually being stated by the community and law enforcement, because wow, after 8 months has things changed and the optics have changed and how people perceive the situation and what has happened is really unreal. So again, this is, let me show you the date so you guys can all see it. February 29th. This is from WKRN.
I want to get to this breaking news.
And I do have later on, I can, after I'm done with all this stuff, I will post the links for like the videos that we're going through. I can post that in the description. But when I'm done with this series, I have a playlist that I've started that I will be using videos from that I can post for you guys too, if you would like me to down the road. It's not even close to complete, but it's got a lot of the videos that are really like, whoa, from social media.
Right now, I'm Mark Kelly from the WKRN.com alert desk. We're expecting any moment right now an update on the search for that missing teenager, Sebastian Rogers. Let's listen in live.
Here in a few moments, I'll go through some slides and show you what we've done over the past 4 days of searching. Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
Okay, and when Chief talks about searching your homes, if you've got a farm, we're well aware that the tendency to follow creeks is great, and we've actually done some case studies, some history on calls and searches in the past where young men or young women have traveled to creeks. So we want you to look at creeks. We want you to look at ponds. And if you look at a pond, look for foot tracks around the pond. And then we'll go into, when Chief's ready, we're going to go into pictures and we'll show you our operational periods and the maps that we use to track our searchers. Okay, so this is day one, and all of the rings you see are a fixed wing aircraft, TBI's fixed winged aircraft, and they use a FLIR, and they do a continual circle on a 2-mile ring. And the video quality and the pictures that they produce are amazing. And the lines that you see that are going all over the place, the green and the purple and the blues, those are helicopters, THP Metro. And then all of the lines in the middle, when you draw that in, those are our foot searchers. So in the first 2 days, we logged over 2,000 miles of personnel on foot doing searches in those search areas. If you want to go to the next page. So that's day 2. And you can see we're continuing to expand those search areas, and you'll see clues, you'll see markers. If a searcher finds something, they mark it. We send a detective or detectives to that scene or to that area. And if they find evidence, we haven't found any evidence. And but if they find something that they think is substantial, CID investigates it. Go on to the next day. That's the next day TBI was back. That second day we had really bad weather with rain. And so these are the rings from TBI again. And they did some almost tri-oval type figures when we were looking at particular areas, and they were looking at streams at that time, and a lot of helicopter, and then more ground troops. And then we got one more day. And then today we're expanding west, and you can see those areas that personnel are searching. And so what we do is we get them in, and we've got an app that they utilize, and they create tracks, and you can see the tracks in those sections as they do the search.
Looks like law enforcement was being extremely transparent and extremely thorough with their search, if you ask me. And this was all from jump.
And we've got several other things going on. We're utilizing drones, K9, and UTVs, ATVs, horses, aircraft, and anything at our disposal to get Sebastian located.
Like Director Widener said, what you didn't see on there was any drone track. The drones aren't tracked on Sartopo. What you didn't see on there were several assets that didn't have the app that day. So what you're seeing is what we know we have tracked. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. We have no evidence to disprove that. The family's been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement in our investigation. We are truly operating under the assumption that there's a child missing that needs our help. So if the public is out there and you have a house close by or not close by, right? Check your property twice a day. If you find something, call us. If you have trail cams out on properties that you hunt, check them. If there's an image that you think could be Sebastian, call us. Anything, any tip that you have, call us. We want to bring Sebastian home.
And when the chief says, even if it's not right here, so I actually spoke to the incident commander of a search operation that happened west of here, and a 14-year-old went missing, was found 9 days later, 6.2 miles from home. So we're looking at, we don't want to go out too far, too fast, but even if you live in Davidson County, if you live in Robertson County, if you live anywhere in Sumner County and adjoining counties that you think he could have made it to your property, search those creeks, streams, tributaries, ponds, barns, outbuildings, vacant homes, anything, any place that you think he could be.
One tip, if you're searching your property, is to search it in pairs. If we have aerial assets up and they see someone walking alone through a field, we're going to deploy resources to make sure that is not Sebastian. Secondly, if you're out searching your field and something happens to you, someone needs to be able to call for help and tend to you while we're on the way to help you. So
seems to me like law enforcement was really, really doing their job. Seems to me like law enforcement was really invested and has been invested in finding Sebastian. Seems to me like local news media was really heavily covering this, trying to keep everybody in the local area and beyond in the loop. Seems to me like they were really trying as hard as possible to bring awareness to this missing child and not giving up, calling in outside agencies to come in and help. So why the need for all the upcoming bullshit, I wonder? Well, let's get through all this so we can get into the BS.
if you're searching, please search in pairs and be safe.
What's the weather been like to possibly affect the search?
Weather, our primary concern with weather is for Sebastian. So the rain that we got and the cold temperatures yesterday and into last night gave us concern for hypothermia. But for rescuers, we put rain gear on when we go. Our mounted people, we're using a lot of tactical officers at night with FLIR or with night vision. And so our search personnel, the weather does not bother them. They go and they're going to perform the search. We're looking at rain tomorrow. The temperature is going to stabilize a little bit. 245 and 17 are feeding us weather on request, and National Weather Service is working with us every day, sending us information if anything changes. So,
Chief, I know you guys had asked for doorbell cam and surveillance camera. Have you guys been able, since Sunday night, Monday morning, been able to actually put eyes on Sebastian? Has any video actually shown him?
They're talking about surveillance camera. They've been asking for everybody to check their surveillance camera. He's about to answer.
We have had several clips that have come in. Several of them we've been able to dispel that's not Sebastian on that clip. We are still working every lead that comes in. So as the video comes in, our detectives, we're working really well alongside the TBI and all of our other law enforcement partners in the region to make sure that we're getting on them just as quickly as possible.
But there hasn't been one video that you guys have had that you said that's...
There's not a confirmed sighting of Sebastian on camera.
Gotcha.
Again, this was February 29th.
Any of the canines able to pick up on his scent or something that can lead you to maybe a direction where he might have been?
We've done that. We've actually cast the dogs at intersections to see if they take us. And our dogs are scent specific, and we have scent articles from the home, and they have not. We have gotten some tracks away from the home, and we haven't had anything that leads us to Sebastian, obviously.
They've gotten scents away from the home and nothing that leads to Sebastian. They had scent specific. They had multiple types of dogs. Unfortunately, nothing led to Sebastian. So arguing over whether there was a scent or not, nothing at this point.
You mentioned that you've covered about 2,000 miles, correct? What's the word on the amount of volunteers and people helping?
We'll address that later. We still got plenty of, and what you got to understand is span of control and manageability. And I know there's a lot of talk out there. You know, you need to get more people out there, but we've got to do it coordinated, and we've got to be able to monitor and ensure the safety of our searchers. So right now we've got so many public safety assets that we can track and we can communicate with, that we are in good shape right now. And we are discussing the possibility of going into volunteers.
We have begun the conversation of coordinating with local volunteer groups. Should we need them, there's a plan in place. What I don't want is to have 1,000 people out in the woods, someone get injured, and now we have to deploy resources to them that should be deployed to get Sebastian home safely. As of right now, I've talked to the FBI, I've talked to world-renowned detectives from the Middle Tennessee area, and every one of them has said we're doing everything that we should be doing. We're doing everything.
Oh, wait. Is Craddock admitting that he reached out to world-renowned detectives from other areas for advice and assistance? Wow. Say it ain't so. The FBI too? These guys, in my opinion, were extremely dedicated and doing everything they possibly could.
Thing that we can. I'm open to ideas. If someone's got an idea that we're not applying yet, let me know. I'll apply it.
Do you know how many hours, how many miles you guys have clocked in and searched so far?
2,000 by foot the first 2 days. We're not tracking hours now. We'll put all that together. We'll do an after action report. But now we're going through the day, preparing this afternoon for tomorrow. We've got a team that's doing that. We've even got the tax assessor's office working with us on additional mapping for streams and creeks that we want to make sure we're covering. And I'll tell y'all, we're hitting streams and creeks heavy. So that's something we need done is creeks, streams, tributaries checked, because the watershed from the Tyree Springs area coming down in here. One thing I've learned about autism is the stamina, the pain threshold, the drive in these men and women, young boys and young girls is greater than ours. Okay. So the particular case in northern Mississippi and West Tennessee, this young man walked until he passed out. And when they got to him, he was laying face down and they were like, oh my, but he was unconscious. And they've done stories on him. And so that's something we're looking at, and we urge people to get out and check those locations. A lot of farms in Sumner County, a lot of creeks in Sumner County, check them.
I hate to cut you guys off, but I'm really focused on getting Sebastian home, and we need to get back out and make sure we're doing everything we can. I really appreciate you guys being here and covering the story. And as soon as there's an update, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back here at the WKRN.com alert desk, you just got the latest update from law enforcement there in Sumner County as the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers now enters day 4, and they continue making that push for property owners in the area to continue searching their own property twice a day, looking for Sebastian. At this point, they say Sebastian walked off. The family is cooperating with the investigation. We're going to have much more coming up.
They're saying that Sebastian walked off. Huh. All right, let's carry on. So this is a duplicate, but all of the news channels, of course, were putting this out. WKRN, of course, you know, all of the channels. This was ABC. So all of them were trying, you know, WKRN, the 29th. I'm going to take you now into March 1st. Well, that's not the right post. Hold on. Let me go back. I had it going on. Oh, there it is. There I am. I just had to hit the backspace button. Here you go. So on March 1st, Nick Barris. So we detailed the 29th. So we're up to the 29th. And there's going to be other things like a retention pond was searched and drained on the 29th. Vigil at the church, the GoFundMe was posted. So things that stand out to me, and you guys can tell me, let's just gather our thoughts for a moment before we carry forward. Between the 26th, you can even go the 25th if you would like to, with the Texas Roadhouse video. We know, though, that there is audio between Katie and Sebastian on the drive home from Texas Roadhouse. And we know that there is video of Sebastian taking the trash out on the 25th of February. So between the 25th and the 29th, with what we just detailed, what are things that stand out to you in the comment section as strange or out of the ordinary with anything that you've heard? I'll tell you my concerns. Nothing about the 25th, the Roadhouse footage stands out to me. Again, I'm not an expert to decipher video footage or the interaction or anything like that. But I take great weight into law enforcement had that video from the jump and the audio between Sebastian and Katie from her car on the drive home on the 25th. I find nothing concerning about the endangered alert on the 26th. I find nothing of substance about Seth being contacted at 6:22 and then law enforcement being contacted at 6:33. I do find it a little interesting and off to me that nobody went to Seth's house automatically to make sure that Sebastian didn't make it there by way of Uber, taxi, anything of that nature. I find it odd that nobody returned to the home until law enforcement and him returned to search his house and gather things that evening. Now, we recently have heard that he contacted neighbors. Did neighbors go in and search his house to make sure Sebastian wasn't there? I'm not sure. No idea. Going into the 27th, I find nothing of substance between it being moved from an endangered to an Amber Alert. I find nothing suspicious about Seth being in Hendersonville for the searches at all. I do find it very weird that a Facebook group was created on the 27th with people who have played a very problematic role, in my opinion, throughout this case, such as Bullshit Bobby and Karen, who has been a foundational piece with her son alongside Seth. I find that to be odd. The Facebook group I find odd. If I'm just, these are my opinions, my thoughts. You're entitled to your own. You guys can say that you disagree, and that is totally fine. I also I don't find it odd that Terry Lynn, being a local, starts covering the case on February 27th. I don't find that odd. I find Terry Lynn odd and her emotional reaction and all of the things strange. But I don't find it odd that a local starts covering this case and trying to get the word out on the 27th. I just find her to be strange. Whose Facebook is it? I've seen your discussion board feedback. Autumn, what do you mean? Kim, I haven't given much. That's all noise. I mean, people move all the time. I found that to be a distraction and weird, to be honest. I didn't pay much attention because that came from Clue and those guys, and it's something I stand against because unless law enforcement is stating that these people are persons of interest or potentially have anything involved in it, I find that to be weird. Seth is working with Mike. Yep, we're gonna look in that. We're gonna look at that coming up. February 29th. Playing devil's advocate. Well, I don't even have to go there. I don't find it odd that Seth's family comes from Texas on February 28th at all. I find that to be normal for support. Absolutely. The GoFundMe being created by Seth's sister, I do find odd because there was supposedly a conversation, and they've all stated this, Seth himself, that they agreed not to do a GoFundMe. So I find that to be a little strange that they went directly against that. Nina's emergency custody hearing. If I'm playing devil's advocate on that, if I'm the mother in a contentious custody divorce and just looking for any opportunity to make the other parent look bad, or I might find something strange about that. We don't know all the inner workings, but do you guys find that odd? I don't know. I think there could be excuses for it or reasons for it. But I also find, I mean, that was very fast. Yeah, the Facebook group day 2, the GoFundMe day 3 is interesting to me. Well, Kathy, I would agree with that, except for it's a private group. And it's people that have only been Team Seth all along. And people that claimed that they didn't even know the house had sold. People didn't live in the house and so on and so forth. That's strange to me. I think it's who is involved more so that's concerning to me. Yeah, it's private, Kathy. Here, let me show you guys that again. It's a private group. Yeah, it's a private closed group. That's one of the things I said initially when we talked about this was if it's a public group, I can understand awareness and a group being made for awareness purposes. To get the word out. Like nothing strange about that to me at all. But the fact that this was a private group right from jump is interesting to me. Casual art, I love that opinion. Having dealt with revenge exes, I don't find Nina doing that odd, but it was probably with a little assistance. Very valid. Very, very valid. I think a lot of the maneuvering in the beginning was probably people just doing what they needed to, even Nina, or what they thought was important or beneficial to whatever their situation was going on. She's been in a contentious custody battle, not wanting this back and forth as is. You've got a child that goes missing. I'm gonna tell you if I'm gonna be completely honest here, if I'm in Nina's shoes, not knowing all the details, not just going off of surface value, what's being said, there might be valid reasons for her doing that. We don't know. But again, the optics of it, because that starts playing a huge role in what is going to start coming into play, what we're going to be watching. That becomes a main focus. So we go from the media focusing on Sebastian, right? That is a big takeaway I want people to understand. The media's focus was Sebastian. His likes, dislikes, how people can help find him, what's important to Sebastian. Nope, zero Fox given. That was JLR's group. Stayed on the video. You found that odd? Snowflakes, I didn't find that odd, I don't think. If the siblings had a great relationship, they were probably just goofing off, maybe playing video games together on FaceTime. I don't know. Not really sure. I didn't find that odd. But I do find this group odd. Again, it's something that I've felt off about all along because it's a private group. It is what it is. Okay, let's move forward. Let's go back to on March 1st. Nick Barris makes a post. Nick Barris makes a post and says, 5 days and nothing. Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old with autism, has now been missing for more than 5 days and remains the subject of an ongoing Amber Alert out of Sumner County, Tennessee. So many of you continue to message me for an update on the search. Authorities did not give a news briefing today, which means there have been no new significant developments, at least no developments that they want to share. But I assure you, much is happening behind the scenes. What we do know is crews in dive suits today searched waterways and even drained a nearby pond. A bloodhound was searching around the family home where Sebastian was last seen. He disappeared sometime late Sunday night or early Monday morning. To date, there have been no confirmed sightings of Sebastian. No video of the teen captured on a Ring camera or on and Ring on. It should be on a Ring. Or security cameras in the neighborhood, and dogs have not picked up any scent of the boy. He did not have a cell phone. The working theory is that Sebastian walked away barefoot from his home. Again, law enforcement was not saying he absolutely did. They were just saying that the mother said his shoes were accounted for. That certainly remains a possibility. But those familiar with the ongoing investigation tell me, yes, the search will continue on foot and using drones, dogs, and aircraft. But here is the shift. Other investigators will now double back to the home and immediate area. They will re-interview and vet everyone who knows the boy from friends, neighbors, and family members. I know the TBI has interviewed Sebastian's mother and stepfather separately. Again, this is March 1st. Authorities say the family has cooperated to this point. So far, family members have declined to speak out publicly. I'm told authorities now must consider the possibility of foul play. Why? Consider a barefoot teen walks away on his own and there is no scent picked up by dogs, no security video showing him in the area, and no confirmed sightings. After 5 days of intense searching, that simply does not add up. I have included 2 new photos here of Sebastian posing with some of his teachers. Yes, he is autistic, verbal, and high functioning. The teachers told my colleague, Erin Cantrell, Sebastian fit right in with his classmates, a seemingly normal acting teen who only occasionally became overwhelmed. Well liked, smart, and sweet. Sebastian is 5'5" tall, 120 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes, and was wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and glasses. It is still entirely possible Sebastian is out there somewhere hurt, lost, or hiding on his own, and hopefully will be found. That remains the working theory. But the fact is, children simply do not vanish on their own without a trace. Anyone with information about Sebastian's whereabouts is encouraged to call Sumner County Sheriff's Office at 615-451-3838 or TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND. And there is the pictures of Sebastian. Moving forward, there was nothing much more of significance on March 1st that I really wanted to add to my timeline. Some of these days aren't going to have as much because we need to get into the meat and potatoes of this case. So, March 1st was also Wear Green Day. Now we are going to go over here. Let me check I'm working on like 3 different things. So, the 2nd of March, which is a Saturday, we have Seth's parents return to Texas, and we also have another news broadcast.
It's been nearly 6 days since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing from his home in Hendersonville, and this morning the search continues. Our Jaxie Pigeon joins us live from the command center this morning with the latest on the search efforts. Jaxie.
Well, Blake, despite the thousands of miles that officials have searched, there still has been no sighting of Sebastian Rogers. But folks here in Sumner County are not giving up hope. It's been an extensive and all-hands-on-deck effort. Anything from helicopters to bloodhounds to dive teams and more. Sebastian is 5'5" and weighs 120 pounds with dirty blonde hair. He's most likely wearing a black sweatsuit and glasses. Now, there is an active Amber Alert for the teen with autism. Officials say it was issued due to the cold and rainy weather, as well as how long he's been missing, especially without his medications. Volunteers and community members are also pitching in, hoping that something positive comes out of this horrifying situation.
Being a mom of children with special needs and autism and the cognitive impairment and things, it's like I'm living my worst nightmare. I'm watching it unfold. I think no matter what happens in Sumner County with this, Sumner County needs a lot of prayer and comfort right now because it's been a big week.
Now, first responders are still asking those who live in the Beach High School area to check their properties in pairs, look under any confined spaces like garages, decks, etc. Blake.
Alrighty, Jaxie, before you go, you've been on the ground there from the very beginning of this search, and we were talking about it earlier this morning, but you've really seen people come from all over the state to help in this search.
That's right. On day one, I mean, there were agencies coming together for sure. I'd say half a dozen, but now we're over a dozen. And like I said, I saw people as far as Collierville coming in, and that's over 3 hours away. So definitely everyone coming in to help find Sebastian Rogers and really hoping for that positive outcome and doing everything they can, hopefully, to find him in good standing. Blake.
Our thanks to Jaxie Pigeon for that live report there in Sumner County this morning.
All right. So carrying forward, we are continuing on. We have the reward was offered that date. Let me go back over here. Sorry, I got to pull. Now it's going to take me just a moment over here to pull my next section. So, my friend Duchess, we are going to go take a look at. Terry Lynn took her footage down from March 3rd, which is fine. It's not really a huge deal, but on March 3rd, Terry Lynn, in her video, this is why she took this down, is because she starts telling her audience that there is an active RO against Chris Proudfoot from Nina. The 22-minute mark in the video that she took down on March 3rd, she was claiming that there was an active RO against Chris Proudfoot. The title of her video that she took down was Update, Missing Sebastian Rogers, Day 7. There was no active RO on Chris Proudfoot. Where do you think she was getting that information? That's probably likely why she took down her video, because it was filled with lies. But what was really interesting about that whole situation is that she started to do an entire spin and talking about the interactions and the inner workings with the family. She starts talking about custody hearings, ROs. Crazy. But now we are going to go to, I also have it listed that Clue and Cletus met Seth in person on March 3rd. That is on my calendar because Clue filled that in when I was asking questions and told me verbatim that that was when they met Seth Rogers during one of their searches. I don't know. It is what it is. But we are going to go over here because on March 3rd, Duchess does the first interview with Chris and Katie Proudfoot. And if I was to skip this, people would say, see, she's refusing to talk about this. No, I'm not. Not at all. So our lovely, beautiful Duchess, we are going to be taking a look at her interview with Chris and Katie. We won't be playing the entire thing, but we will be playing a section of it. So this is courtesy of the lovely Duchess. If somebody in my comment section could drop her link, that would be wonderful. March 3rd is where we are.
Parents also, because I would like to maybe get some people together that might be interested.
Know that in these kind
of I'm going to fast forward it. Trevor Lee was heavily involved in this case and talking to Seth. He was boots on the ground.
Interested in getting up a billboard for Sebastian in Hendersonville, Tennessee. We've put up billboards for Summer Wells. We've put up billboards for Tyler Doyle. We've put up billboards for Jaden Carpenter. So I think anything at this point would possibly help to locate Sebastian and get his face out there. And the mom said that that would be wonderful, whatever it takes to bring her Bubba home. And that's what we want to do, is we want to bring this child home safe. Okay, we have Trev here. Hey, Trev.
Good evening, Duchess. Thanks for having me up. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for joining me. I'm sorry that I missed your stream earlier, but I was actually talking to the family and I told them all about your channel and the wonderful work that you're doing for the missing, and that I wanted to connect them to you because I felt like that you might be able to give them some local resources and help.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I'm in these. I mean, you know me well enough to know that in these kind of cases, whatever I can do, small, big, whatever it is, it's all about us all playing our part. And
Hold up. I got something out of order here. I'm sorry. We gotta go back a moment. I'm sorry. I got one of these out of order. Again, there's just so much, so bear with me because a lot of it feels like there's just so many things that were taking place. But before Duchess, we got to go back a day. So on March 2nd, Illuminati does a stream. And the title of the stream is, Whoa, oh my God, Sebastian Rogers Inside Info is Crazy. I forgot about her stream in here. Okay, let's go. This is courtesy of Pluminati. Make sure you can see it. Okay, there you go. This all falls under fair use. And this is based on my opinion and my opinion only. March 2nd. So we have Trevor Lee covering it. We have Terry Lynn covering it. And now we have Pluminati covering it.
Super, super crazy looking at this case from like right down the road. No lie, because I didn't go on last night. We had friends over. I cooked Nashville hot chicken, macaroni, collards, all that stuff, and our
Literally back it up, Terry. Yep. And the reason I'm doing this, I'm telling you guys, I'm doing full transparency, or we are walking the timeline of creators that got involved, whether they were locals, whether they were bringing awareness. It doesn't matter to me. I'm going in a timeline fashion. This is not to shade, shame, anything. I want you to be able to sit back and look at the optics of how things change. So up until now, we have media covering it. Even Terry Lynn's coverage on the 27th wasn't problematic. She was just replaying. She's a local, trying to get the word out. Nothing wrong with that. I find her strange, not that she covered that strange. Clue was another local, March 2nd. Okay? I want you to take all of this in.
friends, the husband has never had Nashville hot chicken, so we invited him over to try it. He is a
I am fast forwarding, like speeding it up, because that's how we listen to everything over here.
you literally, like, we're sitting around watching YouTube, tripping, whatever, laughing, not tripping, like that, but we're just laughing
And we will get back to Duchess's interview, but I had these two out of place. Sorry.
and having a good old time. And somebody brings it up, and of course, everyone in the room, like even kids, are like, "Oh yeah, so and so said, so and so said." So when I started hearing all this, I was like, "What? Be for real." So there are some deets from the inside that are kind of crazy, and at the same time, they could be kind of sad for the reality of what's happened. So I got to say, for the first few days, I was convinced that he walked off, right? Because they said it was like sometime after midnight. I'm thinking the parents tucked him in to bed, and I'm assuming it was midnight maybe when they went to bed, or maybe that's when they tucked him in. I don't know, but they said that he left with a flashlight. Okay, and the mom has reported to law enforcement that all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. So for me, I'm like, you hear like autistic, right? And you assume that maybe there's like cognitive issues, maybe behavioral issues, but thinking clearly might be a problem. However, with him, that is not the case. Apparently, he is super high functioning autistic, so much so that he's not even.
Yeah, Smiley was involved. She started coverage March 1st, just so everybody knows. We'll get Duchess's link dropped in there. Smiley was involved too. I'm not as interested in her first coverage on March 1st, but she comes into play right here too. So we've got Smiley, who's got connections to the area too. So Smiley, Trevor Lee, Clue, Terry Lynn, and Duchess is going to come into play for the awareness part. Now, Duchess was reached out to and contacted, just so everybody's clear before we even listen to any of these. Duchess was contacted by a family member of Katie's to bring awareness to this case, okay? The rest of these, and here, I'll just show you guys this for full transparency too. This is Smiley's on March 1st. So Smiley is covering it as of March 1st also. If you guys want me to look at that, we can. It's nothing interesting, in my opinion. Again, awareness. Clue is stating, whoa, oh my God, Sebastian Rogers' inside info is crazy. That's what's interesting to me.
In any special classes at school. He just goes to regular class with all of the other kids. Okay. Now, where it gets crazy is when it comes to the family. All right. And I'm going to show you some screenshots of information that we have gotten. Okay. But first, I got to ask fiance for a favor. Can you get my water? It might be a little loud. Both of my parents are here visiting for obviously baby Clue's birthday. So JB, I am actually with you now, based on some of the info.
I'm speeding her up again.
If that makes any sense, which is crazy, y'all, because I'm like, at first I'm like, oh wow, okay, so there's like a missing kid case here, which is insane, right? And you always hope for the best. And like I said, for the first few days, I thought that's exactly what we had. However, my opinion, and I think fiance's opinion, and the opinion of our friends that were here last night has probably changed a little bit. So let me pull this up for you guys, and I'm going to show you some areas of interest or whatever. I'm going to show you where he lives. There I go, talking past tense. Sorry, that's a really hard thing not to do. So I will say, from now on, when I'm watching parents talk, I won't jump right on they're talking past tense, because I literally just did that for no reason at all. But you gotta ask yourself, guys, it's been 6 days now. And when I tell you there are a shit ton of people out looking for this little boy, it is not a joke.
She's confirming that the presence was extensive.
Got literally over 12 K9 units. They have, I want to say 40 is a number. I could be wrong, but mounted units, which if you don't know, that means people on horses. They've got, the second day, they had over 225 people on the ground searching for him, and they had walked and clocked over 2,000 miles in 2 days. Okay. So we are on it here, if that makes any sense. But more than that, I saw that they have now called in the Navy SEAL team or divers or something to help search waterways, which is never good. But they do say that autistic kids are sometimes drawn to water. I have to say that we checked our property.
I mean, it's always a good idea to cover all the waterways. I mean, that's pretty typical. Duchess, yeah, you did differently. Like, it's different. You'll see the difference in all of this. But yeah, Smiley, I mean, I can show that too. The day before Clue, she did this. Let me show you guys a bit of this. We'll go back to clues in just a second, just for transparency purposes. This was March 1st.
Aurora, CN says you have mail green. So we're going to do the green hearts for Sebastian.
Whoever said they were here for the eyebrows, here you go. There's still a quarter of one missing.
Green hearts. Thank you, D Lucky. And that green is, I feel, a lucky color. Unfortunately, there have been no.
We're just going to fast forward because she tried.
Unfortunately, there have been no updates. I mean, no sign of. The other Sharon, Sebastian, is a young man, a 15-year-old autistic boy who is out of Nashville, Tennessee. He is
not that Karen, I got you.
On day 5 now, who has been missing, and there is no sign of him. No leads. He's from Sumner County. That's with the N, not Sumner County. Up around the Hendersonville, Goodlettsville. They're turning their search to Robertson County, Beach High School area, New Shackle Island Road. Yeah, he allegedly went missing from his house. They say he has on all black. I don't know unless this is just my opinion. I'm just speaking. I don't know how, unless they have all the cameras from the door or whatever to know what he has on if he went missing from that. That's just my opinion. I shouldn't put that out there probably. My granddaughter, of course, she's a kid talking. She's a kid. She goes to the same school. She was under the impression that he was missing from the school. But like my son said, that's kids talking. So we won't put any false information out there. I did talk to some other family members this morning, and that is correct that the biological dad is an officer, which that kind of concerns me only because it only concerns me personally. Hey, Christy, it only concerns me personally because I personally get concerned with, and this is not in the media or anything, I personally get concerned with people who have beefs with the police. That's me. That's just me.
He's a correctional officer for Davidson County. I mean, yes, they fall under deputy. It's really interesting to see where people are today. If you look at this honestly, though, it is kind of a good, like, oh, this is weird.
Same as I did with lorries, or do still with lorries, but whatever. It is what it is. That's just my personal opinion. But from my understanding, and again, this is off record, he still has yet to make a comment or a statement. I also hear that they are playing the song Eye of the Tiger to hope to draw Sebastian out. He's autistic. That was his favorite song, I'm hearing. I also heard on a news station that they're asking the people to play stuff like, oh, McDonald has a farm and stuff like that, like to not scare him if they approach him, and maybe he'll come to them by playing the music. Yeah. They're asking the schools and the teachers and everybody at the schools, the students. And so they may, I know it's a little late this morning, but if you're going to school late, if you hear this, if you happen to hear this, if you hear it tonight, maybe even tomorrow, I'm sure they'll announce it at school, send papers home. They're asking to wear green. That is his favorite color. I say, my opinion only, if you're out in public and you hear or see this and you're in those areas, wear green. Wear green. Listen, if he's autistic and that's his favorite color, don't just approach him.
Her coverage was way different in the beginning. Let's carry on. I'm just going to bump through some of this.
But first things first, the missing boy out of Nashville, Tennessee, Sumner County is still missing. They are desperately searching for him nonstop.
And again, a challenge this morning with multiple breaking stories here in the county and officers having to divert their attention between those two searches. In this case,
comes to that point.
Yes.
We're going to fast forward to when Trevor Lee joins her. Trevor Lee was boots on the ground in the area already.
Yes.
And connected with Seth.
I thank you for everything you're doing. I waited a couple of days. I knew you, I did know you were handling it. Not that I couldn't get his name out or anything. It's just, I was so hoping he would be found. I was so hoping.
Yeah, me too. So many of these cases, and it happens that way. We see so many of these alerts go out, and then within like an hour or two of the alert being out, they're found. So it's always hit or miss to know what it's going to go like.
Yeah. And I talked to my family. It's almost like with why I don't do monkeys. It's almost like with that. I told my family, I'm like, oh my God, this looks like my second son, like when he was smaller. And I'm like, I don't like sometimes to touch on stuff like that, when it gets so personal to you or whatever. And like I was talking to my family today, they're like, yes, that's what I
you guys, I'm sitting here like,
was thinking, and I'm like, yeah, but I mean, I can't, I can't.
I'm trying not to be petty, okay? Because Sebastian's name is hashtagged in this. But can I just ask one question really quick? Why does her t-shirt match her wall? Why does the t-shirt match the wall? I never paid attention to that because again, it's another thing with law enforcement. Law enforcement will be involved in it. I don't get into the weeds on all that stuff because I'm not true crime or claim to be. I look at the overall narratives, the misinformation that's being pushed, who's pushing it, the overall optics and stuff, but I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry, Pika. I'm sorry. I just know my mind wanders.
Or whatever, but I was so hoping this little boy would be found, and I was just hoping. And I know you got it, and I've been getting calls and stuff, and I've been staying in touch with different people and everything, and I'm getting his name out there. I just decided, hey, it's getting out there. It's got to.
Yes, and thank you for doing that because there's so many cases going on right now in the true crime community. Unfortunately, there's so many that it's, we have to make sure that he gets out there too. I mean, they all matter, and every case is equally important. And I'm not saying that. I mean, but there's so many cases going on right now that are being covered that it's good to make sure we get his name out there too. Because he's a little older and he's a teen, he's still in grave danger at this point by what we know.
Trevor Lee is correct. Sebastian wasn't getting much traction on social media though. We are March 1st and Terry Lynn and Trevor Lee were the only two really covering it by this point in time on YouTube, big time. I mean, people were sharing the flyers, locals were sharing the flyers, things like that. But as far as the YouTube explosion of information, that's not where we're at yet. It takes nefarious, and you'll see where the shift changes.
And especially because it's so new and it's fresh. We have, no matter what, we have to have eyes out there on him. We have to everybody's equally important, but because this is an emergency, this is urgent because time is of essence here.
Right.
And because he is autistic and he does have medical conditions, this has to get out there now, yesterday, now. We need everybody.
Oh, it's every minute that passes is a risk to his life. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but it is, because if he's out there in these elements, in the freezing temperatures overnight, the rain that's hit, the wind that was coming, he's in grave danger every minute that passes.
Absolutely. And, you know, he can get disoriented, hypothermia, you know, if he don't have anything to eat or
See, if they would have just stuck to the facts like this, there would have never been an issue for me personally. This awareness, this is what awareness should be.
drink. And like, I don't know if you come in a while ago or not, they are asking people to wear green. I was telling people, listen, look, I don't care if you're at Rivergate Mall. I don't care if you're in the public, wear green. It don't have to be at the school. Wear green. Maybe he will come to you. Maybe he'll get, if he's disoriented, if he just stumbles out in the public, decides to walk out, maybe that green will bring him to you. Hey, Rivergate Mall, if you hear this, if people share this, somebody may be working there. Play Eye of the Tiger. Play that. You play music, play that stuff. You know, this might be this boy that stumbles in there to hope to use the restroom or whatever, and nobody notices him, but until he hears something or sees something, and then he walks up to somebody. Please.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the chances are, if he really just got up and walked out, and that's the running theory right now, so that's what we're gonna go with, then it was some kind of sensory thing. You know, that's what it comes down to. When
Trevor Lee even confirms that's the running theory. We're going to go with that he got up and walked out. See, again, this story wasn't really taking off. Media was covering it. Locals were concerned. People that had connections to the local area were concerned, but there wasn't this traction on social media. People were not getting involved until nefarious twists and turns started to take place. That is my opinion, but you will see that coming up. This right here isn't problematic. This is awareness. I have no problem with what Smiley was doing, bringing awareness right here. None at all. Or Trevor Lee. But it's going to shift. And you're going to see who started to shift it first.
a child is on the spectrum, they are, or a teen or whoever, they're looking to meet that need, that sensory need, that stimulation of whatever it may be, whether it is sound, either whether it's too much sound, they need to get away from it, or they need to get too sound. It's the same reason they're drawn to water. I mean, whatever it may be, he was likely trying to meet a need of sensory, is what I would at least hypothesize. So then at that point, if you can meet that through his favorite music or his favorite color, things like that, that's only going to help.
Yeah, absolutely. And then sometimes, and I don't know, you know, and I'm not trying to get into anybody's medical because they haven't said, but I do know a little bit about different types of autism. And sometimes they have a sensory defensiveness. Okay. And then there's a thing.
Casual art. You'll see. Trust and believe. You will see exactly where the shit started. You will notice a huge, significant switch. You're going to start seeing an interesting little one inlaid and then a drastic switch.
Thing where you brush them, you know, and if he hasn't had that, I don't know if he has that, you know, but maybe he'll go out looking for, you know, I don't know. You never know what the deal is. Maybe he'll go to a hospital. Maybe he thinks maybe his appointment, you know, maybe there's something that draws him, you know, anything. But
again, I have nothing here. Let's go to this part. I mean, this is why this isn't important, but to be factual in our timeline, she was one of, because she has ties to the local area. She has talked about that. So people who have ties to the local area, locals were definitely more invested in getting the word out. You think you know when, Cranky? It'll be interesting to see what people pick up on when the optics start to change.
Yeah, and just because, and two, people, I hope people know that just because they're looking into that one theory, they do look at, I mean, they do explore all options, because the one denominator is finding Sebastian.
Let me back that up.
No, there's so much going on in his brain. He's like, and one thing that's the most, I feel like something that, I mean, I've worked with kids on the spectrum for years, and different kids on different parts of the spectrum and with different abilities. But one commonality is that they need structure. And then the other commonality I find is in social aspects. They lack regular social awareness, for lack of a better term. There's not that ability to know, like, if I walk out of the house, mom and dad are going to be scared of where I am. They don't think about that. Or they don't think of, like, these people that are calling my name are trying to help me. Whereas, like, if I was missing and somebody's like, Trevor, I'm trying to help you, in my mind, I'd be like, oh, I'm here, help me. But for him, that social awareness might not exist. And I don't know him specifically. I just know in a lot of cases it doesn't. And so it may not be, you know, you yell his name, he may not just pop out and say, hey, I'm here, because he may also feel threatened by just the people yelling his name. He doesn't know that people are there to help him.
Yeah, because depending on his level or what, you know, what his is, he may be, you know, and plus they don't, sometimes, not all of them, sometimes some of them are very loving. They like to hug, they like to love. some of them don't want to be touched at all. Do not touch me. And so that may scare him back into or under, and even back into danger, without you, the person trying to find him, knowing or seeing him.
Yeah, I mean, these are all going to be people he doesn't know.
Yeah.
It's if a searcher or an officer, agent, whoever it is, stumbles upon him, it's almost certainly going to be somebody he doesn't know, and that's going to scare him too, because he's so much out of his routine. And children on the spectrum need a routine, whatever it is, whatever that routine is that they and their parents have found to work. That's key for them to stay on some kind of routine, and he's definitely out of his routine. Doesn't have his medicine. He's outside somewhere likely. It's not his normal routine, so his brain is gonna be going in 40 different directions. So I can only imagine, he's got to be scared, worried. Anything he hears, he could perceive as a threat. I mean, you just don't know. There's so much going on in his brain. He's likely very much overstimulating, and it's going to be hard to process anything.
Look at how many views that video got. That video got 670 views. That video has been up since March 1st. We following that? That video, just bringing awareness to a missing child, got 670 views. That's not going to be enough to get the views and the attention, is it? All it says is just an update and a short live. Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Man, I sure hope they find him. What have you, so the parents, I mean, I do hear that the parents are cooperating fully. There's no doubt with that. They are cooperating, but I've heard so far this morning that the dad has not made any statements or comments. Have you heard the same?
Wait, did she just acknowledge that the parents are cooperating fully? And she initially says, but the dad's not making statements? Huh. March 1st. It's amazing how things change.
Is that still the same?
Both parts. So he lives with mom and stepdad, and then his dad he's an officer in a different county. None of them have made any public statements to my knowledge. The sheriff's office said the family is asking for privacy, so any kind of statements will go straight through the sheriff's office, but they say they found nothing at this point to lead them any other direction except for wondering off. The family is fully cooperative and answering anything they need to know.
Right. Yeah. So that's what I've said so far. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, off record, what I heard, and this was from a teacher, off record, I don't know. They're just kind of scared that maybe somebody from the internet could have picked him up or something like that. And that's what they're worried about.
Oh, wait. A teacher that they're worried that he could have been lured out by a teacher, or not by a teacher, by somebody. A teacher was worried about him being lured out, but now that has been completely taken off the table. It went from them being aware that look at the switch here, and it gets significantly worse as we go.
No.
Yeah, and just because, and two people,
each creator that you're gonna find that's been invested in this, it's pretty. Some of your, I
hope people know that just because they're looking into that one theory, they do explore all options, because the one denominator is finding Sebastian. So while they're right now working the theory that he's missing out there, that just means they're not investigating this as foul play or abduction, but they're going to be looking for anything that would point to that, because right now there's nothing that they can find to point to where he is. So if something pops up as positive that points towards abduction or something else, then they'll absolutely follow that. It's just they don't have that right now. And I heard you bring up earlier the difference with them in Hawkins County. I'm glad you said that, because it's a stark difference. If people watch those press conferences they've done, they're very short, but they're so thorough. And the two people that have spoken work perfectly together. They're not trying to figure out who should talk. The sheriff, or the deputy sheriff, I guess that's the guy who's been speaking on this.
Trevor Lee praising law enforcement and how well they're doing.
He called the FBI to ask them what he should do. He called some high-level detectives all around Tennessee, asked them what he should do. He's spoken to all different people. He is accepting help. He said, if somebody has an idea, give it to me. He's not acting like he knows everything about this. There's no ego to him. And I love that, because he's willing to say, I need help. I just want to find this kid. And he called the FBI and said, am I doing the right thing? And they told him he was. And he called these other places. And I think that's perfect, because that's what more law enforcement need to do.
Absolutely. I know that area like the back of my hand. That's where I'm from, Trevor. That's where I was born and raised. And right up there, I have family there. And there's nothing I can't tell you about any of that area up there. So if you need any help or anything, let me know.
Thank you, because it'll take us all. I mean, we're, like I said, the one goal is to find him, and then they can determine after that. Then they'll obviously investigate after and figure out what happened and talk to him and family and all that. But the one key is finding him because he's missing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. That's why I was so stunned. And, I brought up the other case or whatever, because sometimes you just can't help bringing it up in these other cases, man. It's like, even though, like I was born and raised there and stuff. And when I first got into Summers, and then I go,
of course, talking about Summer in the beginning. Let's switch back. Is it Gerda? In the summer, he was supposed to transition in the summer. So it was February when he went missing, but just in a few months. Yes, he was going to stay with his dad for the summer. We're going to go back to Clue now. And there's a reason for it. So Smiley's title, being transparent, just an update and a short live. I don't see anything really problematic. They're being honest about what they're hearing from the media, and they're passing on for awareness. Okay, here we go.
Checked our outbuildings. Last night around midnight, our daughter was personally checking the creek while she was going.
This is the second. It seems really low. Her audio seems low.
Swimming in it, so we've done our part. But for them to have not found him in these last 6 days is absolute insanity. Not to mention, the other weird thing is we have a description of what he was wearing. And you always hear that, and you're like, oh, okay, because the people who saw him last.
Pika, mods, you guys do what you need to. I'm back and forth. I'm monitoring.
Said what he was wearing. Or they saw the person on camera and know what they were wearing. Let me tell you how weird this is. They say he's in a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants. However, he hasn't been seen on camera at all. In the last 6 days, not one camera has picked him up, okay? So you kind of do have to ask yourself, like, how do y'all know what he was wearing? If that makes any sense. No one saw him leave the house, but allegedly they know he left with a flashlight and all of his shoes are accounted for. Did you account for every outfit? Even though you tucked him in a black sweatshirt and black sweatpants, the boy could have changed clothes. So it is a little weird, right? That's the description we're given, but there hasn't been one sighting of him on camera to even verify the outfit. But I'm gonna go through these real quick. So this was a post made. Emergency, please check. Please, if anyone.
This is Katie's post. This was Katie's post. Now, this is back to Cluminati on March 2nd. These are all pretty much locals that were covering this. This is Katie's post.
Has a camera, please check it between midnight and 6. My son is missing, blah, blah, blah. 5'5", blonde hair, autistic male. That's the description that was given, okay? No clothing or anything, just 5'5", blonde hair, autistic male. And then what's interesting, though, is the comment underneath it. It says, my camera did not show anything last night. I'm on Kellen. And I will show you the relation to Kellen to where his house is in a second, okay? But this is where the story takes a turn that kind of puts me where JB is. And it might, JB, give you a little merit to the way you're thinking, okay?
The person in the chat that she is talking to is making comments such as, I hear someone is covering up hurting him. Moms of sped kids have our homes locked down. It's baby level safe. Cameras, and we don't sleep heavy. Our kids don't get far. That's who she is talking to. They are already first one out the gate. Nope. This is a different JB. It looks like it's JAYBEE. They are already looking at posts from the family and saying things are odd. This is Cluminati.
The missing young man from Hendersonville, but I'm no detective. Someone said, stepdad. Yep. He threatened to shoot our news crew Tuesday. Then went and made threats towards Channel 4 crew. Dang, why is the news not mentioning any of these people? That's what I couldn't understand. That's why I started digging. He came out to the roadway and said, my house better not be on the news.
Insert Facebook discussion groups and random posts from people making claims. Insert another form of social media that comes into play that they are starting to pull salacious details from. Who was the first one to do it? You tell me.
Tonight. And this person said, that's crazy. So apparently, from what I gather about the stepdad, okay? So the boy lives with his mom and his stepdad, and his real dad is involved with law enforcement in a certain law enforcement agency, okay? But this stepdad, apparently, from the rumor around town, okay? Now, mind you, this is all people talking about how they know him, blah, blah, blah. So you got to take it with a grain of salt. But a lot of times the salt tastes like salt, like it's supposed to. The rumor is this guy, the stepdad, is super nasty, super mean, super rude, just like he's
Steph, I told you, I promised you I'd go back to this.
threatening. He's just not a nice man. So when you pair what
So, putting it out here publicly that he's not a nice man. Let's see how many people watched this video. 2,647 compared to Smiley's 670 bringing awareness. 2,647. Huh. So you throw in some salacious rumors and unsubstantiated Facebook posts, and look how the tide changes.
you're hearing with the fact that in 6 days they have not found him, he's not been seen on any camera, nothing like that. You got to kind of start to wonder, is this maybe more than just a missing person? Would you agree?
I would agree. Because I mean, that
I did, Steph. I did. Made you wait a little while, but people weren't ready, and I think they're ready.
the neighborhood where he lived, granted, we were looking at the area immediately around it, and there are a lot of woods. There's a lot of hills. There's a lot of valleys right there. I mean, immediately outside of this subdivision type, if that's what you want to call it. But it's not. It's a lot of it, but it's not as massive as.
Sorry. The audio is really low, so you'll just have to try and turn it up some. I'm sorry, but yeah, very intriguing, huh?
You would expect if they were going to spend 6 days looking, right? They probably scoured that area the first day, or maybe the first and second day. And for beyond that, there's a lot of subdivisions again, and just the idea that this kid has not been seen on camera, and the fact that nobody has mentioned how his description is known in terms of what he was wearing, that he the specifics of he got a flashlight. They haven't said that came from home, their own personal ring camera or their personal security system. And it's just it really does make you question a lot and make you wonder a lot and think about a lot related to it, because it doesn't make any sense really.
Makes you wonder a lot, makes you question a lot, huh? And now they are the ones that are bringing out all these supposed interactions.
That he's just wandered off. It's just hard to kind of swallow that after this much time.
And I saw yesterday that one of his teachers had actually spoke out, and she was talking about how he was very, very high functioning autistic, which fiance and I both kind of took a step back and we were like, well, if that's the case, then why is there such an emphasis on the fact that he is autistic? As in, like, she was talking like, oh, and then she said something really extremely weird. She said he may not even know that he is autistic.
Yeah.
And we were like, if that's the case, that he may not even know it, why did they make such a big deal about how, if you saw him, to approach him carefully?
Yeah.
It made no sense, because if he doesn't know there's anything, and I'm not saying this word like it's correct, but quote unquote, like different or wrong with him,
yeah,
why is there even an issue to consider if you see him and you want to approach him? Right. There shouldn't be any if he's just a normal kid. It was just really weird. And
in my opinion, the big emphasis on him having autism was because they changed it from an endangered to an Amber Alert. They needed protocol to do that. He had other medical conditions. They weren't going into all of his diagnosis. He was recently diagnosed. There's a lot of things with that. But yeah, shocking, huh?
I'll show you that too, Detective One. I'm going to show you the house and then the land around it, because it is extremely, like, when I tell y'all, like, this area, like, it's the sticks. We are in the stick six, but they're more, I guess, the city-fied part of the county, right? They're in the developed area of the county. However, we're like out here in the country. You know what I mean? This comment from somebody really ticks me off. The arrogance it takes to not pull immediate outside help in all of it humanly possible is beyond me. That boy's chances were happening when SC, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, decided they had it. Now they...
Who's relying on discussion groups and random posts from people and following the Facebook narratives? How do you build a salacious story on YouTube to draw people in? What did we talk about?
They don't have it, and several days have gone by. So there are reasons, and they have given those reasons in every press conference, why they don't want the public to be out searching. Because they make more tracks. They could possibly ruin any chance of picking up the scent of him. So I don't know who this person is, but they can just move out the county if they want to.
Especially considering that it was told to law enforcement that he's an autistic kid, and they were telling everybody, if you see him, call us first, right? Then approach him, calmly, carefully, try to establish dialogue with him while we're on the way. So they made it sound like, I mean, to me, I think that is their perception is if there's a whole bunch of people out there, they may scare him into a deeper state of hiding or running, or you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, I mean, I thought they did a great job. I think they've done a great job.
I think they're still doing a great job.
Considering the response they gave as quick as they did and the level of it, I couldn't imagine. I couldn't ask for anything more of them.
No, and let me explain. Like, stuff like this, that's why I literally made the statement to fiance. I'm like, man, stuff like this never happens here. It does not happen here. I'm not kidding you. Like, when we go to bed at night, even though we have a security system, like before we didn't worry about nothing. Now we also have a lot of self-defense type tools here, but irregardless, we still don't worry about anything, right? So I personally am very proud of our law enforcement and how they've handled this. You will never see me complain about them. I think they've done a hell of a job, and it is what it is.
I agree with her on the law enforcement perspective. Absolutely. But yes, Tebow, abso-fucking-lutely. The Idaho 4, the roommate, the things that, yeah, I didn't know that either. I didn't know anything about her. No clue. And I didn't know any of this that existed until there was problems that arose and I was forced to go back and look. And then I was like, holy shit.
But you're always going to have some people who think they could have done it better. And again, if this is your attitude, you probably don't belong here. So this is Sebastian's house, okay? And if you can see, like, the one in the middle, obviously, is his. There's one right here, not right here, one right here, another house right here. So as many, and this doesn't seem to be, like, I wouldn't say there are really any bad neighborhoods or where people don't have money for security cameras and things like that. So the fact that he hasn't been seen on any cameras is super concerning, especially since you saw that one lady say, there's nothing on my camera and I'm on Kellen. Let me show you where that is in relation to him. I gotta switch my screen, so hold on. All right, so if you look right here, you got Stafford, right? And that's where his house is. Right here is Kellen. So you're talking about one street over.
Mapping out the area.
And there's nothing on that person's camera. Now, I will say this. There has been a little more, again, unverified, just through the rumor mill. That is, I guess, something that happens when something like this happens in your area. I will say this. This has made me sit back and go, I can't even fathom the amount of rumors that have been going on in Moscow. Oh, yeah. Like 100%. The level of, like, we think it's bad on here, on YouTube. I think that in the town, it's probably way worse. Oh, yeah.
Notice in the comment section what they're saying. I saw red flags when it was never stated if he was verbal or nonverbal, but may run and needs his favorite song. Didn't add up. There's people in the comment section, this JB, saying things like, yep, Clue, you're 100% correct. Just like Madeline's mom, Jennifer, with her was diagnosed autistic, but then reevaluate, and it was BS.
Right, like craziness.
First, people were just waiting to spin and twist, and here we are.
I will show you this. So yesterday, they had the bloodhounds, so they went back to his house, okay? For some reason, like they've already searched that area. They did that like the first day, but yesterday they went back out to the house and they took bloodhounds. I'm gonna play this real quick. It don't have no sound, but you can see the dog walk around. Allegedly, Juan, he took a flashlight. And Lisa, that is the impression that we get about the stepdad, that he, for one, had some issues with he has other children, right? So there were some issues with his other kids. So I can't imagine that it was any better with a kid that doesn't necessarily belong.
Insert drama with the other family. Problems with his other kids. First of all, he has one other child. And there was a contentious custody battle. Getting information from the rumor mill and turning it into content on YouTube. Huh.
Long to him, if that makes any sense. So that's all for that one. I hope that's not going to start. Okay, it's muted. Lord, I forgot I was going to show you all that fast. Oh, I do want to look at look how heavily populated this area is, guys. Like out of all these houses and not on one camera. Yeah. Not one camera.
And that school is right there, right? So, I mean, if he went east, right, he would have gone toward the school, which undoubtedly would have had camera footage that caught him.
Which way is east?
To the right.
Oh, it's north up?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not going to get y'all know how I am. I don't do maps. I don't do math and maps, okay? Two things that are out.
And then if you zoom out from there, right? So you've got quite a bit of wooded area around there. And it's
thick.
It's thick, heavy terrain. Like it would be a challenge, right, to search through all of that. But then zoom on out a little bit further. When you go just outside of that, you run into some pretty heavily populated areas. And it's just hard to believe that this kid has been gone this long. They've searched as much as they have, and he has not been spotted on a camera. They haven't gotten one lead, one tip, anything that actually panned out. And it's just really hard not to look at at the situation deeper and think, you know, what are the other possibilities other than the story we're told, especially when there's nothing verifying that story.
What is that? The whiskey cave?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely like if you look at the elevation, right? Like you can see hills and I mean, maybe. I really forgot what I was going to tell y'all. Oh, yeah, about the other piece of inside info. And I saw, sorry, I mean to cough in y'all's ear. Was this person active online? Did this person take anything with him, i.e. phone, jacket, backpack? So one, that kind of goes into what the other piece of info, again, you got to take it with a grain of salt. It's a rumor mill, but he didn't allegedly take anything with him except a flashlight. And again,
Back to the rumor mill, right? YouTubers are why he hasn't been found. YouTube is why he hasn't been found. Creators are why this case is so far off the rails. It's going over the bridge. We did this and we can't fix it. We can never make this right. Not ever. I thank you for the support. I don't believe that YouTubers are necessarily why he hasn't been found. I believe that they've created a lot of the chaos. I don't necessarily, because if he left that house and succumbed to injuries in the woods or something, that's not on a YouTuber necessarily, but they have created the optics around this case. 100%. 100%. Agree with you on that. Artist Creek, I can compare whatever I want to because it is right here. She's using the rumor mill for salacious content. It is what it is. I'm not, you can see it however you want, and I'm not telling you you can't like her. It is what it is. She's taking salacious information and spinning a narrative behind it. We don't know who did what. I have no idea who is involved in Sebastian's disappearance, if anybody is involved. She's been back and forth all over the place. It is what it is. Again, you can like her, but she absolutely was a part of building narratives against the parents. Period. You can't help but acknowledge that. It's right here in front of your face. Sharing, okay, Artist Creek, I will ask you, how does sharing tea, inside info, help find Sebastian? It's not. It's not. Because it quickly turned from being about Sebastian in the media, talking about Sebastian, what's going to help, how to find Sebastian, to salacious information about the parents. And we've just continued to go further south.
The mom says all of his shoes are home and accounted for. The sheriff won't go so far as to say he's barefoot, but the mom has told the sheriff that all of his shoes are at home, which is kind of crazy because, like my mom said, at 15, there's no way on God's green earth she would have been able to tell you how many pairs of shoes I had, me or my brother. So that fact to me is kind of weird, unless you're looking at a situation where he only had like 2 pairs of shoes, right? I don't know. But Cindy, I don't know about anybody else's shoes, but yes, he has been rumored to take a flashlight with him, which kind of alludes to maybe he was sneaking out, which kind of alludes to the other piece of information that I've heard. So it comes from someone who's close to someone who could be close to the whole searching and all of that.
You can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. It comes from someone who comes from, like, what?
And allegedly, okay, I need to preface this wholeheartedly with this, is allegedly they searched his computer and found maybe some like adult content on it. And they think maybe he could have been lured out, which again, kind of maybe matches the whole taking a flashlight.
Yeah.
Did you just catch what was just implied? Not vetted sources.
It doesn't, however, explain why. I mean, if you were that excited that you didn't go get shoes. Well, I mean, but at the same time, think about this. If you got one of them homes where you can't wear your shoes into the house, and if you have to go get the shoes, you might wake up your parents or something. You might leave without shoes.
I don't know. I just don't understand. Like, to me, at the end of the day, here's my problem. Hold on. Are you going to?
Oh, I'm sorry. P. Fox, welcome to the Clue Crew.
You want to hear that again? Gotcha.
There's no way on God's green earth she would have been able to tell you how many pairs of shoes I had, me or my brother. So that fact to me,
I'll slow it down.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Unless you're looking at a situation where he only had like 2 pairs of shoes, right? I don't know. But
even if that's true, why is it being released publicly? It's not going to help find him.
Cindy, I don't know about anybody else's shoes, but yes, he has been rumored to take a flashlight with him, which kind of alludes to maybe he was sneaking out, which kind of alludes to the other piece of information that I've heard. So it comes from someone who's close to someone.
Comes from someone that's close to someone
who could be close to the whole searching and all of that.
Who could be close to the whole searching and all of that.
And allegedly, okay, I need to preface this wholeheartedly with this is allegedly, they searched his computer and found maybe some like adult.
Oh, I fell into it too. Hold on. Let me play that again because I've just paused. I didn't know any of the past of, I didn't watch any of this stuff either. I fell for it too.
Searched his computer and found maybe some like adult content on it. And they think maybe he could have been lured out, which again, kind of maybe matches the whole taking a flashlight.
Yeah.
It doesn't, however, explain why. I mean, if you were that excited that you didn't go get shoes.
Well,
I mean, but at the same time, think about this. If you got one of them homes where you can't wear your shoes into the house,
yeah.
And if you have to go get the shoes, you might wake up your parents or something.
Yeah.
You might leave without shoes.
Artist Creek is fine, you guys. It's fine. They can have their opinions, but to distinctly avoid what is right in front of your face of being done. Yeah, creators flip-flop, but this is how this case turned into a fucking muddy mess. Between creators and parents slinging mud. Fuck yeah, it is what it is. I'm not going to avoid the obvious. Facts are important when you have a missing child. So is a minor's dignity. And it's important to be fact-based, not rumor mill-based.
I don't know. I just don't understand. Like, to me, at the end of the
Oh,
day,
you guys are
here's
fine.
my problem. Hold on. Are you gonna?
Oh, I'm sorry. P. Fox, welcome to the Clue Crew.
The thing I don't understand that I keep going back to
Clean it
is
up.
what the deputy sheriff said, right? They believe he left with a flashlight and dressed in black and no shoes, but they won't say that he's barefoot. So to me, that tells me, right, that you did not get him on any video leaving that house. So I go back again and I say, how do you know what time he left? You know, to come out and say he left at midnight, what he was dressed in, that he took a flashlight with him, but you have nothing verifying that. No actual footage of that happening is a problem for me, right? It's a huge problem for me. And it has been since day one, because I've been like, I don't understand how that happens, how that makes any sense. Does that make sense? What I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
How do you know for a fact that's the case? And I get it, right. They can't just assume that it's somebody in the household. They got to do what they've been doing. But it is one of those things where it's been almost a week now, and it's time to start looking other than outside the home.
Well, and that's what I was going to say is last night someone had said that a news place put out a story saying that they were actually going to turn the investigation and start looking into the stepdad, but I haven't been able to find that, for one. And for two, if you guys are calling in the dive teams, clearly you're not really changing from a search effort.
No, and I mean, I think
unless the dive team is, because they think something.
She even says she can't find it, but she's going to talk about it as if it's true. That they were going to start looking into the stepdad. But she couldn't find it, but she's still going to put it out there.
Done to him, and that's maybe where he was put.
Yeah.
But I remember saying that there is like a body of water near him. Where do I go on here?
Go south, go down.
This is why true crime, this isn't true crime. True crime awareness, this is conspiracy theory building. This is how we target the parents of a missing child. This is how we build and sell a salacious story on YouTube. 101. This is a pattern that they use, just like we've been talking about.
You probably want to zoom out, because that's what I don't understand. It's quite a way.
And why do you think on Duchess's interview that Chris might have been a little defensive? Why do you think that when Chris was getting answer or questions asked of him that he might have been a little, and we'll see that coming up, defensive? Because people on social media were doing stuff like this already.
Ways away. You won't miss it. Keep going. It's on the other side of Hendersonville there. Keep going. There you go. Like he would have had to have gone.
Yeah, like that's a long walk, dude. Or if somebody picked him up, that's a long way from his house. Well, it looks long on here, but
At the end of the day, regardless of the exact distance, it's a lot of populated area for nobody to have come up with anything showing him. I just can't believe that. Like I to me that screams he didn't go that way.
well, and if you look right there, I mean, there's a little bit of like ponds or something, but
Yeah, and I mean it's
Brianna, I couldn't tell you my girls' shoes. All reality, I couldn't tell you all the shoes that they have. Plus, they can wear mine now, so I wouldn't notice if I have so many. I have hundreds of pairs of shoes. I wouldn't notice if a pair of sandals or something was missing. That's truthful. And I can't tell you all the shoes. My girls have so many shoes. I couldn't. But I have cameras that would pick them up.
if you walked out the end of the
I have
cul-de-sac
cheating devices.
and there's a little lake, but nothing
I couldn't.
major, right? But even if he came this way, I mean, look at all that. Like that is
well, and that's what I was initially thinking, right? If he's hiding, then the wooded areas would make sense.
Because they didn't, Kenna.
Days to go through them thoroughly, but I don't know at this point.
It's because it was never said, Kenna.
So April Wine, thank you very much for the gifted membership. She gifted 5 memberships, and those went to Wisdom, Sleuth, El Detective, Dewan.
It's because they have shoes from high school, Bree, and a lot of flip flops.
Laugh every time we see that name. Cricket Moon, Annie Ruler, and Moonlit Baby. Welcome to the Clue Crew. And Cindy Curve, thank you very much for the super chat. And Cindy says, just a little token of thanks for all that you and Cletus do to keep us informed while allowing the community to be a part of it. And thanks to you all for being here. 100%. So yeah, in regards to Sebastian, I don't know. Typically you have like a feeling, right? Like you probably don't because you're a man, but women typically have like a feeling, right? In your like whether it's something really bad. And I'm telling y'all, like for the first few days, I was like, oh my gosh, like this little boy just wandered off. And now I'm more like, I don't know. Like I really don't know.
And it's funny, right? Because I go back to before you started doing true crime, would I have looked at this situation and thought the thing that I thought and have continued to think of, where do you have him on footage leaving that house? How have you verified he's left that house, right? And at the end of the day, what I'm getting at is I don't I don't have a gut feeling necessarily, but I do start at the beginning. I tend to start at the beginning and think logically through it. And that's the first red flag for me is you guys are specifically dodging any kind of statement that alludes to you have any question about how you know what you know, but what you're saying is questionable as hell in terms of just looking at it logically, right? And I get you're presenting in a way that gives the benefit of the doubt to the family, but again, I'm kind of at that point where I personally feel like if y'all were going to find him in the area at this point, you would have found him, because with the amount of people and resources that are out there and the amount of effort that's going into it, and to not get any kind of lead yet, I'm just I don't know. I'm left to think a bad situation.
And again, people can speculate and have their opinions, but when you're doing it without facts, it's dangerous in the public space.
Instead of a kid that walked out of a house.
Because you're starting to build a narrative against a step-parent.
And walked off like that's just one.
That we have no indication at this point in time has anything to do with this. We don't know. Let me guess. They're going to try to say, oh, she's been playing them all along because she's helping law enforcement.
I'm with you. I do believe that there is a good possibility it could be something nefarious. Along with that, there's a little more. Probably, I guess how they say like when it rains, it pours. There's other things that have come in.
And you would think, my honest opinion, Artist Creek, if you're still in here, if she learned her lesson, right? And she decided, well, shit, I was way off. I was wrong on all of that I felt. She would have gone back and made corrections to this and been like, even the title correction, the description correction, if she didn't want to take it down. Something to say, I was wrong. My opinions changed. But here they are, like it's fact. So somebody coming into this case could go back and say, well, shit, right from the jump, he was sketchy. Media was saying that they were going to be investigating Chris from the start. And isn't it ironic the day after this video, she meets Seth in person?
That could be a problem. Hold on, and I'll show you what I mean. And you can tell, like, we don't ever
I don't think so either, Kim.
really look at the news around here because it's not like a
Tuesday.
lot doesn't happen here, if that makes any sense. So yesterday, I know. Yesterday, on top of searching for Sebastian now, okay, on top of that, this happens. Residents on edge after inmates escape from Sumner County Jail. So Gallatin, Tennessee, a most wanted fugitive is back on the run in Sumner County after he and 2 other inmates escaped from the Sumner County Jail Thursday night. Authorities said one of the inmates, identified as 43-year-old Elvis Bush, has since been taken.
And anybody remember where all of these things started to get really muddy? When there started to be sex offenders that were in Illinois that were being looked for, and somehow people were spinning them. And then Kenna, you mentioned Seth's neighbor that potentially moved. Remember the source of all of those wild conspiracies? That was Clue. Hey, Aussie, thank you so much. K-Mash, me neither. And I'll be honest, my opinions are all over the place. Artists, I think, and that's why I said, like, you're entitled to feel it, but I think you're going to see stuff in this that you're going to go, wait a moment. This is how there's a playbook to this. I'm sorry, you guys. There is a playbook to how they build these cases. It's not fact-based. True crime is fact-based. People can have speculations and opinions and stuff like that. But when you are trying to bring awareness to a missing child, this is unnecessary. You can do this with cold cases, 20-year-old cold cases. Go do all the weird deep diving conspiracy inlaid shit. Do all that. This, dangerous.
Taken into custody, but 40-year-old William Rutherford and 29-year-old Kenneth Campbell remain at large. Rutherford is now considered a most wanted fugitive by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, leaving the community.
Tobians, thank you for being a member.
Concerned. So one of the guys, let me see if I can find the pictures. Yeah, this one is now back in custody, but these 2 are still out, right? Bush was captured around 2 a.m. on Friday, March 1st in a subdivision near Meadowview, according to Sumner County deputy. Bush has been.
I always get your name wrong. Is it Benefit? No. I can never tell because of the writing versus Maleficent. Thank you so much for being a member. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is how you do it.
Turned to the Sumner County Jail, and that's what he was arrested for on March 11th, mostly drug charges, whatever that means. But the other 2 are still out there, and this is the last picture they have of them. So Rutherford was taken into.
Thank you, Southern Mimi. I'm going to fast forward a little bit because all this is irrelevant to what this case is.
Or I can put myself there and see that I would be the same way potentially, but I do also agree that it's it's a little suspect when you combine everything else with that.
Well, yeah, Music City Mom, that would make sense for you.
The car went from the house the day before. Yeah, I mean, and if they don't have any footage, if they don't have any footage of this kid leaving that house,
you guys are following right along. Thank you.
Then I think at this point they do got to start looking at the from inside the home and where were y'all the day before? Where did y'all go? And then go.
Deflectionist, thank you for being here for 6 months.
See if they can verify anything about where he may have been the day before, or even a couple of days before, and start working that way. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh my gosh, I knew that name.
Okay,
so check this out, y'all.
Zero Fox, thank you. I'm with you. I don't have a solid theory.
There was a shooting up here. I know. Okay, let me just pull this up. Okay. Man sought for allegedly shooting.
Thank you, K-Mash.
Okay. So this was again in Gallatin.
Inlay all the conspiracies. Let's go forward a little bit. Oh, right back to their home. Let's go back here.
Which is again kind of crazy. Almost like he got in a car and like, why would the scent stop? You know what I mean?
Oh, let's go back a little bit further.
Like, nope.
Let's go back a little bit further. Southern Mimi, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
But anyway, that's crazy that's who's out. That's super scary because if this guy is really missing and just wandering around, now you've got 2 inmates escaped that could be encountering him. And one of them we know. So the way that whole gas station thing went down, one of the girls working had got into it with the guy who was shot, and they got into an argument or whatever. She calls her boyfriend, William Rutherford, up there. The guy goes outside to smoke, and Rutherford approached him while he was outside smoking and shot him. So anyway, it's not a good situation. Right. And so with
Somebody in her comment says the stepdad being angry at the news crew could mean that he was frustrated that the news was scaring him away, or they can't get rid of his body because the news is always watching. Like, what the fuck?
that's what they said. They said the dogs picked up on a scent leaving the house,
fuck?
but it led nowhere. Which is, again, kind of crazy. Almost like he got in a car and like, why would the scent stop? You know what I mean?
But I just find it hard to believe that if he got into a car again, right, just knowing that the area, that nobody got that they haven't gotten that car on any kind of camera footage. They haven't got any indication of the car or anything like that. You know what I mean?
No, because if they picked him up,
yeah,
like,
I mean,
right around here, like, look how many houses you have to.
Are you talking about them slinging shit at me? Autism mom or autism grandma? People slinging. Oh, because I'm an asshole. Yeah, Tim, see, there's no excuse for it, though. She was a huge part of, no matter which way you look at it, she was a part of trying to build a conspiracy here. Let's be honest. I mean, it is what it is. Nosy neighbors getting involved, but she's gotten a pass from a lot of people. She was a part of building, and you would think that because she was one of the very first. Here's another question I have for you. How can you explain that she was one of the very first to do a lot of the things? She went to the vigil, filmed Betty getting arrested. She was going and meeting these people face to face, filming neighborhoods. How is she not a defendant on any of the frivolous suits? Their exhibits show a cease and desist that was never sent, a filing for a protection order that was never filed for. How is she the one that has always avoided? I always found it really weird that Seth sent her a cease and desist supposedly in the first group of 6, but she just went right on talking. And then another thing I can't overlook is, why did she reach out to Nick the Hat right off the jump and say, I have access to the profits, in essence? If you really think that they're not guilty of anything, why would you be doing all of those things? Huh?
The path, no matter which way you go.
Well, and that Long Hollow Pike is a major road through the area, and I mean, there's, I promise you, there are cameras.
Oh yeah,
I promise you there are
100%.
cameras. I mean, I know there are cameras, and it's just a little hard to believe. It's just a little hard to believe that something hasn't turned up in relation to him at this point. But I mean, I don't know. At the same time, it is possible, I guess, that there's nothing nefarious going on, and he ran off, right? I mean, it is possible. It's just I have a hard time believing that's what happened at this point.
Well, no, because for me, it's like and I will say this, we were talking last night with our friends, and I'm like, there is a house right across from him. The house across from him actually has a Ring doorbell cam. So the fact that everyone here last night thought it was really weird that he wasn't picked up on the Ring cam, right? Like the Ring camera didn't see him. And I'm like, y'all, I don't know, depending on where it's placed, because they're normally like by the front door. And how close do you have to be for the Ring doorbell cam to go off? Like, if I'm walking down the street, is it going to alert you? Because I do find that a little hard to believe that if I'm a 15-year-old little boy, I'm not large, he's very skinny. If I'm just walking down the road outside of my house, is that Ring doorbell cam going to alert? I don't think so. Like, if a car came by, it probably would. But just me, this 15-year-old, very, very skinny boy walking by, I don't know that it would alert. Now, if he was using his flashlight, there's probably a better chance. But just him walking, I don't know. But that's just me. A lot of people have, around here, a lot of people have more than one camera on their house. If they have cameras, it's not just like a Ring doorbell cam. Like, for instance, we have security cameras, but we have 4. Well, 5, right? So it's not just one like doorbell cam.
This is
I don't know if he has any siblings or a pet. And Heather, that could be too, that it's a setting thing on your camera. I just don't know, right? Because for me, it's just really weird that not one camera has seen him. And people have checked too. Like, people around here, the community is far above amazing. Like, there's only a few places probably in the world that I'd rather live than where we are, other than the cold. But as far as the people, like, they're really good people. Hi, Heather. I don't know. I really hope this doesn't turn into like a true crime thing. You know what I mean? Outside of a missing person, but
I'm hoping they get some type of tip soon, some type of
Oh.
as to where he's at, right? Because, it's one of those things where you sit and look at it, and even in my own mind, right? I've gone from questioning the story of that, that initially came out of him walking out around or shortly after midnight, because there was even that specific piece, right, of a kind of a generalized time frame and a pretty specific description of what he was wearing, what he took with him, but no mention of seeing it on video. So I'm thinking, okay, well, that's a question I've got in my mind, but I'm not really thinking anything nefarious. And now I'm really starting to question that. And it's like, for one, I hope they find him, right, for his welfare, his benefit, that they find him and he's okay and everything's good. But on the other, taking that out of the equation, the amount of suspicion and just the rumors that are going to start, right? And it's like, at the end of the day, I think that takes away from focusing on looking for this kid. So I'm hoping they find
The
something.
rumors that are going to start, and you're helping them start.
Get some type of lead soon.
well, that's the thing, Noelle, is no one has really said they saw him leave. Because to say that he hasn't
Steph, I find that interesting as fuck too.
been seen on camera since his disappearance kind of alludes to there wasn't even cameras at his house that saw him actually leave his house. And one, I'm so glad you mentioned that. So let me explain something to y'all, okay? There's going to be a shift on this channel, okay? Probably one that's been really needed. I've been spending a lot of time on other channels and just talking and stuff. And at some point in life, you become what I like to call a honest person who expects the same out of the people around you.
Oh.
And probably more so than honest, I will say loyal person.
Oh.
And I am a very, very loyal person. And I don't like it when I don't see my loyalty returned. And that doesn't just go to me, it goes to other people that I associate with. And I mean loyalty to the point that if people don't necessarily like someone that I invite up on the panel or I have on the channel, well, you know what? There's 8 million others that you can go watch. You can watch them, but I promise you, they won't give you info like I will. Because L Detective 1, you are 100% correct. And he was sus from the start. But what it takes to be good at this true crime stuff is not sitting and listening to other people talk all day, then going on your channel and using that conversation like it's all your info and your idea, etc.
What it takes to be good at this true crime stuff. Using things from the rumor mill. Gotcha. Painting narratives against the parents. Gotcha. Using discussion groups and Facebook comments. I see ya. This is what it takes to be good at true crime. Thank God I'm not true crime and will never claim to be.
What it takes is actually being good at doing this. Let me tell you how fucked up Maddie's mom's boyfriend actually was. And this is probably something that other people have not yet put together. Not my.
Let's, I'm not interested in hearing her take on Maddie, period. But what I am interested in taking you on a gander for, since some people probably don't know this, let's take a look at, before we get into Duchess's video with Chris and Katie and probably why they were getting so much backlash, a combination of things. It wasn't just Clue. People had already started to make statements, but I want to take you to March 3rd. March 3rd in the morning. This video has 4,700 views. This is woo. This case gets more sus by the second. Sebastian Rogers driving by his house. Oh, say it ain't so. Again, this all falls under fair use.
Well, in that case,
you got all wrapped up. You got all wrapped up in that.
It's
song.
me. Let me fast forward.
Come on.
okay. So I will say this, guys. This case is starting to really feel like there may be real true crime in my backyard. Not even kidding. Like the first 2 days.
Starting to feel like there's a real true crime in her backyard, huh? Say it ain't so.
Days or so, it was like, oh my gosh, this poor little boy just decided to get himself a flashlight and walk out. However, there's some strange stuff going on. So today, we took a ride.
Oh.
We let our daughter
Sure isn't her home.
ride us around. And I made her take me over there. Thank you, Draw, for the super sticker. But
Dr.
it was, it's crazy. I'm just going to say that first and foremost, to like, literally there's this case and it's right down the road. No lie. Like it actually took us less time, I think, to get there than I thought it would.
Yeah.
Would you say that's probably fair? Like,
Yeah, it's about 15 minutes.
yeah. So
speeding her up.
So probably about a 15-minute drive. And we were in front of the house. Okay. I got you all a video of the neighborhood, pulling into the neighborhood. I got video of the command center or command post they have set up there. So, and I've also learned something else a little sketchy about the parental situations in the house. Remember, I told you that everyone was, word on the street was that the stepdad was not like a super nice guy. He has like a lot of people that just say, that guy, bad news, whatever.
Oh.
And then I'll just tell you, the first thing I thought when I heard this story was, if you have a kid that has some type of, any type of functioning issue, like, I don't know how to put that, like what disability, why wouldn't you have like an alarm system and mainly door alarms on your house, right? So we're going to get into that. But first, I want to show you guys the drive.
That I do wonder too at times. But then again, he was recently diagnosed and maybe behaviors were getting more aggressive as things went on. But again, I don't know.
That we did today.
Stick toes is at the wheel.
Yes. And I muted it because I like had the camera half the time.
Chances are there's going to be some bad statements in this. I don't even know what we're prepared to hear. So forewarned. We all need our earmuffs on, I'm sure.
And out of the car, like sitting on the roof, right? I'm not JLR. Literally nothing ever happens here. There's hardly ever any boots on the ground. My boots stay up in the air. If you get
You're not JLR? You sure kind of wanted to be, didn't you?
what I mean. But I'm just saying there aren't a lot of hills on the ground around here because it's kind of luckily a boring place, right? And I am happy to update that all 3 escaped inmates are back in custody.
Yeah, the dumbasses got a ride to the dollar store on a main highway.
That's how country we are around here, okay? These criminals, the 2, remember they caught the one guy right away. The other 2 were still on the loose. And the one guy he's bad dangerous, okay? Like he literally shot this gas station attendant up here. And it was like, oh my God. We've had like 1 homicide in 2022. And I don't know of any.
And he got a ride to a dollar store?
Yes.
This badass got a ride to a dollar store.
Yeah, so he like forced someone to give him a ride to the Dollar General, okay? And immediately when the person drops them off, they called 911 and said, hey, look, I just dropped these folks off in Lebanon. So they were able to apprehend them right in front of the Dollar General.
You know what the real crime in all of that is? Nothing in the Dollar General is a dollar. You want to just slap somebody.
Actually,
no, not the dollar store.
The Dollar General, yeah. But you know what's funny is we stopped in this exact dollar store they were dropped off at one time to buy cigarettes, and at that time the cigarettes we were smoking were like $4 a pack or something, and they had screwed up their entry system, and they were selling them for exactly $1 a pack. So
we bought all they had.
First time we actually went to the dollar store and got something for $1. So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I hate dollars.
Love you too, Kelly. I saw your message there. All right, so let's go to this drive. I sped up some parts, right? But I didn't, and it's gonna cover the chat for a second, but I wanted to show y'all the like vastness and like country. Like this is a country atmosphere, okay? There's a lot of fields, there's a lot of farms. Like I told y'all, we live in the sticks, and we really do live like in the sticks. So
Kick the Can is a major game out there.
Yeah.
It is actually. So this is on the way there, okay? Now, mind you, I'm like 4 miles out from his house at this point, I believe. And I mean, look at all this land, y'all. Like it'll get city. Well, our version of city, it'll get city.
And how did we talk about people becoming the next JLR and Dolly and all of that? Doing this. You take rumors, then you go film, go real life, use rumors to sell a story. Then you go up the ante and exclusive information with catchy titles to their video. Ooh, this case gets more sus. How is any of this helping find Sebastian? So we are switching from awareness of a missing child to narratives about the parents. You see how easy that was done?
In like a little bit, and you'll see, but like there's a lot of culverts, a lot of ditches.
And there's a lot of land with a lot of sprawling land, right? Like there's a lot of farms out here just outside of the subdivision where he lived or lives, right? Where his house is at, I should say. And
Within 2 days, JLR starts covering this case.
when you get just beyond that, this is kind of the sprawling farmlands. And as you get closer, you get more into the hilly terrain.
Yeah, so y'all see what I mean? Like that's one house, and they've got a farm and a barn. Like, and you really, yeah. I mean, it's country.
That's where the song came from. Tennessee. Old McDonald had a farm.
And I will say this about the search efforts, right? We were on the way back, and we were maybe, I don't know, 8 miles from his home, and we saw some of the emergency management folks sitting in a driveway entering into a farm. That's how far out they were searching. And I'm like, you can't beat the effort that everybody is putting into finding this boy, and it's a really good thing to see, because all we see on here is all this negative shit, and however things don't get done the way they ought to in terms of police and in terms of how people act and things like that. And I mean, so far everybody's doing everything that they can in this, and you can actually go see it, and it's great.
All right, so for itself, I'm showing you guys the drive out to Sebastian Rogers' house. That's just in a nutshell. That's all we've gone over. And Caroline, so the police, I'll play you the update for today. They have actually now spanned out a 5-mile radius from his house. So they have hit 5 miles. I would say by today, they're going to be over 5 miles. And Joanne, I'm with you.
And how are they ignoring that law enforcement has said that the family's been cooperating and foul play wasn't suspected? I mean, of course, YouTubers know more than law enforcement, right? Of course. Law enforcement wasn't hearing these rumors, though, I'm sure. Whatever. People were very involved.
I love Dollar General, but anyway.
And just keep an eye on that white line this automobile keeps trying to cross. Who's driving again?
That's my fault, y'all, because out here, so we don't have them big like 4-lane roads and stuff like that. Like even our highways have just now been upgraded to 2 lanes on each side. Not kidding. That just happened. Our main highway, right? So I always tell her, I'm like, look, hug the right side of the road, because people cross the yellow.
I'm going to fast forward it.
That poor thing.
Yeah, he is. Okay, so now we're pulling into his neighborhood. Okay, remember I showed you guys a post I saw on Facebook where someone said, I didn't see anything on my camera and I'm on Kellen.
Remember the post I showed you off Facebook? Using Facebook comments, building a narrative off of it. Exactly what we talked about.
Kellyn. That is the road we're about to turn on. And no, I'm not just stalking the Amazon van, okay?
But I did think it was quite poetic that we pull into the subdivision and an Amazon van is leaping away.
Sam, I haven't seen that.
We're glad you got racing stripes on that slow ass Camaro.
And he's actually turning onto Sebastian Street. So we're going to turn right behind him. And it was kind of crazy because there's no one out there. There's no cops. There's no.
Not at the house.
Yeah.
No, it's just like a normal Sunday.
Yeah, that's what you would expect. I don't know why the cops would be hanging on the parents' house. Unless you're waiting for them to come back, they might have posted a car. That wouldn't have hurt,
Now I slow it down when we get in front of his house, kind of a little bit, so y'all can see. And it's right there. That's his home.
Oh, keeping the family under surveillance. Imagine that.
Yeah, that's a nice house. Nice subdivision, really.
$681,000 is what that house cost.
Releasing how much their house is worth. This is what I consider going real life.
Boy, the value of the dollar is destroyed.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And then here, so we're driving, we went up, it's actually like a cul-de-sac, right? You can just turn around at the end. So we turned around, and this is us coming back down, and we were able to see the ring cams that are on these houses, okay?
I can't imagine that neighborhood not being full of cameras.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, there's a camera on this house.
In the alcove, though, or on the face?
There's one on that. You see it right there underneath the whatever. That might be the one across the street. I can't remember.
I think the next one is the one across the street.
Yeah. So see that right there? That's another ring cam, and it's directly across the street from his house.
Showing all the cameras of the neighbors' homes and where they're located. Seems real safe.
Those are good sized houses.
Yeah, they're pretty big. And then we're just going to exit the neighborhood, and then I give you another view of the command post, but on my side filming it because the windshield on that car is a little dirty. Huh? What?
No,
Oh, yeah. The news puts shit out there too that I disagree with. Absolutely.
Hey, no.
Rachel Marie is asking for a recap since she's been out of commission the past week. You want to give her a quick rundown on what's going on with this?
Yeah, so there's a 15-year-old missing little boy with autism. Now, what I hear is he's high functioning, like he wasn't even in special classes or anything. So today we went and drove by the house, the neighborhood, and the command post that they've set up for all the people searching.
What's on the other side of the road? Is that a ravine? What is that, a forest, or is it a property someone owns?
I think it's just land.
All woodlands here, right?
Yeah.
Anybody gone through there?
They've done, so I want to say the sheriff said as of today, maybe they've done a complete 5-mile radius outside of the house, like around the house. And
Right.
again, here's the command post. We've been seeing that big thing.
Look how many people are still out there.
Right there on the news or whatever. And then on the other side, they've got the mounted teams. But just like the woods around here is crazy. There's just so many woods. All right, so let me.
Yeah, I think I agree with Sasha. I think something originated from the home.
I don't see how that's not the case, honestly, at this point.
Oh.
No, I'm kind of there too, because it's like there's so many cameras in that neighborhood for there not to be one sighting of him on a camera is a little crazy.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, if he got it, if it wasn't for the fact that you can obviously see cameras around there and knowing that they capture all kinds of stuff in crime related things or missing cases and see stuff, I could see how he could disappear if it weren't for that. But there's no way. I can't see a way how he got out of that subdivision.
I'm gonna phone away from him.
You remember how we talk about going real life on the parents of a missing child? I'm going to skip through some of this. If you want to go back and watch this and see how much the targeted attacks started against the parents. Remember how we talked about how I disagree with people going through the homes of children of missing families? Well, here you go.
There's a bonfire and people are talking to each other on the phone. You just want to reach over and throw them in the fire. Not the phone, but the people.
We for real have 147 people in here. Oh no.
Oh wait.
And I will say, well, I'll show you in a second.
We got to 101. Appreciate you.
Yeah, let's get the word about Sebastian out there.
Oh. Is Clue going through the floor plan of the house of a missing child? Sure is. Sure is. Just like the rest of them. This was March 3rd. Goes through the entire floor plan of the home. Yep, sure does. Goes to Twitter.
Saying it'd be nice.
How to build a story using discussions from other sources, going through the home, going real life. Huh.
Nice to know if they checked those cameras all the way back to the last moment they knew he got home from school and tracked all those vehicles that came in and out of that house.
Well, and
especially the parents.
I'm thinking that since they said they're going to start ramping down search efforts this week, I'm thinking that we may get some more level of detail coming. Personally,
you do?
I think so. I mean, because if they're going to back down on the search, then they're still going to reach out to the public wanting public support. They're going to have to provide a little bit more information other than just check your cameras from this time to this time, right? I feel like they're going to have to start releasing a few more details that they have. But maybe not either, right? I don't know how this really works, but I would expect that.
I'm trying to look and see,
See, to me, I want to know if cars came out. That really bothered. I'd probably be the worst investigator of the guys around me because I wouldn't sit still until I knew that no car came out of that garage from the last time he was at school until Monday morning. Because if cars come out of that garage, then immediately you need to get any kind of way you could track that car's movements. Then you need to track that car and see where that car went.
It looks like the last missing kid here was in 23, or yeah.
And did they find him?
And then there was one before that in 22. So no, it doesn't happen here.
No, no, it's not a common thing.
I'm telling you, I messed up when I was like, nothing ever happens around here.
Yeah, that's just right. It's sad too. It makes you upset when kids are like, to me, sacrosanct. There should never be a violation of a child under any condition because you're scarring that person's empty head. They're born completely devoid of anything in their brain, and the last thing you want to do is put in any kind of horrific events, right? I mean, you can't control the world, but as a parent, you can at least control what you can control, and you got to make sure you do that. You don't know what can happen to your kid when they go to school. You can only hope for the best and trust in other people at times, but Man, from your own home, your kid goes missing. I'd be losing my damn mind.
Looking for information from other sources that they can go with. This is like a play-by-play of what we talked about. Total play-by-play. How to build a story. Yeah, there should be no sides.
Looks normal to me. Looks like a happy young kid, you know, playing the Legos and crap.
Should
I've
have
been
been
sitting here talking to my damn self. There is now a reward they put together. I think it's like $3,000 or something for, I guess, anything that leads them.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. It was, I think, done by like a group of private investors or something.
Private businesses, yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy though, because I get like, I don't know why I get the feeling like when you look at a lot of people like around here posting, they are on the foul play road.
I feel like calling one of their news stations and offering I feel like calling and offering a $5,000 reward. And ensuring and pushing for all the cameras in that area to be reviewed from 3 days before this kid's officially reported missing. Especially cameras that have any eye contact with the house itself and or the street the kid lived on, both in front and behind that home.
Again, law enforcement was on this from the beginning. Let's switch gears. But you're seeing where this was the third. And then what happens later on the third? Let's look at Duchess's interview with them. So you can see people are driving by their home, keeping them under surveillance, rumor mills spreading. How is this helping Sebastian? Oh, it's not.
So I'm happy to help however I can, especially if it's here somewhere I can, be within driving distance ever get to. For example, the case is here with the girls, and then now this case in Middle Tennessee.
Exactly. And see how I'm here in South Carolina, but I do have friends that live in Tennessee, and that's really important for me to just try to extend my reach. I know a lot of search and rescue people, and I make missing flyers myself, and it's good to have connections, because if I have a case, just like his mother's cousin reached out to me, she knows me personally, and I was like, well, I know a bunch of people that I can call on that will be able to help get this case out. So it looks like that we have them coming up on panel. So if you guys will please welcome Sebastian's parents to the live stream. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you joining us.
You're welcome.
We had a really good conversation today, and I appreciate you being willing to talk to me about.
They threw that right out the window. Right out the window. It so quickly shifted from awareness in the media. You look at this. Look at what we watched. The interviews with the media. How the interviews were being handled with the media. And then watch as soon as YouTubers get involved. This is, Trevor Lee. Gypsy Trails, you can have your opinions. Absolutely. Can you tell me what she's done for Sebastian that's amazing? I would love to hear what she's done that's amazing. Duchess started the blip boards and did great there. But she also showed full transparency of where every blip board was, the money going in and out. So there's that. I'm not sure. I don't think Clue has done that. I know she's been in some photos out searching for Sebastian. Is there anything else that I'm missing that she's done for Sebastian? Curious.
Sebastian going missing. So I guess I will just kind of start out with, tell me what happened the day that Sebastian went missing. I know that his mom said that he was having a good day. He had a great weekend. So do you want to?
And personally, just so you know, Gypsy Trails, like, again, you are allowed to like whoever you want to. You are a grown-ass adult, but I will never think that somebody that is as racist and homophobic as she is a great person. I mean, spreading misinformation on the parents of a missing child and intentionally painting narratives about parents of a missing child, and then flip-flopping back and forth between Seth and Chris and Katie. At first, she thought Seth was great too, and then she met him, and then it was comparing him to Chris Watts, and the shoulder thing that got ran around forever. And then, Katie. She's said some pretty awful things about Katie, quite a few places, huge platforms like Pascal's when she called in and talked about that. So I'm genuinely curious what she has done for Sebastian that I might be missing, because I'm sure there's a lot that I probably missed.
Walk us through what that looks like again for everybody.
He did have a really good weekend, actually. When we come home from having supper that evening, he was playing. When he went to bed, when I told him to go to bed, he said, "I love you, Mama," and he said, "I love you, puppies."
Yeah, with those threats, it always makes me curious of how, they've talked about threats and stuff, but she's local. He could get a restraining order on her easily if he's got proof of all this stuff and her being so invested. But that's never been done. In fact, they file a frivolous suit against Granny, which Granny has no. I've always wondered about that myself.
A little later in the evening, I myself went to bed, and when I went to wake him up for school, he wasn't here.
And you did tell me that Sebastian is not a runner.
He's not.
It's okay. Take your time.
Sebastian does not have a history of running. I mean, the young man doesn't go outside very much. I mean, everybody in the neighborhood knows him. He is very to himself, so to speak. Between the hours of 12 and 6, he has basically vanished. Walked out of the house, the door was locked and gone.
He didn't take a phone. None of his shoes are missing.
Now, you told me that night that, now, Chris, you were at work. You were out of town at work,
Yes, ma'am.
so you were not even home.
Correct, ma'am.
And Mom, you fell asleep on the couch about 10 o'clock, but you said that Sebastian went to bed at 9 p.m. And then you got up off the couch and you went to bed, and you said that was around midnight. And nothing was unusual at that point. Everything seemed okay.
There's actually a piece of, so to make something very crystal clear, so that way there's transparency across the board. Me and the mom were on the phone at 9:43 or 9:46 in the evening. We stayed on the phone for quite some time. The call logs have been verified by all the police departments, TBI included. We stayed on the phone. It was very lengthy. Mom.
Steph, I gotta ask my Steph in here, because I'm glad she's here for this one. Hey, Steph, do I get a what did they say? Was it ass pats or back pats or something? Do I get a passing grade today, Steph? Because I finally took us back to where you've been saying, Becky, take us back here. You know what I'm talking about. I do know what you're talking about. This was done. As much as people don't want to acknowledge that this was done, and this is how people paint narratives and how they get stories to sell. Again, we have no idea who's involved in Sebastian's disappearance. I'm not telling you can't like Clue. It's right in front of your eyes. She's using unvetted sources to paint narratives, the rumor mill, all of that stuff. Imagine being in Chris and Katie's shoes and having a creator doing this to you and your family that claims to be local, and then flip-flopping and back and forth with all of it. Yes, Steph, I'm talking to you. I get an A++. Yeah. I promised you I would do this. But I'm telling you, this is how they build stories. These aren't true crime cases. This is how they inlay conspiracy theories and emotionally manipulate audiences. This is all it is. We have no indication law enforcement is involved in who will be the one to crack the case. A lot of times creators involve themselves. They get close to families. They try to get insider info. They act like they're playing the side. Oh, we're going to work with law enforcement, break them down, and we're going to do all this bullshit. They play a ton of games for social media content. It is what it is. But it's not fair to do to the families. It's really not on any of it. And this isn't all going to be about Clue. I'm just taking you timeline fashion. We are showing you Smiley the first, Clue the second. Now we're on Duchess on the third, Clue on the third. These are timelines. This is how it started to pop off on social media. And now when you hear defensiveness, and Katie and Chris, you might understand because people were already painting narratives about them in videos on social media.
Did slightly start falling asleep while she was on the couch. I had said, hey, you need to wake up, put the dogs up, go to bed. Now, mind you, that was right around midnight, just before midnight or right around midnight.
Mhm.
So then mom does go to bed and wakes up early in the morning to go wake her son up, get him ready for school. And now we have a worried mom who can't find her son in the house. Mom made an effort to look and search several times. Mom has called me at the time and asked me, she was like, I can't find him. I was like, do what? She goes, yeah, I cannot find him. I said, well, hang on.
By the way, I've watched this so many times, and I'm going to be honest with you guys. Because I'm not trying to make them guilty of something, I don't find much nefarious in the things that they say. But for full transparency, I'm going to let this play out and let you guys feel how you want to, because I'm not here to manipulate your feelings on what you think has happened, who's guilty of anything. I don't know these people. These are strangers on the internet going through the worst time in their life. And if I'm working off of facts and evidence from law enforcement, we have no indication that any of the parents are involved. And I know if I was in their shoes and one of my girls went missing, I wouldn't want the internet to do to me what has been done to them. That's it. I don't find these, but I'm also not looking to paint narratives about either one of them, Seth or Katie or Chris, or all three of them for that matter. There is, in the upcoming segments, you will see a complete control of narratives being done and how things are painted. But this is a timeline and this is how we are going about it. So feel how you want, but I'm not here to tell you how to feel about any of the situation. Sebastian is missing, and if we go off of what law enforcement has stated, we have no indication what has happened to Sebastian or where he is at, and no evidence whatsoever to target any of these parents. There is absolutely generational cycles that need to be broken in most of our families, and theirs are being used and weaponized for social media content. But I will continue. Granny, I don't know if you were in here when I just said this. I will continue to point out things that are very obvious. Why the fuck? Clue being one of the very first to paint narratives against this family from one side to the other, from Chris and Katie to Seth. Why is she not listed on a frivolous suit? But Granny is? Things that don't make sense. Think about all the people that she's reached out to, all of the things. There's a lot of questions people should be asking themselves. Again, this is how they sell a salacious story.
I made the phone call and reported it to the sheriff's department because that's what we're supposed to do. And within 10 minutes, the sheriffs were dispatched to the location.
And you had told me that there hadn't been any particular situation that had occurred where you felt like there would have been something that happened. And I also had asked you if there were any friends that Sebastian might have possibly left the house with, or if he had any contact with anyone on social media. Do you want to comment about that again?
Pickle, I have heard a lot of people talk about, Stephen Crabtree talked about how they were out there trying to debunk the lights and working with them and stuff. I haven't listened to that part in particular that you're asking about, but I'm not shocked by any of this. I know that FF is, I think he's in the area helping Chris and Katie, I'm assuming. How much involvement these other people have, how much searching, I have no clue. Again, what these parents choose to do and who they choose to align themselves with is ultimately their choice. But I'm going to speak my mind, trust and believe, because at the end of the day, we're getting targeted information from people that have played nothing but games on both sides. And that's where it gets all muddy. So
He doesn't have a social media.
Okay.
And the only friends that he had were a couple of kids in school.
Okay.
All the kids that have had any interaction with him have been interviewed and asked.
Okay.
We as parents know how social media can be,
Right.
and seeing how kids can be easily manipulated.
He's very young in mind.
Yes, he may be. He's about 15 and he's 15 in age in his body, but his mind is not caught up to his body. But that is something that goes through with autistic children, as everybody would know.
Right.
But for the record, I am a very strict parent. He does not have social media.
Odin girl, I was in very selective chats and I did go on panel with her. Absolutely. I didn't have a fucking clue what she was like previously in other cases, and that's my own fault for not going back and looking. Absolutely. I seriously thought that she had learned her lesson and changed her ways. 100%. But I don't fuck with racists and I don't fuck with people who are homophobic, things like that are pretty much absolutely no-goes for me. So carry on. Again, when you think that I sit with all these people, maybe you should actually see how many chats and how many minutes I was actually in there or what I really did say.
Not in our household. He doesn't online game. I'm pretty strict when it comes to that kind of situation.
Well, that's good. That's good, Chris, that you have control of that, because social media can be very dangerous for young kids because they don't realize who they may be talking to on social media. So it's always good to have that awareness and to make sure you're monitoring, what your kids are doing. So I had asked you both,
I can't even remember who started promoting her, to be honest. Somebody was like, look at this channel. She's doing really good. I had no idea. And that was my own fault for not going back and looking. But once the mask was pulled off, and that's where I don't pay attention to a lot of people unless they are on my radar. I don't go back and watch a lot of shit. Once I found out, I was stunned to see the shit that was out there. Stunned.
Did you have any idea what would make Sebastian want to suddenly leave the house? And you told me, well, that's the $1 million question that everybody wants to know. All the detectives, they've all asked that same question. What is it that happened that caused him to leave the house?
Dear Terms of Service, I had her on panel a couple times. I did. I have nothing to hide here. Absolutely. But again, not going back and knowing, and thank God people around me did know and said, Becky, wake the fuck up. And then it all started to come out and I was like, oh shit. Well, that was a fucking no. Yeah, no clue. But I didn't also realize that she was going around like kind of getting herself involved with all of the creators who were covering this. I didn't know that. I had no clue. That's why I say we all make mistakes. That was a mistake of mine. 100% own it.
And I know you must be so worried and so concerned. Is there anything, if Sebastian were listening to this live stream right now, if you knew that he was out there, what would you want to tell him?
That we love you and to come home.
I mean, it's pretty simple. This boy has a very large family that everybody is asking the question, where are you? We love you, and please come home.
Yes. We definitely need to find him as soon as possible. If you live in this area, please search your property every day. He could be on the move. Just because you've already searched your property one time doesn't mean that you don't need to continue to search your property on a daily basis.
But I thought she didn't cry for her child and beg for her child. I thought that's what we've been told too. Oh, she has. She did.
Just to be sure, if you have a lot of land, it needs to be searched, just to be sure, because he may be lost. He may be somewhere and he can't find his way back. So that's why it's very critical. Can you talk to me about the search and rescue efforts? Are they searching on land, air? They also have dive teams there. What can you tell us about that?
So currently, as of today, the National Guard was also brought in to help with the search, but they have had fixed wing aircraft, helicopters.
Can I just say this right quick for all you in the back that have a problem with me not liking your buddy Clue? Y'all go sit over there and like her all you want. Y'all go hang out with that shit. Say you're okay with racism and homophobia and all that shit. Like, do all that. Stop trying to convince me otherwise or shame me. Like, yeah, I made a fucking mistake. I make a lot of mistakes by liking people on here and giving them chances. But stop wasting your energy trying to like white knight for somebody that doesn't even know you exist. it's weird. It's cringe. You can see right in front of your faces, like you can't deny what she was a part of doing. She was keeping them under surveillance, putting their floor plans on the internet, doing all the things that go real life, and I stand against. I'm sorry that I didn't know and do my due diligence and go back and see that this was all done. I'm here now, and I'm showing the entire timeline. If you have a problem with that, go cry somewhere fucking else. Y'all are fucking weird white knighting for people that don't even know you fucking exist. I care about dignity for Sebastian, and she sure as hell did not ever care about dignity for Sebastian or the parents. And she's still playing games. Tell me I'm wrong. You don't flip-flop all these sides back and forth beyond. And she can call me all the names and say all the foul things. Like, do that. Cool. I don't even give a shit.
Horseback, ATV, side by side.
Guess who won't watch and or review it? Me, because I'm busy in the timeline.
Door to door, scouring every neighborhood possible. I mean, the outreach from the community and various counties has been extremely welcoming, loved. I mean, it's we've been told this is probably one of the largest searches that they've conducted with so much input.
Odin girl, I was in her chats for a couple weeks, on and off. And I'm not aggressively answering you. You're not the first one to come in here in White Knight for a clue. If you feel some sort of way, I mean, that's again on you. I don't know what to say. It's gross. It's foul. I don't like her, period. I don't like what she's done to this family. Any side of it. She was a huge push of the Seth bullshit. And what kicked off in that? Poor Seth campaigns. And has given people all the stuff when he intentionally has done a lot of shit to Katie. But she intensified it.
Put that it's a case to be studied for sure.
You have a lot of people that are praying and supporting you right now. Was his ask, would he be able to ride a city bus?
Nothing is off the table as far as abilities. Could the young man get on a bus? I'm sure he could.
We've never done it before.
We've never rode a city bus, so I don't think he understands the process. He doesn't have any sense of money. He may have, like, let's say, a $20 bill in his hand, but he doesn't truly understand what $20 would get him.
He's good
Right.
at it, but he doesn't
I understand.
Time and money.
And single mom says, does he want his real father? Maybe. I'm just asking. Well, it turns out, single mom, that, he sees his real father every other weekend. And the real father, he is heavily involved in this situation and is aware. And he doesn't know where Sebastian is either, correct?
Correct. I mean, I can tell you this.
His father's very much involved in his life.
Yes, very much involved in his life. The relationship between all three of us as parents is not your common one. I mean, me and the father talk on a regular basis. We call each other. We talk. Hey, if we heard anything, how's he doing? Is he acting up? I mean, it's not. There's no really animosity in between the parents.
That's good. That's good. Discovering the truth. Thank you for being here. They say, did he have any special interest, like trains, parks, friends, maybe a school bus route that he loved? My son elopes and loves trains, so he heads to the tracks.
Playground.
Granny, yeah, I can go back. Hold on. Let me go back.
Awareness and to make sure you're monitoring, what your kids are doing. So I had asked you both, did you have any idea what would make Sebastian want to suddenly leave the house? And you told me, well, that's the $1 million question that everybody wants to know. All the detectives, they've all asked that same question. What is it that happened that caused him to leave the house? And I know you must be so worried and so concerned. Is there anything, if Sebastian were listening to this live stream right now, if you knew that he was out there, what would you want to tell him?
That we love you and to come home.
I mean, it's pretty simple. This boy has a very large family that everybody is asking the question, where are you? We love you, and please come home.
Yes. We definitely need to find him as soon as possible. If you live in this area, please search your property every day. He could be on the move. Just because you've already searched your property one time doesn't mean that you don't need to continue to search your property on a daily basis just to be sure. If you have a lot of land, it needs to be searched. just to be sure, because he may be lost. He may be somewhere and he can't find his way back. So that's why it's very critical. Can you talk to me about the search and rescue efforts? Are they searching on land, air? They also have dive teams there. What can you tell us about that?
So currently, as of today, the National Guard was also brought in to help with the search, but they have had fixed wing aircraft, helicopters, horseback ATVs, side by side, door to door, scouring every neighborhood possible. The outreach from the community and various counties has been extremely welcoming, loved. We've been told this is probably one of the largest searches that they've conducted with so much input that it's a case to be studied for sure.
You have a lot of people that are praying and supporting you right now. Was his ask, would he be able to ride a city bus?
Timestamp of that is 3150, just in case anybody is timestamping that.
Yes.
Nothing is off the table as far as abilities. Could the young man get on a bus? I'm sure he could.
We've never done it before.
We've never rode a city bus, so I don't think he understands the process. He doesn't have any sense of money. He may have, let's say, a $20 bill in his hand, but he doesn't truly understand what $20 would get him.
He's good
Right.
at it, but he doesn't.
Oh, I see another friend in the chat. I mean, these people can just be blocked. They just come in here and want to stir shit. I don't give two fucks at this point, honestly. I'm absolutely showing how these playbooks are played in the narratives, and they want to distract to their who they like and don't like. I don't give a fuck who likes Clue. That has nothing to do with it. My personal like or dislike of people has nothing to do with this. This is how creators build a narrative around a story, and Clue's doing all of that. That's why Clue is being discussed. Other than that, I don't care what you guys think of her personally. Your opinions are on anybody, truly. Back to the show. Carry on.
I understand.
And time and money.
And Single Mom says, does he want his real father? Maybe. I'm just asking. Well, it turns out, Single Mom, that, he sees his real father every other weekend. And the real father, he is heavily involved in this situation and is aware. And he doesn't know where Sebastian is either, correct?
Correct. I can tell you this.
His father's very much involved in his life.
Yes, very much involved in his life. The relationship between all three of us as parents is not your common one. Me and the father talk on a regular basis. We call each other. We talk. Hey, if we heard anything, how's he doing? Is he acting up? It's not. There's no really animosity in between the parents.
That's good. That's good. Discovering the truth. Thank you for being here. They say, did he have any special interest, like trains, parks, friends, maybe a school bus route that he loved? My son elopes and loves trains, so he heads to the tracks.
I see nothing but raw and real emotion in this. This is, for me, this is absolutely raw, real emotion. This is, and they have remained. They have not said all these nefarious, horrible things about Seth that I've heard publicly at all. So, again, this interview for me is very hard to listen to because I see parents that are broken and a rough situation that they're just trying to navigate. And watching how creators involved themselves right before and after is disgusting.
He loves playgrounds.
Yeah, he loves playgrounds. He loves to play. I'll give him that. Friends wise,
He wants friends.
Sebastian, his idea of his friend is right now.
And whoever that Celsius account is, that's an alt of theirs that they come in and talk shit to me under. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not interested. They can't say it under their regular account, so they got to fire up their alt. I don't care.
Knows what he has 2 kids that he talks to at school, but he is extremely socially awkward. So it's very difficult for him to make friends, which has been this boy's only lifelong dream. Christmas, what do you want for Christmas? I want friends. Birthday, I want friends. Anything that he could do to get a friend, he would love to do it, which is potentially dangerous because that could open up doors for somebody to say, hey, I'll be your friend, and potentially cause harm.
Kim Holmes asked if there's any cameras in the area. And I did see, Kim, that they were asking for people that had any Ring doorbell footage or any businesses that had camera footage. Talk to us about that, Chris. We did speak about that briefly earlier about the people getting all the footage, but they haven't found anything.
Sam, that is absolutely valid. And I don't know these people's baselines, but from what I see is very raw, real emotion. You're right, though, as far as not seeing them on camera. But I, again, I have nothing to say negatively in the fact of like, I mean, I think all of them, this was back in the beginning. So I think this is an impossible situation to navigate. And I can't imagine not being heartbroken over your child being missing. Like, I take it at surface value. I have no indication of anything nefarious from law enforcement. That's just where I go.
Our entire neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods have voluntarily and with generosity given up any video footage that they've got. And, I mean, they have let the departments come in and view and monitor. So as far as cameras,
Rabbit hole survivor, I disagree with you. Seth is absolutely a grown adult who has made choices, but I think both things are true in this situation. I think he was actually exploited and people gotten quote unquote in bed, not meaning that like literally, but figuratively, with him to push narratives because it's the ultimate pattern of behavior. They try to gain access to family members for sources. So I think both things are true. He made intentional decisions because of his poor choices. And I think other people were willing to exploit him at the same time. I think both things are true. And I think you will see that in the upcoming pieces of the timeline that he made intentional choices and people also exploited that behavior. But that's to come in the next pieces. We're not there yet. But I don't think anybody's excusing his poor behavior either.
everybody has turned over everything. There's thousands of hours of stuff that they are combing through to try to find an answer.
It looks like Tish is local to the area. She said, I go to the grocery store or anywhere and our eyes are peeled looking for him. I work at a local restaurant and I'm checking cars as they come through the drive-thru every day. Bless you, Tish. I know this family is very grateful. Discovering the Truth says, so he probably knows the route to his father's house. So maybe he was in the process of heading in that direction.
That has not been ruled out. I mean, like I said, the search that they are conducting is extremely widespread and thorough. So nobody is ruling that out as a possibility.
But normally when he wants to go to his dad's, he just says so. And we just call his dad.
Yeah, I mean, dad will come down here. We meet him halfway. I mean, he's never wanted to go to his dad's and not been able to go. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I mean,
RQ, thank you for being a member for 6 months. All of this is very, very helpful to help us, better understand the situation that we're dealing with. And I did see a post on Facebook that it looked like everybody was asked to wear green on Friday because green is Sebastian's favorite color. What else can you tell us about Sebastian?
He's an avid Minecraft.
I really appreciate, you'll notice a big difference here. And this is where I always lay, but no, people can't understand it. I always say that Duchess is about awareness. This is a very clear indication of how Duchess is about awareness. She constantly is taking it back to Sebastian. Questions about what Sebastian likes, what his interests are, things about Sebastian. Rabbit hole survivor, that's all I ask for, is you to keep an open mind when I show you some of this, because there might be some things that you might not have even noticed or seen, and you might still have the same opinion. That's all I ask for. You're entitled to that. I think he's made extremely poor choices throughout, and you'll see some of the alignments, but I think other people took advantage of that too for content. But Duchess, you'll see Duchess is, connecting to a family member to bring awareness about the missing child. There's a very big distinction. You can see a difference between Cluminati's coverage of this case and what she was already implying in her coverage of this case versus Duchess having the parents on to talk about their son. And I want you to be able to differentiate that too. Awareness is awareness and should be kept as awareness because families need to bring awareness for their loved ones. But other people do it for, in my opinion, self-serving means.
Craft fan, loves the color green. It's got the goofiest and quirky smile in the world. I don't think anybody could mimic it, to be honest with you.
He looks like he's such a sweet young man. He
loves to dance.
I don't find anything nefarious about anything Chris said. I don't find that to be degrading, which it's been turned into how dare he speak about Sebastian that way, calling him goofy, quirky. None of that's nefarious or degrading, in my opinion.
That boy he'll dance his tail off. That's for
Hey,
sure.
there's nothing wrong with that. Dancing is good for you. It's good exercise too. I just really hope they can find some answers. Now, I did ask you guys because, I know that sometimes when we're looking for autistic children that go missing, a lot of times people are concerned that they may be attracted to go towards the water. So talk to us about that. Is he a good swimmer? Does he like to get in the water? I think you did mention some things about that to me earlier.
So he's a fish in the water. I'm gonna tell you right now that but here's the distinction. He is not a child that likes to get dirty. He can't stand his hands dirty. He can't stand bugs. He is fearful of flies and things. So if he swims, he is a pool kid. He's not I'm a river and a stream kind of kid. He is swimming pool bound.
Santa clues or claws or whatever. We are doing a timeline. So this is from March 3rd. We are doing a complete timeline fashion of how social media creators use salacious details and gravitate and build salacious stories to sell to the audience using families' worst traumatic experiences. And we're using Sebastian's case as an example because it's ongoing still currently. We are just in the part 1. So today we have gone over a lot of the media interviews up to March 3rd, and now we are doing when the family comes out and speaks and some of the creator involvement up to this point. In part 2, we will be doing mostly content creators, some of the news interviews that were released, but then there's a lot of stuff that happens in the next few parts.
Discovering the truth. I'm sure that they are probably looking into that. Now, I know that you said there was some misinformation that was going around and you wanted to make a clarification. You did tell me that TBI was assisting, but that there was some confusion. People thought that FBI was actually assisting in this case. Talk to me about what you spoke about earlier to me on our phone call about how FBI is, that they were consulted and the card team,
heroin. We knew going into this that we were going to piss people off. I don't care. There's a purpose for this. There's a reason for this. And if people can't pull back the shades and realize what is being done in every one of these cases, you can take the playbook that Am and I discussed and apply it to any of the high profile social media cases that these creators get involved in. And it's the same playbook. It's the same thing that they do. They have inside sources, rumor mills that they build stories and narratives off. They flip flop from one side to the other, whatever is getting more content. They use other platforms to build narratives off of. We watched Betty have a fallout because she got lost access to JLR's group. You can watch all of it be done. And in fact, in this case, you will even be able to watch creators insert themselves alongside parents and people not creators, Michaela, and then associate themselves with creators doing nefarious things. It's crazy. But people are going to be pissed about it. I don't care. This is what happens right in front of our eyes over and over again by people that call themselves true crime. This isn't true crime. This is nothing about this is true crime. This is exploitation of parents going through their worst time and having a missing loved one.
I guess there is a discussion going on as to whether he qualifies as, for the child abduction response team.
So the FBI is not physically on the ground. Somewhere.
Sam, I can answer that really quick. And then I'll let this play further. Sorry, I don't mean to even interrupt this because this is a great interview. Because I'm not true crime and I can do a timeline like a motherfucker that a lot of these other people are incapable of doing. And I'm willing to go on all sides of it and see where the actual problem started. But because I'm not true crime, how dare I touch true crime cases and be able to lay it out like this? Because I just call myself an asshole on the internet that pushes against misinformation. Well, this is how the misinformation and the tunnel vision got started in this case, and this is where we are. So it makes people feel really some sort of way, because if you talk about and show their creators or somebody that they might like, they take it really personally, even though it's happening right before their eyes, that these creators build these conspiracies based on rumor mills and salacious information and going real life on the families, and we all just give them passes. Meanwhile, we claim that we don't like people that go real life, but they all have been doing it under the guise of true crime. It's bullshit, straight up bullshit. This is exploitation of families' worst moments. And there is an absolute fucking, there's not a written playbook, but they follow a playbook. They've watched all these creators do it in all these cases and grow huge numbers. JLR, Betty, Molly.
One of the news clips, I think it was reported that the FBI had made it on the ground. They're not. TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, has reached out to the behavioral analysis team or their CART team, and they are trying to work with them from a distance. They're not physically present, to help in any way, form, shape that they can render their assistance.
Okay. Light and Sound, thank you for being here. Have burner phones been looked into? I know some teens sneak phones from their parents or maybe his computer use at school to see if he has been chatting.
Evidence of a secret phone.
Okay, good, good. Because digital evidence is really important. They want to make sure that he's not speaking to anybody. This is such an unusual case.
This case is extremely unusual. Like I said before, we are pretty strict when it comes to certain things. As far as comms, communication, electronic devices, there was only one phone that he had. It was extremely locked down. He had access to his phone, his text message to only his contacts list, a camera, and a calculator, and that is it.
He's a pretty happy kid usually.
He seems like it, and I know that you.
Did they just say he had access to a camera and a calculator? But I thought recently we were told that he couldn't even use a calculator. I thought that's what we were told, but we're told right here that he had access to a camera and a calculator. Amazing how things change.
Love him very much. I know that I can remember earlier in our conversation, you were referring to him as Bubba, and I think that's sweet. I call my son Bubba also, so that really tore at my heartstrings because my son, he's 30, but he's still Bubba to me. So it just, that name is going to stick forever. It's just how it is. Cindy Caton, thank you for being here. She says, are there any old wells that maybe he accidentally fell in, or any areas or mines that he might be at risk of coming in contact?
Sammy, the day that I get one of those emails, I'll fall over and I'll make sure you know, because most of them I get are nothing even remotely close to that.
Contact with. I know sometimes those things occur out in Tennessee. The divers, have they found any possible leads? I know that I heard that there was a possible pond that they were draining. You did tell me they were searching all of the pipes.
Yes. So when it comes to address her question as far as wells and things, I'm sure there's plenty of those around here.
Yes. Yep. That was just recently talked about in one of Seth's recent interviews. Yep. That's why it's so weird to go back and listen to some of this. I'm like, why are they making big deals out of that now?
They're searching them.
They actually pulled data for all the caves, underground voids, all of that stuff that could be accessible. They brought in teams from all over the state that specialize in either cave explorations, water recovery rescues. We don't know that they have drained a pond. I can say that much, but they have searched, they've dived them all for sure. They've walked, I couldn't tell you how many miles of creeks and waterways, and they've used cameras. The sewers, it's not really the sewers they're looking in. It's the drainage pipes.
So right there, they're talking about them looking in the drainage pipes.
So that's for clarification. Sewer pipes, we're not going to find a child in. Those are enclosed and secured. But the runoffs, water runoffs, were all searched by a dive team.
Okay. And I know Ginger Snap said is law enforcement looking into the possibility that he met a friend through Minecraft. I hope that they would just go ahead and vet all of that just to make sure. Because you never know. I'm not really sure how all of that works because I'm not a gamer, but I know that there are ways that you can communicate like via Xbox because my son is a gamer.
I'm going to tell you guys frank right now. I'm reading your comments. Let the creators be bad. Let people talk all the shit they want to about me. All I care about is Sebastian's dignity and Sebastian being found. And these parents and all of the continued re-victimization of victims and their families that are used to build these social media fodder stories that people salivate over, that laws change to stop this. That's all I care about is Sebastian and other minors who are exploited by creators alike time and time again using the same type of playbook. I care about the families that we have no evidence that they are involved. Could that change? Absolutely. We have no idea what is going on. But this is why it's so important to let law enforcement do their investigations and wait for those outcomes. This is not considered awareness of a missing child. That's it. I care about the missing child, their dignity, and them being brought home, and the family having, throughout this, peace of mind, because this cannot continue to be allowed, period. Laws have to change. This is disgusting, and nobody should be able to make a living off of kicking a family at their worst moments. None of them.
So, and Gabrielle, I believe that you guys were at the Costco on Saturday. That's when you took the picture of him, correct?
Yes, my
Okay.
wife was at Costco on Saturday.
Yeah,
The
not
shirt
Sunday.
that's in the flyer where it says Optimism was on a Saturday. They were
Okay,
at
good.
BJ's on Sunday.
Okay, and what
And
is
when it
that?
comes
Is that a
to
restaurant or?
no, they are all wholesale, like a commissary style stores where they sell in bulk.
Oh, okay, okay. So Costco
So
Saturday, BJ's on Sunday.
yes,
He
ma'am.
loves to eat all the samples, and BJ's is new, so I took him.
You're a good mom.
And when it comes to like the one mentioned about Minecraft, like I stated before, he does not have any way to come with anybody on any form of online gaming. That is extremely restrictive. We don't allow that because of what can come of it.
They combed all of the electronics.
I can tell you this with no hesitation: anything and everything we have given to the police and any other law enforcement to have them completely scan, validate everything, and they are currently. I mean, everything is empty. I mean, they were like, "You guys are pretty good at." Yes, sir. We don't believe in allowing the kids to communicate through social media or through any type of gaming.
He just talks about how everything they had was scanned. Again, this was March 3rd. And gone through.
Looks like Missing in USA says, why are they wanting camera footage from Sunday afternoon? Because
that we cannot release right now.
Okay,
That is
I
not something that
understand.
has been authorized us to
Right,
put out to the public.
and we respect that 100%. Ginger Snap says, I was reading that his favorite song is Eye of the Tiger. That's a great song.
He's got an eclectic taste of music. He's a fan of Eddie Vedder. He
Oh, well,
likes
he's
Survivor. Oh yeah, I mean young man has a very eclectic taste in music.
And you told me that
Taylor
he
Swift,
loves to play chess.
Carrie Underwood.
And he loves to play chess,
He has a
right?
crush on Taylor Swift.
Ooh, he has her boyfriend better watch out then. Was 911 allowed to be called? Rhonda asks.
On the cell phone, is that what she's referring to?
Yes, I believe so. Is that what you're asking,
All
Rhonda?
all devices that have communications have the ability to call 911. Believe it or not, most cell phones that are not even connected to service have an ability to actually call 911.
Yeah, you could pick one up off the shelf at a store and most will call.
Yeah, that's become a federal thing. That's not a service provided. That is like a federal thing.
Right.
And restrict safety features, even if we could.
Yeah, safety is not restricted in this house.
Okay, I do have one other question before I read what was his is saying. There was something I was going to ask you. Let's go ahead and do was his question right now. Shackle Island Road and New Shackle Island Road, are they in the same area?
New Shackle Island Road runs parallel to Long Island. Old Shackle Island Road is actually farther directionally. It would actually be south in front of the hospital, the Hendersonville Hospital. That is roughly, I think, 4 or 5 miles from our house.
Okay. Okay. That Single Mom, that's your favorite song too. Now, something I do want to ask you is because I've been watching social media because that's what I do. I share missing cases on lots of different social media platforms. And I was very disappointed when you told me that people were harassing you and attacking you. Is there anything that you want to put to rest while you're here tonight or make clear to the public about this situation? I know you told me there was a statement that you wanted me to make about you and the mom and the dad. So if you want to make any clarification about that, you have free reign to do so. We will not allow you to be disrespected here on this platform.
I have no malice or ill intent toward anybody. Everybody has an opinion.
Of course.
But what is factual is that the father the mother, and myself have been extremely cooperative. We have been vetted. We have been checked out. We have been questioned and everything of that nature, and literally have been cleared. There is no wrongdoing. There is no negative input from the parents or any of the family. You know,
And you can have a fit about him saying cleared. Vetted would have been the proper term. Their stories have been vetted if you're matching it with law enforcement, but I can't imagine, you know, it is what it is. You can make it into something huge and say, oh my God, they're lying. Okay. We know that nobody's going to be cleared. Nobody's even named a person of interest or a suspect at this point in time, what we know.
and it's hard for a lot of folks. I mean, I will be honest and say this out loud. I have a custody case that is currently going on in another state, which has been brought to public light because people feel that they want to judge and think that they understand what's currently going on, and they don't.
This is where the backlash started. Creators started to get involved with that. As I told you, Terry Lynn deleted her live on day 7, saying that Chris had an active RO against him because of this court custody case. That is not true, but people were releasing salacious information for nefarious purposes to paint a narrative against the parents.
Because of that, I am being looked at in a very foul way. I don't need to repeat anything that's being said, but
Right.
you know,
But
and it's
people that are,
perfectly
there's
okay.
people that's probably seen it on social media, and I want you to be able to have the opportunity to defend yourself. We have 248 people watching right now, and I'm sure that anyone that's watching this on the live stream, please respect this family. I mean, you can't have an idea of possibly what they are going through, and it's really not any of your business what is going on. And I understand that you do see your other child, which, you know, and that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. And you guys are on good terms with his father. There's not like there's any custody battle between the mother and Sebastian's father. I mean, obviously, if he wants to see his father, you guys told me that, you know, you just plan to meet up, and it's, you know, it's no big deal. So I've read a couple of heinous things that people are saying, and it just really upsets me to know that people are just going to that without having all of the information and knowing that law enforcement has interviewed, interrogated everyone in your family. They have looked into you. They have all of your devices, and that they basically cleared you guys of any involvement in Sebastian's disappearance. And I just wanted the public to be able to hear you say that, because you do have the right to defend yourself. Because it's not like you said earlier, it's not about you, it's about finding Sebastian.
Correct.
Yes.
And I just don't want to have people to be dragging you around on social media. Isn't it already difficult enough that your child is missing?
That's beyond words. This is a feeling that I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't
wouldn't
care.
wish this on
Nobody should ever have to endure. It is not something that should ever be wished upon for anyone.
Now, I do see Miranda. Miranda has a child.
I think what he was implying was, you know, again, I'm not trying to find anything nefarious, so there's me, because I'm not going to solve this case. I'm letting law enforcement do their job. Whoever is guilty of anything, law enforcement will figure it out if anybody is guilty of anything. Sophia, thank you for the gift of membership. I think the proper term would have been vetted. That's what law enforcement said. Their stories have been vetted. They've been cooperative. But I don't see anything wrong with it because he included all 3 of them.
That is special needs as well. And we've covered a case on my channel involving her child in the school system here on my platform. So Miranda is a very strong advocate for kids that have special needs and them getting fair and equal treatment. And she says, how is his skills on walking around on heels or without a trail? Because my son would stumble if he had to step over a 1-inch rock or any form of incline. So, I mean, is he able to walk good? How is he able to navigate on his own? I mean, is he able to walk good? Can you hear me? Did I lose you guys? Can you hear me?
They'll be back in just a moment. She'll get right back to it.
Chris, are you there? Can you hear? Oh, here he is. Here he is. Chris, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's like a Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? I figured you might have lost signal.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll figure it out. We get it back every once in a while.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I understand.
He's high functioning. I mean, he's fully able to hold a conversation, and he walks and he loves to run.
Okay, well that's good. And Rhonda wants to know if he has a special button on his phone.
No,
On his phone?
I don't. Mm-mm.
Okay.
But he doesn't have his phone.
Yeah, and he left his phone at home, so he doesn't have it. Was his says, I'm local and I'm trying to get a direction. Thank you. And says something about exit 5. Are you guys close to exit 5?
No, well, that depends. You can access off of what they call New Shackle Island Road, which I believe is exit 6.
Yes, I see. Thank you, Mrs. Clem.
Yeah, I believe it's exit 6, and exit 7 will be in Indian Lake. But as far as the special button on his phone, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, me either. And I know Discovering the Truth said that, her child was able to get around the security system that they had kind of set up on the phone, so they couldn't access the websites, that it was locked. And apparently he got around it and was
Okay.
able to access it. And I guess that's kind of what they were talking about, in a couple of the texts in the chat. So that's what I was trying to address, because a lot of the people that come to my streams, they have children that are also autistic. So they deal with a lot of situations, and they can understand some of the things that you may be dealing with at this moment. I can only imagine what you're going through, not knowing where he is.
We, without publicizing our address, the best I can tell you is we are off by the beach area, and that kind of area is where they've predominantly been focusing their searches.
Right.
When it comes to the special button, no. Just so some parents are aware, even if you lock down your child's phone, some children can actually turn their phone into safe mode, which would bypass the parental locks and then allow a child to go on the internet. There is a way to block that. You would have to look that up. That's too much in depth to go into. But no, I mean, when I say we're strict, we lock it down. We lock it down.
Okay, well, that's good to know. David Bryant, thank you so much for being here. David says, hey, one question. Do you think he would have stuck to roads, or do you think he could have went off into the wooded areas?
That is that's hard to say. We don't really have an answer, but all I can say is every avenue is being searched, regardless of woods, roads, anything. Everything that can be searched is currently being searched.
Reckless Ellis, thank you for being here. Reckless Ellis says, I'm not saying he did this whatsoever, but I did see a screenshot from Facebook where he yelled at the news and told them to get off his property. Is there any truth to that? Well, Reckless, I'll let them speak for themselves, but
Where did you guys just see who shared that screenshot? Do you remember who shared that screenshot in the live stream that we just watched? Huh. Imagine the narratives.
The news was on my property. I might yell at them to get off my property too.
So I have not spoke to any news crew that have been physically on my property. I have spoken to a news crew that was down the street and just asked them politely, do not film my house. They were filming the police doing something, and that was perfectly okay. They gave me the word, we shook hands, and politely moved on. So no, I mean, as far as yelling it,
But it was said he threatened to shoot them.
the news, no.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. I hope that helps, Reckless Ellis, and thank you so much for being here.
Sophia, thank you for the gifted membership.
Let's see. That's right, Leave It to Bieber. These are real people. Focus on the missing baby. Exactly.
For those of you that might not have been in here, it was Clue. Clue pulled up posts from Facebook and read them and started painting narratives about Chris on the 2nd of March and the 3rd of March. That was Clue.
Thank you for being here, Miss Chewy. It's so good to see you. That's right. We all know that the child is in danger and needs to be home where he's safe. And that's all we need to know.
Hey, Smile.
I just want to make sure that people understand, like, this family is really going through it. And the focus needs to be on the child. So, and we just appreciate anyone that's able to get out there. Now, do they also have search dogs that have been out helping assist in the search?
Yes, ma'am. They have brought in.
This is why it's so dangerous to take anonymous Facebook posts and make them into content and bring them on, because it so easily paints false narratives against the parents. So before they even spoke out, people already had these preconceived notions about how terrible of people they were. Oh my God, they're threatening to shoot newscasters. Like, what the hell? Like, it helps build salacious. And that's why these discussion groups on any format, Reddit, Facebook, Twitter, can be so problematic, because creators latch on to that and build content off of it. And thank goodness Duchess gave them a place to answer some of these questions.
And dogs from various locations, from I believe from even other states as well as other areas within the state. So it is deeply, deeply being checked.
Okay, I'm going back over here. I see David Bryant's left another comment in chat. Okay, gotcha. We'll keep searching, praying for your families. I just posted multiple pictures from what my dog has found searching, and you can feel free to reach out if you would like me to search anywhere. So it sounds like David may have some search dogs himself. David, if you want to send me an email or reach out to me with Facebook Messenger, if you have any information that you would like for me to pass on to the family, I'll be more than happy.
Music City Mom, and think of how some of these in the beginning were debunked, and then what they've grown into over the last few months and resurfaced. When we get into the glasses and the sighting and what was leading up to that, I think some of you guys will be mind blown to watch how the narrative was building and the intentional situations, I think, that are very obvious. But again, you guys are able to make your own opinions.
To do that, and
so far, I'm going to give you a quick recap. So far, we're on May 3rd, or March 3rd. Sorry, March. The most problematic things that I'm going to tell you so far in this, besides Sebastian being missing. February 26th, he goes missing. An endangered alert is issued. I don't see anything problem with that. Seth arrives on scene. He was contacted at 6:22 in the morning. Didn't get to it until he was off work. Law enforcement was contacted at 6:33. Don't see anything wrong with that. He went right from his job site to Hendersonville. Then later on, he went to Clarksville with law enforcement in the early evening hours to search and gather things for law enforcement. I don't find anything weird about that. February 27th, the endangered alert was upgraded to an amber alert. I don't find it really nefarious that Terry Lynn starts covering the case on the 27th. Her emotional BS and her in general, I find odd. There's that. Seth once again returns to Hendersonville. Don't see anything wrong with that. I do find that the Facebook group created by the locals and the people that were connected to Seth is interesting on the 27th of February, especially because it's a private closed group. If it's for awareness, I would think that that would be out in the open. February 28th, Nina files an emergency custody hearing. We've had discussions, if you want to back it up. We all see that there could be reasons for that. Again, not knowing the situation, it could be odd. It might be typical when you're in a custody case for this many years and this contentious. Could be opportunistic too. Don't know. Seth's family arrives from Texas on February 28th. I don't see anything nefarious about that. The GoFundMe, I find created by Seth's sister to be odd because it was previously discussed that they wouldn't be doing that and all agreed upon. February 29th, law enforcement holds a press conference. The retention pond was drained. They had a vigil at the church that none of the family members attended, but a family friend spoke on all three of their behalf. The GoFundMe was posted and carried on for Seth. March 1st was Wear Green Day. The search all of these days was incredible by law enforcement. Dive teams, waterways, everything was amazing. March 2nd, Seth's parents returned to Texas. A reward was offered by the businesses, local businesses, which later on was null and void. March 3rd, Terry Lynn starts doing live streams claiming that there's an RO against Chris Bradfoot, which there's not. Starts detailing and talking about their custody hearing with his other child. None of their business. Supposedly Clue and Cletus met Seth around that day, according to them. I don't know. Duchess interview happened. That's what we're watching. And you've seen Clue's coverage of the neighborhood from the 3rd of March, previously, right before this. Keeping them under surveillance, going through the floor plans of their home, and starting to build narratives about how questionable Chris was based on social media posts and rumors that she'd been hearing. And that's where we are currently. So there's that.
Appreciate that. So
the most interesting parts of that is social media's involvement, the GoFundMe, the group being made, and creators' content. Smiley's, I didn't find her stream to be nefarious either. Not at all. But you'll see a significant turn. Tell me in the chat if you think anything else is suspect in what we've reviewed so far.
So very much. Jennifer Jennings, thank you for being here. Jennifer says, how long has he been married to the mom? Isn't he Seth's son? Who is searching for this boy, mom, dad, or who? Well, it sounds like there's a lot of people involved, including the mother, the father, the stepfather, and law enforcement. When you say how long has he been married to the mom, are you referring to Chris on panel? Julio, thank you so much for being here. Chris always treated my girls and son with nothing but kindness when we worked together. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Julio. I know that probably means a lot to him. That's right, Jennifer. I think everybody is searching. It doesn't sound like there's any animosity with anybody that's going on here. So, and please be respectful in the chat. If you want to come in here and attack the family, the moderators can show you to the door. There's no need to announce your departure. Light and Sound says, I pray he wasn't being bullied at school. I imagine classmates who knew him have been interviewed. And yes, I do believe Chris said that earlier. And did he typically take his phone places with him, guys, or did he normally leave it at home?
Believe it or not, it was actually a struggle to get him to carry his phone. He's not like your typical teenager. He's not this kid that, you know, got to stick their head in the phone. He's not
glued to it.
He's not. You know, because of his restrictions, you know, he knows that what it's for. It's a tool. It's not an entertainment device. I mean, he had his struggles with doing basic, simple things. And I mean, it was a constant reminder, a constant this. And all three parents have been extremely positive and constantly trying to get him like, hey, we got to do this, bud. We got to do that.
Take your phone.
Take your phone.
Teach him to be responsible and to think about it.
You know, and then Julio, I can contest. I mean, we work together out in San Diego, so he's amazing.
Tebow,
I think that's wonderful.
Tebow, it's actually really, it's in my opinion, kind of a wonderful layout because it really highlights what awareness looks like versus targeted, salacious, under the guise of true crime. Narrative building, playing detectives and armchair detectives like Clue and others do versus what awareness looks like. Yes, sis, I did. I really think it's a great ending to this situation because it really shows what awareness looks like, because every time she brings it back to Sebastian, you know, they're answering questions of things that have been put out there. Like, how many did you know that that's where it started? Was a Facebook post of accusing him of wanting to harm newscasters that Clue had put in her live stream the very same day. That's where these questions were coming from. Huh? LM, why does this Duchess, whoever the F it is, have to stereotype an almost 16-year-old kids with things that are absolutely either... I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure what do you find? Can you tell me specifically what you find embarrassing? I'm really confused.
Let me just take care of something here in chat real quick. Jennifer, I appreciate you being here. We welcome all opinions, but we're just, how long he's been married to the mother is irrelevant with Sebastian being missing. So I hope that you have a wonderful night, but respectfully, I'm going to have to remove you from chat because it's a distraction. And we are focused on talking about Sebastian and about his case. And I hope you have a wonderful night. And please come back again. Okay, let's get back over here to the chat. I try to not get...
See, she handles that so respectfully. I'd say, get the fuck out of here.
Distracted when we have these situations, but we just don't have time for that. I'm not going to allow disrespect, and my moderators know that. So I appreciate my mods in here. Y'all put some hearts and hands up for the moderators in here. They're doing a fantastic job. We have 363 people in here watching right now. If you haven't already hit the like button, please do that and share this out because it helps to get Sebastian Rogers information circulating on social.
I Spy, I'm not sure if you're commenting back to me. I don't know who the source of those comments were. She's got them blocked out. But she is the one. She took posts from Facebook and brought them to YouTube and told her audience about those very things with the supposed interaction with news media. In her live stream, if you back it up, we went over that and I showed what she put out there. She also put out there supposedly Sebastian having some other type of content on his computer that wasn't from a rumor too. Like it's really wild. LM, I'm waiting for your comment to tell me what you find to be disrespectful. And I'm respectfully asking, like, please comment back to me and tell me exactly what you're talking about, because I might not even be paying attention to what you're referencing.
Social media, people are going to want to know what the parents have to say. I think it's very important that people hear the facts straight from Sebastian's family.
Jensen, depending on, not usually a difference of opinion, but a straight up bullshit and fuckery and ridiculousness. Yeah, I have no tolerance for that bullshit. There's many channels that you can go fucking do all this stupid shit on. I don't, difference of opinions and or like open-minded conversations and things like that. Blatant disrespect or coming in here demanding that I say this or do that or all that stuff. Who got blocked? Yeah. Who got blocked? Y'all are weird.
80 says, I'm autistic myself, and as a kid, I used to have restricted internet access, and I've managed to bypass it before. That doesn't...
Gotcha, Revival. Thanks for letting me know. I was like, oh, well, hopefully when they get untimed out, maybe they'll come back and tell me. Thank you for letting me know.
Shock me because I have a cousin that has the same thing has happened. I think it's different for every kid because there's such a spectrum. There's such a spectrum. So that's why we have to be on high alert. This is a vigilant, important situation because we really don't know the circumstances of what has actually transpired with Sebastian.
Jensen, just so you know, they didn't get blocked. They got timed out and I didn't know. So that was my bad for not knowing that they got timed out and me asking them to respond. So that was my bad.
Sebastian, and he could be in danger. And I see Burton Staggs here. Burton, thank you so much for coming over. He says there's two similar cases. A Mississippi autistic teen was missing and found 9 days later in Tennessee. He walked. In Arizona, an autistic teen walked approximately 200 miles and was found safe. Incredible. Does he have a lot of energy? Does he like to go on long walks and things like that?
Especially office medicine.
I really would like to get a billboard up for Sebastian. And I think I had mentioned that to you earlier. Do you think that this might be something that would benefit Sebastian to get his face out there if we could get a couple of billboards? Guys, give me some feedback in the chat and let me know what you think. I could, crowdfund. That's what membership is for. When you guys are members of this channel, that's actually where your money goes, is to these little crowdsourcing things that I do. So I have some money already put back that I can put forward to it, but I probably wouldn't be able to keep it up for more than just a few days because it can get expensive. But what do you guys think about that? Do you think, Trev, what are your thoughts about that? Do you think that having a billboard up for Sebastian might be beneficial?
I think so. I mean, it's, we've looked at that in plenty of cases, and you and I have spoken about that before, talked with, different families. It's at the very least, it's keeping that face and that story in the public eye.
Sam, I agree with that. That's why I'm really curious what they meant that she was stereotyping or being disrespectful about. Like, I'm really genuinely trying to figure out what the hell they meant by that, because I mean, they're disrespect. Whoever the F it is, like, explain, like, what was she being disrespectful about? Please tell me, because I might have missed it.
It's keeping people reminded of what's going on in their community, what's going on locally, what's going on the next county over, whether they work there, live there, travel through there, they're seeing it.
Well, I can certainly design a billboard. We can work together behind the scenes. You can send me a picture and let me know exactly what you would like it to say, and we can get something started on a blip as early as tomorrow. If you think that that's going to be something, I will look at the locations and I can let you know where they're at, and we can try to get something going. Cold Case Crystal, thank you so much for being here. That's another person that's on my team that covers cases, and she's in Kentucky. And Crystal, did you just send me a Cash App? Cold Case Crystal.
Jensen, she's probably just going to tell you because she can, because she has no tolerance for people being dumb, because Duchess has not been disrespectful, truthfully. I mean, there's that, but, and especially somebody that's never even been in our chat before that comes in here saying stuff about somebody we all respect and like. So, I mean, it's just kind of a thing. Anyways, carrying on. I don't really care about LM's thing, but I would like anybody else in the chat. Are you seeing anything problematic with this interview and their answers so far? My dog is demanding that you showcase her photo. Like this? Music City Mom. Thank you for the support. LM, let me see. Every kid can get around it, LOL, not just autistic people. She does it again. Also talking about colors and trains, it's not stereotypical. Wait, what? Are you serious right now? You find that to be... She's just asking. There's train stations nearby. People hop on trains to take off. She's not just necessarily talking about little toy trains. Like, is there anything that a child is drawn to? What? I guess you must be lurking. Or not lurking, but looking for something like... Huh? I'm really confused by that. His favorite colors, that's a typical question to ask of anybody. Does he like equipment, like construction equipment, trains? Is he drawn? There's train stations, there's train yards. Kids hop on trains to go from location to location. Like, I'm genuinely confused by this. Are you thinking she's talking like little train, like toy sets? Is that what you're thinking? Abigail, okay, good question. Or you mentioned Seth had a legitimate reason to have a GoFundMe so he could search for his son. What did he use that money for searching for his son? Because the United Cajun Navy left him 10,000 flyers, and also provided, the TBI provides free flyers for the family. So what beyond that? I mean, gasoline, I can understand that, but beyond that, between the GoFundMe and the Cash Apps, you're talking $50,000 for gas? Yeah, my grandpa was a train enthusiast. Like, Kyle's obsessed with trains. My grandfather collected everything trains. And again, you can have your feelings about them having a GoFundMe. However, it was agreed upon by all adults that they weren't going to, and Seth has even spoke on that. So there's that. And I don't think anybody knows how much money he's actually... Yeah, I'm really confused by that. Really confused by that. Anyways, okay. Well, Jensen. So chances are, just so you know, I'm going to title on me and my mods before, LM will probably get timed out for just being a dumb fuck at this point, because that was pretty stupid and ignorant to even think that she was stereotyping by asking about if Sebastian is drawn to anything. Yeah, like trains or any... I mean, there's that. Mike, for being a bad sub today, being off topic and a little in chat. My bad. Mike, thank you. And as far as Abigail, the searching, the amount for searching, this was agreed upon. Like, you can have your feelings, like whatever you want to on it again. But this was agreed upon by all parents to not. That's the problem. I don't know why, Jensen, I don't know why I'm just talking to you. It's because I can tattle on myself and my mods for some reason to you. Just go along with me having these conversations with you, okay? Okay, thanks.
Crystal, thank you so much for sending me that, and I will definitely put it for the billboard. We're still going to put up some billboards for Jaden Carpenter, so you and I need to get together in the next couple of days so we can get these billboards up as soon as possible, because we need to help find Sebastian.
What reward, Marlene? The up to $50,000 by the FBI? That's the only reward that I will even talk about, is the up to $50,000 by the FBI. The rest of it's all optics, in my opinion, and like promissory notes and promise to pays, until that money is in a trust account that is provided by like proper authorities, and or authorities come out and state that they have secured that much for a reward. I would only venture to say, if somebody has credible information, and again, that will never be something that I have. I don't have any credible information. I'm all the way over here in Arizona and will never be beneficial in helping find Sebastian. So I'm not sure what you're asking, but the reward as it stands is only up to $50,000 through the FBI. Abigail, I don't have a problem with Seth having a channel. I don't. That's, again, between the parents. It was agreed upon between the parents that they were not going to do a GoFundMe. So you would have to ask them. Like, I think if that's the agreement and then one goes against the agreement, people are going to side eye. And saying that it's for the searches when he was given all of these things for free. I just learned that parents are actually gifted billboards by some companies. I just learned of that. So there's no expense there. There's no expense for the flyers. So beyond gasoline, I'm not really sure what you're talking about, the expenses. That is why Chris and Katie had to return to work, which they got shamed for doing, was to continue to provide for their families like most people do. So I guess, would you be okay with Chris and Katie? Let me ask you that. Abigail, would you be okay with Chris and Katie coming out and raising, $100,000, $200,000 for a year of them being able to be off of work to claim that they're searching? Would that be okay? Marlene, no. According to what Seth has stated, when we will learn through the timeline, he publicly states he basically stopped searching in March. They've said that he's been searching all along and he just doesn't publish it and stuff like that, but I don't know. Jensen. Jensen, thank you for going along with my bullshit today. At least I have somebody to just like sideline talk to, and you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. I'm just going with it, okay? But Abigail, that would be my question. Would you be okay with Chris and Katie having a GoFundMe and raising that much money? That's my question to you. And I'm going to carry on with this.
Is there anything else that you guys want to share with us that you think that we need to know about the circumstances involving Sebastian going missing? Is there anything that you want to share with us that we have not talked about? I'm going to put a flyer again here so you guys can take another look at that.
Answer mine first, please. Okay, where's your next one? I answered your first one. I'm saying creators collecting money in Sebastian's name. Who is directly collecting money in Sebastian's name? Doing content on the internet is not collecting money in Sebastian's name, in my opinion. Having a monetized channel, most of us had monetized channels before Sebastian went missing. So yes and no. There's ethical ways of doing it, and there's non-ethical ways of doing it. Again, I don't have a problem with Seth having a monetized channel and spreading awareness for his child. I'm also not a relative of his, so I can understand why other family members might have a problem with that, especially when he uses like Navy and Army names as levels, and he's never been able to be in the military. That's why Katie had to join the military, because he couldn't do it. So that might be disrespectful to them. But again, you're not catching flack for me. Like, he agreed upon these things with the other parents, and he said that he went against what they had agreed upon. So you're doing a whataboutism. Like, again, channels have monetization. It's how they go about it. But you specifically were trying to white knight for Seth and say that you didn't have a problem. How is he? Where's the money? Can you say that it all went to searches? And would you have a problem with Chris and Katie having? Yeah, he's LARPing the military. I mean, it is what it is. You're doing something. Wait, okay. Exactly, Abigail. It is up to the parents, and that was agreed upon between the three of them to not have a fund for that. So that's why people have a problem with it, because it was agreed upon. They've all three said that. Seth himself said that that's what caused the big blowout between them, because after it was agreed upon by him, he went ahead and was like, "Yep, okay." Any other questions, Abigail, before I move on? Are you going to answer the question of, would you mind if Katie and Chris, we raised $200,000 so they didn't have to go back to work and they could say they were searching for Sebastian? Would you have a problem with that? Just asking for me and everybody else. And would you be okay with them having a 501c3 or a Proudfoot homestead, I guess is what it's called? We all know kids as a hyperfixation is a stereotype. We do not speak English natively. I'm willing to mail you if you have an address. It's okay, LM. I think what you're thinking, you might be thinking because of the autism diagnosis, and you might be feeling some sort of way. I can understand that, but she's not being disrespectful at all. I think the miscommunication might be coming from, you might be thinking of like a play train set, when in reality he's a teenager that's very capable, and there's train yards around there. Like, hopping on a train, could he go to like operating equipment because he liked construction equipment? I think that's more the direction of the comments, but you don't have to worry about emailing me. I'm good, thank you.
Everything that we've covered so far, I mean, is exactly everything that we've covered. You know, we miss him and we want him home.
Exactly.
Love to be home.
Mods, thank you for checking the chat.
By the way, the chat has been like super fucking calm all day. Like, for the last 4.5 hours, it's for the last 4.5 hours, it's been like chill. Like, we've had a few people that have been a little off, but that's just, it's fine. Even them, they weren't bad. They were just thought I was like going after Clue, and that wasn't the purpose at all. But where the fuck did everybody come from all of a sudden? Is the oxygen getting low in the chat? Move to the other side of the bushes. Move to the other side of the bushes. Abigail, I agree with you on that. Absolutely agree with you on that. Yep. You're not going to get any pushback from me on that.
Alan, we're definitely not going to tolerate that. So,
get out of my
Alan's gone. I got rid of Alan. He's gone.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Trev.
And Duchess, if I may, while we still have the family up,
Yes.
people in cases like this, guys, and this is for anybody listening now, watching later. However, everybody in their mind has an idea of how a family or how those who know a missing person should react. You know, should they go and talk to these people this day and say these things this day, or what they don't? The thing is, here is law enforcement goes and talks to these people, guys. You know, plenty of families in these situations, unfortunately, but law enforcement goes and talks to these people. They don't owe us answers, no matter how curious we get. There's no timetable.
I agree with Trevor Lee here.
Of when they should stand in front of a camera, when you should put a microphone in front of them, when they should join this, that, and the other.
Absolutely.
Now, if they bring that to us, then we should sit back and listen and let them tell their story. But what matters is answering who they need to answer to, and that's not us. That's not me. That's not Duchess. That's not you guys. The chief deputy, I believe Chief Deputy Craddock is his name, has been very clear in his press conferences that the family is fully cooperative and there have been zero signs of foul play. Now, if the TBI and the local authorities are saying that there is no sign of foul play, then it is completely irresponsible to
Revival, I'm so glad you're back.
Make things up. On the contrary, there are cases where you have to look
at the home and you look at the family, this is not one of them. You can, we have to look at what's true. And what's true is this 15-year-old boy is missing from his home. He has been missing and he is still missing. And what matters is bringing him home safe to his family, who was kind enough to join us tonight and answer your questions. So while nobody has to believe any certain thing, we need to respect what we're told by those who are in charge. And so just remember that as we go through this case and in any case you listen to.
And I support this message. Thank you, Trev. That was very well said, and I appreciate you saying that. We just need to be respectful. There's things that the family want to share, and there's things that they're not obligated to share any information, but they desperately want to find their child. And I want to give them a safe place to be able to come here and share the information that they want us to know so that we can get it out there on social media, that we know what the facts are, that we've heard it directly from the family, so we know what the misinformation is. Like they told us earlier, the FBI is not on the ground searching for Sebastian. Yes, the card team was contacted and they were, they were spoken to, but they're not active. And there's people putting that on social media. The facts matter. We're not going to solve the case. It's for law enforcement. We have to let them do their job. So there's no need to come into this live stream and throw accusations around and disrespect this family. Period. If you have a problem,
it doesn't help. Sebastian's still missing, and he is without his medication. He is not he's not in his home. He is missing. He is likely very scared and unsure of his circumstances, and he is endangered at this moment. So I think 100% of the efforts and emotion should be put towards finding him. He deserves to be home. And if you, in taking the time to just mislead and say false things, and wherever you may go, leave your opinions at the door, because it's about bringing this child home.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you, Stacy. We appreciate your prayers.
But what it spirals off of this was unreal. And this was already starting before they even came to social media to ask for help to get awareness out there. And remember, Chris and Katie were the first ones to come out and ask for help. Seth hadn't spoken to media, social media, anything at this time. Again, I don't fault any of them. Nobody knows how to handle a situation like this, I'm sure.
Yes, Mary, that is true. There is an anonymous group of Nashville business owners that have started a reward fund for Sebastian, and that is $3,000. So we want to thank those anonymous business owners.
No, Abigail, you're fine. You're totally fine. I don't have a problem with you asking me I don't have a problem. It's the fact that it was decided upon, agreed upon with the family. That's all I'm trying to get across. Like, I don't have an opinion on that because it was agreed upon by them. They've all spoken on that he broke the agreement. Like, that's why there's a problem with it. But again, it's not my place to, it is what it is. But I find it like he's going to have a lot of questions to answer for other people, not me.
Owners for doing that. That's an amazing thing to do. I did ask the family if there was any other reward funds that were going to be activated at this time, and there are not. And that's all they're going to say on that. And the families are entitled to privacy, Ginger Snaps, absolutely. And they are entitled to respect, and they will get it in this house.
Chai, thank you for the support. Much appreciated.
Now, Janeth, I appreciate you being here. How did they know he took a flashlight? Well, I asked that very same question today, and I was so glad that Sebastian's mother explained it to me, because when I read that news article, I was like, well, how did they know he had a flashlight? Do you want to tell us about that?
Well, Thin Nikki, if you just came in, let me go back to this. Let me just quickly share, because there's a bunch of you that came in late. On the 27th of February, let me go back. Sorry. Let me pull it back up. On the 27th of February, this Facebook group was made. This is the group that Terry Lynn and those guys were promoting as Seth's, like, exclusive access with Seth Rogers. This is the one that they were promoting. This is the group that was created February 27th. 2 days. And Bullshit Bobby, the neighbor, is an admin and has been. And so is Karen, whose son Jaden and her have been. I find that weird as fuck. I'm sorry. I will always find that weird as fuck that they have a Facebook group that these people were admins and mods of and have been since jump, between Terry Lynn, Bullshit and Bobby, Nina. I'm sorry, I'm going to call it what it is. Nina, Robin, Seth, Clue, and a few others. Indy, that's a good question. I don't know. Has there been any? In my short time, the answer is no. This is current. This is today, just so everybody knows. This is not a screenshot. This is actively on Facebook right now. This is the Facebook group. Like, this is still the admins of this group. And again, this is all a Facebook group. It's a private group, and it was set up as a private group from jump. How is that bringing awareness when it's a private, closed Facebook group? I don't know. Indy, that's a good question, though. Has there ever been? But even before the parents came, and Indy, you probably just came in, even before the parents came to social media, Clue was over there stirring the pot and bringing stuff, salacious rumors from Facebook over to YouTube and making them into content and then driving by their house. She was pulling to JLR before JLR got boots on the ground. I mean, let's just call it what it is.
One of the first things that was asked is
Hey, Michelle.
because he left when it was very dark outside, was if he might have taken a flashlight.
Oh, Autumn. Bobby is one of the neighbors that came out and talked to JLR and then to Terry Lynn and spun all the stories. That is bullshit, Bobby. They also call her, I think, Bobby Binocular or something like that. She's the one that was hosting the roundtable meetings at her house to talk about the family. And then Karen was on the ground searching with her son, Jaden. Jaden was the one that JLR got on film when they were doing the Repent Chris Proudfoot stuff. And they called the cops saying Jaden had a pew-pew on him. A bunch of bullshit. Jaden was also at the JLR Seth search at Natchez State Park. And Jaden, I think it's his girlfriend that the rumor went around. Again, it's a rumor that they've claimed is not true, that Seth was inappropriate with Jaden's girlfriend. And then it was stated that Seth and Jaden are extremely close. That's Karen's son. Karen and Jaden have been involved with Seth from almost, I don't know if they knew them previously or not. Yes, Pen. Yes. Right, Finn? Did I fuck it up, Lucid? No, Sam, I'm not joking. They were having like neighborhood get-togethers of the busybodies in the neighborhoods all getting together. No, I'm not joking. I call them roundtable meetings. I don't know if her table is square or round, but no, I'm not. No, Pen, she's not. She was an admin on that group, the locals group. I think you're talking about Mr. Jones, Sophia. Mr. Jones, and we'll see that. LM, I'm not ripping your neck off. I'm confused by your comments. You're totally fine, LM. You're fine. I just think you might have missed, like, I think people are really sensitive to certain things and might not be thinking, like, I don't think they were asking about trains, like meaning a toy train set, meaning Sebastian is less capable. I think they were talking about like train yards. Did he have, because we knew that he liked construction equipment, did he, could he be drawn to a train yard where he would hop on a train or something? I don't think they were trying to diminish. Yeah, Indy, you're good. You're good. I figured you did. Wrapping gifts, you're ahead of the game.
And he actually has one that he plays with regularly, and I can't find it. So it's likely that he took it.
Okay. Jason asks, thank you for being here, Jason.
Wait, are you talking Jeanette, Music City Mom? That one?
Does he have anything that he holds on to? Anything that he has to have with him at all times? Something that keeps him calm when he has it?
He has various fidgets that he changes out and plays with.
Have you noticed any of those are missing as well?
Honestly, it'd be impossible to tell. He plays with paper clips and pennies and Legos, things that several could go missing and it wouldn't be noticeable.
Okay. Please put some green heart.
Oh, NJ, New Jersey, crazy lady. I thought you were talking about I forget, she's from Florida, Sebastian, Florida, that fucking crazy one. Oh, crime time. Jay and Julie, that should be a magical conversation of fucking ridiculousness.
It's in prayer hands in the chat
I'm going to need
for this
prayer
family
for that.
because today is 7 days. And this is a critical time that we need to come together and stop attacking the family. If you can't do something productive, like just sit on your hands or something.
LM, I can understand that. I can understand that. Thank you for explaining. I can understand that. And I can understand how you might take that as, being sensitive to that if you were to catch that in that way. Yeah, I can understand that if you were thinking that she was diminishing his capacity or ability or something like that yeah, I can understand that. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I can get that, but thank you for explaining. Sorry if I came off aggressive too, but I can totally understand what you're saying. Yep.
Then I don't know.
I think you're just trying to protect the fact that even people on the spectrum or, trying not to you're trying to offer inclusion and not want people to stereotype. I get that. My first thought, in fact, that was one of the things I brought up. And maybe that's my line of thinking though, too, because I have talked about this because my other half was a railroad engineer. And so I see it in a totally different capacity. And that was one of my thoughts. And one of my questions right off the bat was how many rail yards are around there? Because I do know that like Nashville has a whole population of people who hop trains. So that was a conversation we've had before. So just coming from different perspectives. Okay, carry on. Thank you for staying and explaining, though. I appreciate that.
And Trev, I do appreciate all that you've done. Trev has been sharing information every day. He has been doing live streams, and you guys definitely need to connect. I will put you guys in touch with each other because he's local to Tennessee, and I know that he will be able to help in any way that he can. And we will definitely connect this week, and we will, if not tonight, then tomorrow, so we can get those billboards up. I will get with Crystal later, and we'll talk about that and try to get those worked out as soon as possible. Is there anything else that you want us to share? Is there anything else that you think that we have not covered, Trev? Is there anything that you want to add to this conversation that you feel that we've missed?
Well, I just want to encourage people to keep going. It's, keep the hope up and keep sharing his picture, keep sharing his story, keep sharing his flyer, keep praying that he returns, and keep listening to what we're told by authorities because they're out there looking and they haven't stopped and they won't. We all play our part in different ways. If you're on social media, simply sharing his flyer. If you're here on YouTube, simply interacting with a video that has his information. Whatever it is, do it for Sebastian. Because until he's brought home, that's the mission, that's the goal, and that's the fight. And that's what we'll do, standing beside this family and beside those looking and beside Sebastian until he comes home.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the end goal. So if you see this flyer on social media, you guys can share this from my YouTube community wall, from Trev's. You can share it from our Facebook pages. I'm sure Arctic Fox also has it on his page. Whatever we can do to try to help your family, please reach out to me and let me know. And we have a wonderful group of people in this community that will try to do whatever we can. And hopefully I'll hear something from Wings of Hope and they'll let me know if they're going to be able to try to assist. David Bryant, thank you so much for your super chat. He said, we're going to find him. Keep your head up and hug him tight when he gets back. Prayers for y'all. Everyone keep searching and doing what we can. David, I appreciate that. I'm going to take that $50 and I'm going to put it towards that billboard that I'm going to design. We're going to get that up for Sebastian as soon as we can. I really appreciate you donating. It means so much. Well, guys, I really appreciate you joining us. If you have any updates that you want to share with us, please don't hesitate to reach out. If there's something that you want to share, if you want me to have another live stream, you may want to have a live stream with Trev. He has a large following on his channel, and some of those people don't necessarily follow my stream. So I'm sure they might, want to talk to you. And so we can continue to share out Sebastian's information, and you'll be on my prayer list. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'll even share my phone number with you. And if there's anything that you need, you can call me.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. It's just sometimes you got to take it a day at a time, but sometimes you can only take it an hour at a time or 5 minutes at a time. And you don't have to explain yourself to anybody because you don't know how you're going to feel until you're going through it. And how you process things is not necessarily going to be how the next person does. But you don't owe anybody an explanation. Just know that our hearts are with you. And you have a lot of people. Look at all of these people. We have 400 people watching this live stream right now. There are so many people that are out here supporting. Don't listen to these naysayers.
We just want to say thank you to everyone who's working with us to try and bring him home.
And everybody for all your support and your prayers and your love.
You are more than welcome. You are more than welcome. That's what we're here to do. Is we're here to lift each other up. It takes a village. It takes a village, and that's what we have to do. We're just here to help each other out. And I really just appreciate you being willing to come here and share Sebastian's story with us. And we'll be thinking of you and continuing to pray and share his information. And I'm going to let you guys go because you've been up here for over an hour, and I don't want to keep you any longer. I want you guys to go take care of yourself. Remember to take care of yourself. Make sure you're eating and getting enough rest and doing what you need to do to keep yourself going. Because it's not easy. It can't be easy.
It's not by any means.
Chris, you're a good man. You're being so strong for her, and that just it makes me feel emotional, because
yeah, I couldn't do that. If I was Chris, I'd be locked up. I'm going to be honest. If I was Chris and my significant other was going through what the internet has said and done about their family, I would be in jail. 100%. Self-admittedly, wouldn't be in jail for being involved in the disappearance of a child. But for other things, because I've had enough, hell yeah, I would be. Yep, sure would be. Okay, we're going to finish this out. And then we have a few more things to finish out on the 3rd. And then when we will end this part of the timeline. And tomorrow we'll go back into it. Sorry, these are going to be longer, but it's a lot to get through.
This has got to be so difficult. And it's just one day at a time. But I'm praying that you're going to get answers as soon as possible. You have a lot of people that are working very hard to find your son. Miranda said outside his home, where's his most comfortable environment? Does he have a place like that?
His house.
The only place he likes to be is just at his house.
He likes his house. He likes both houses.
5 hours and 15 minutes. YouTube bad actors.
And he likes, his favorite thing to do is go play on the playground, and he likes to.
He loves being around the family. He loves, just being a kid.
He's not very outdoorsy.
Well, that's understandable. And that's okay. Everybody has their comfort zone. I'm not a people person myself, y'all. I kind of like to stay to myself in my own house where I'm most comfortable. So I'm just hoping that somebody's going to see him. Don't forget, if you live in the area of Sumner County or the surrounding counties, if you live in the surrounding counties, Robertson, Davidson, Wilson, even down to Rutherford, Williamson County, Cheatham County, Montgomery County, Dixon, listen, if he's walking, please check your property. He could be hiding out. He might be scared. He's probably going to be hungry and cold. What's your temperature? What's your weather there right now in Tennessee?
It was better today, but we've had freezing temperatures since he left.
Oh my goodness. Leslie says, remember, most people are good.
Just hope someone finds him.
Me too. Charlie Life says the family's trying to stay strong so they can get this baby found. They really don't have time to break down. That's right. You guys just keep praying. Listen, I'm going to let you guys go. And I will be in touch with you. Just text me tomorrow. We'll get together and we'll work on this billboard to get up. And I'll let you know the locations that are available for a blip billboard. And I'll try to get that arranged as soon as possible. If you need anything, just reach out to me and let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. And I will put Trev in touch with you. Take care, guys. Okay, we're going to let them go. Trev, thank you so much for joining me for this live stream. I know they've been through so much. I don't want to keep them in.
All right. And that's the end of Duchess's stream. Okay, so to finish this out, we are on March 3rd. There's a few more things that happened on March 3rd that I want to play just in timeline so we can wrap it up at the end of one day. And then we will be getting into March 4th, where the search gets scaled back in part 2 of our timeline, and when social media goes from bad to worse and really gets involved, because JLR starts covering it on the 5th and other people start getting involved on the 6th, and the shit just starts going downhill at a fast rate of speed. We're seeing a very, very minor touch of that already with Clue's coverage and Terry Lynn's coverage, and how they inserted themselves and started to kind of use discussion groups to build narratives against the parents and have flip-flopped all over the place. But taking part in the next section is going to be really, you'll probably need to up the Tylenol to something a little bit stronger than Tylenol. Oh, Bella says so too. You might need some Advil, some Tums, some Aleve. But I think that's a very good view of what awareness looks like. What awareness looks like compared to what these quote unquote self-proclaimed true crime channels do. And you saw it right there. Like, yep, Jensen, I can see you. You two bad actors. And you know what? I folded a batch of laundry. I've taken garbage out. I've broke down recycling. I've done all sorts of stuff while I've been live with you guys. Crazy, huh? Okay, let's finish out the day. So this is going to be from the 3rd also. So let me pull this full screen. Let me share this tab and let me.
The very latest top story this half hour. It's been nearly 1 week since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing over in Sumner County. Our Jaxie Pigeon live at the command center this morning with the very latest developments. And Jaxie, we understand reward money is now on the table.
That's right, Blake. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office tells us that a group of local investors invested a minimum of $3,000 toward any information that would help investigators in finding Sebastian Rogers. I now want to bring in EMA Director with Sumner County, Ken Widener. Ken, as we near this week-long search effort, where are you focusing starting today?
Well, we keep expanding. So we've expanded west and we're expanding north. We just keep expanding the search area and we're bringing different teams in. Yesterday we had a group from East Tennessee come in. They're mountainous experts and they do caves, and so we've had any cave that we've marked, we've had them in those caves. City of Gallatin has done all the storm drains in the area with cameras. So we keep expanding and just throwing everything that we can at it to try to get him located.
In terms of the search, you said you've been expanding. About how much ground have you covered?
We're close to 5 miles now. Now, the further south you go towards Hendersonville, we get into city, and we would expect he would be located or seen if he were in the city. And we've gone into the city, sort of in the fringe, in the more not as urban areas of Henderson, but we've been all the way to the lake on the streams that travel to the lake. We've been to the lake.
And you have over 300 searchers here.
Well,
Yesterday
I had 330 on the ground, and then we'll run the numbers later today on how many come in today, and we run that as the day goes on.
And 43 years in law enforcement, you told me. What does this experience look like in terms of people coming together to help out in this one mission to find Sebastian Rogers?
Well, one thing about Tennessee and the Southeast is we're always going to have people that want to help, and we get calls from across the state for people that want to come in and help us. And the thing that we've got to do is be able to manage that. So we track everybody that's on the ground. The first 2 days we did 2,000 miles of people walking, and we haven't run.
That search response is mind-blowing impressive.
And those numbers for the entire duration of this operation, but it's great, and to be able to call in specialized groups that do the things that we can't do is really good.
And what keeps you going as near like this? You're keeping going after this week just to find Sebastian Rogers. How do you keep going, you and your team?
Oh yeah, just the drive to find him. We'll go talk to the parents in a little while, and every morning we sit and talk to them. We want to do everything for them and for Sebastian to get him located.
Thank you so much, Ken. If you do have any information, you're asked to reach out to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI. Also check those cameras, like they said, Sunday to Monday, Sunday afternoon to Monday morning. For now, live in Hendersonville, Jaxie Pigeon, back to you.
RDR, thanks to Jaxie for that live interview there. Really good information. You can hear they're expanding their search efforts this morning, continuing to expand, searching every possible area where Sebastian could be, but also relying on the community to check those security cameras and to check your yards. And if you are searching, only search in pairs. So as we continue to learn any new information about this story, we will first pass that along to you at WKRN.com.
All right. So one other thing that happened on March 3rd was Nick made another post with an update on Facebook. One other note, several of you have asked me to do a Facebook Live on Sebastian's case. As I have on other similar big cases, plan on it here Monday night at 7 p.m., which is in the upcoming days. I will have the latest from the day and take your questions. See you then. And then he puts the update. Sebastian Rogers' mother and stepfather spoke out publicly for the first time Sunday night on a Missing Tennessee broadcast with YouTube with Duchess. They told the host that they've been thoroughly vetted and questioned by investigators who say they have been cleared them from any involvement or wrongdoing with regard to Sebastian's disappearance. The parents say that it is disappointing that some on social media are accusing them of somehow being involved. To date, authorities have said the two, along with Sebastian's biological father, have been fully cooperated with the investigation. No other public comment beyond that. The parents were asked why authorities are now asking for any video from Sunday afternoon when Sebastian disappeared sometime late Sunday or early Monday. That is what I have wondered. The stepfather said that at this time they are not at liberty to answer that question. I took that to mean law enforcement has asked them to keep that detail private at this time. Interesting. The parents expressed thanks to all the search crews and continue to hold out hope. They are at a loss to explain what happened to Sebastian. And then he goes into detail all of the things that have happened. And you can go find this under his post. I'm not going to read it all. We do have one other news segment that I'll do. It's probably about the same thing, but another thing on the 3rd of March, just to wrap out the full day.
All right, our top story this half hour. It's been nearly 1 week since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing over in Sumner County. Our Jaxie Pigeon live at the command center this morning with the very latest developments. And Jaxie, we understand reward money is now on the table.
And again, it's just a recap from one broadcast to another, so we don't even need to watch that one. And this will be likely the same exact thing.
15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing.
Oops, wrong button again. I did that again.
Over in Sumner County. Our Jaxie Pigeon live at the command.
They just rebroadcasted it throughout their day and night. It's all the same thing, though. So that wraps up our March 3rd coverage in this. So I think you can kind of see a clear distinction from how when the news media is involved and what they coverage and their focuses is on the search, law enforcement's thoughts, feelings, information about Sebastian, public awareness, how to get people to continue to be mindful of the search. And then the difference between the YouTube coverage and when coverage starts coming on social media, and how it initially started was fine, locals being concerned and trying to get the word out, versus soon into it, Facebook posts that are being made by anonymous sources or random people that are used to push content and different narratives. I think it's pretty easy to see that. And I think going into March 4th and on is shocking, to say the least. Does anybody have any questions about what we went over today so far and what we have done? I am tapped out. We've been here 5.5 hours. I've been talking the entire time beyond these interviews. So I'm done. I want to go stare at the wall for a little bit and not talk to anybody or anything. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. I'll answer them. If there's anything in the timeline specifically up to this point that you found. Again, I'm going to close it out like this too. As of right now, we have no indication where Sebastian is, if anybody's involved in his disappearance or if he did leave on his own. We have no indication from law enforcement. Everything is on the table. Foul play is not suspected or wasn't suspected. Could that have changed? We have no idea. Law enforcement, thankfully, is keeping things very close to the vest. They did give an update. They are still very invested in finding Sebastian. They have not stopped looking for Sebastian, which I think we were all very aware of. There's not much more I can say on that. Part 2 is going to be a little heavy because people like these creators, and unfortunately, whether you like them or not, there is a very typical pattern that people use, a playbook that they use. These groups are formed. People try to connect to families and use those as sources and package up salacious information. People start going real life and digging into their worlds, and it becomes a chaotic mess of bullshit, truly. But you can see a huge difference in how media and what awareness looks like versus, I don't even know. I can't call this true crime. It's not true crime. There's nothing true crime about it, but they call themselves that. To me, these are uneducated, low-hanging fruit, lazy creators who use others' tragedies to spin narratives and kick families at their worst times. I mean, truly, I'm not going to say it any different than that. That's what they do. There's a huge distinction in how Duchess covered this versus how a lot of other creators covered that and continue on. It gets way worse in the second segment. Way worse. Because then we're going to pull in JLR, the lab, Clue, ICML. It's gross. It's just gross. And you watch a family just being torn to shreds for no reason. There's nothing beneficial about that. Nothing. I didn't see any questions, I don't think. Vivian, she took down it was funny because as I was reviewing her, she took down her stream. And then took down all of her streams right afterwards because she knows she was painting narratives against the family. Like, she was absolutely coming out releasing details about custody hearings and all this personal involvement, saying that there was an RO against Chris. She actually, hold on, I have a screenshot of that. She was flashing court documents on the screen. Hold on, I think I screenshotted that shit. Let me see. I think I might have, because I was stunned. Oh, T-Rev comes up. I don't think he comes on the second. I don't know if we'll get to him in the second or the third segment. Let me look. Once Nancy Grace got involved, all hell broke loose. I'll be honest. And I'm not a Nancy Grace fan. As is. So, oof. Did I take a screenshot of that? I might have just time-stamped it and she took it down, which is fine. I don't need her to have it up. In fact, it's probably better that she did take them down. She was flashing court documents on the screen, though. I was like, the fuck is she doing? JLR and is calling him toast, messaging Chris Proudfoot, promoting his Facebook group, The Mysterious Disappearance. Oh, a huge shout out. One thing I do want to say. I was missing one interview in a timeline and I couldn't remember where it was. So there is somebody by the name of Maya that did a spreadsheet and she's got it posted in a Reddit thread for anybody to look into. So whoever Maya is, thank you, because I was able to find one interview that it couldn't by your spreadsheet. So much appreciated for that. Thank you. Oh, you guys. CLK, thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Part 2, we will probably start a little bit earlier tomorrow because I have choir concerts tomorrow night, and then Thursday I have a procedure. So we will probably do another 3 to 4 hour segment tomorrow to get through as much as the second part we can. And then Thursday, I probably won't be on here unless I do like a goofy live stream under sedation again for people to pick apart. Friday, I hope to be back. And then Saturday, we are doing our first fundraiser for charity stream this weekend. So that is where we are. But what we get into in the upcoming times is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. You have Crispin's concerts tomorrow too. If you guys have any questions though, if you rewatch, drop them in the comments for me. I appreciate all of your time. I can drop this list of what we've gone through up to the 3rd today, minus some of like the creator ones, but I have a whole playlist that I'm building. It's privated right now because I'm still building it, of the creators and the timeline of like how they got involved and stuff. But I will drop that at the end of this series. But if you have any questions about anything that I've shown, let me know. I have the links for it. I have notes in multiple different directions. So yeah, Tebow, isn't that interesting, huh? Way before the poker game ever got even got mentioned. Oh, LM, you're fine. You didn't disturb at all. I was just trying to figure out what you were thinking that I wasn't catching, but now that you explained, I understand it. T, thank you for the gift and memberships, y'all. Thank you so much. LM, please stop apologizing or like, no, I'm glad that we were able to understand each other, because it was just a misunderstanding. And what you were saying wasn't coming across the way you wanted it to. And I was misinterpreting what you were saying and confused by that and defensive, because I do care about this person. So no problem at all. No problem at all. I appreciate you guys. All right. I hope you guys all have a wonderful rest of your evening. Do something for you. Do some self-care. And I will see you guys tomorrow afternoonish. I will try to post at least 30 minutes beforehand or close to before I go live. Thank you again for all the support and being here. See you soon. Bye.